Chapter 1, The Oath is Gone. Jiangcheng. In the luxurious suite of the Lido Hotel. Every detail tells the story of what just happened here. Shoes on the carpet. A white dress left on the sofa. A black silk scarf hanging from the bathroom door handle. And the unopened box of tea. All of these silently depict the frenzy of this night. The bright color on the bed is even more picturesque, outlining the natural and direct nature of love when it reaches a deep level. It makes one yearn. Lu Qingyao, will you love me forever? Su Qingyao's soft voice echoed in Lu Qingzhou's ears like a melodious melody. Lu Qingzhou gazed at the gentle and lovely, pitiful and stunning school beauty in his arms, and a sense of indescribable pride welled up in his heart. 3 years of courtship have finally brought him the beautiful woman he loves. The scene speaks for itself, and there is no need for words. He gently places a kiss on her luscious lips and solemnly vows, Lu Qingzhou, in this life, will love only Su Qingyao. After we graduate from university, we will get married, and I will throw you a grand wedding that will make all the women in Jiangcheng jealous. Su Qingyao nestled in Lu Qingzhou's arms and responded softly. I, Su Qingyao, will love only Lu Qingzhou for the rest of my life. Her eyes shone with starlight, her smile was like a blooming flower. And the slight upturn of her lips made the bright moonlight outside the window pale in comparison. However, the next day, shocking news exploded in Jiangcheng like thunder. First came the news that the Lu Group had gone bankrupt, followed by rumors that Jiangcheng's richest man, Lu Tianhua, was facing huge compensation claims. And finally the shocking news that he had committed suicide by taking poison due to investment failures. These news reports were like thunderbolts, shaking the entire city of Jiangcheng. People were talking about it, and they were all filled with grief. The end of an era for this giant. 5 years later. Jiangcheng. Kyle Hotel. Back of the house kitchen. Xiaolu, the chef has something to do tonight, and it's rare that you can come and help, so I'll leave the kitchen to you. The voice of the head chef Lu Huan came from outside the kitchen door. Look what you're saying, I'm also getting paid, I'm not a free laborer. Don't worry, chef, I'm not bragging, but I know all your culinary skills like the back of my hand, hee. The voice of Lu Qingzhou's smugness suddenly came from the kitchen. You rascal, you're good at learning things, but you're too talkative. I'll leave it to you. Pay me at the end of the month, as usual. Lu Qingzhou chuckled twice, put down the cleaver in his hand, and walked up to his master Lu Huan. Don't worry, go do your work if there's anything to do. You can rest assured that I'll take care of the kitchen work, and I guarantee that there won't be any mess. Lu Qingzhou pounded his chest with confidence and said to Lu Huan. Then he added, as for money, when have you ever treated me badly? Lu Huan gave a kind smile, patted Lu Qingzhou on the shoulder, and said, okay, I'll go first, let me know if there are any problems. Lu Huan had just taken a step, but then turned back and added, oh, I heard that the CEO of Dawei Company and a few other leaders are hosting a banquet for an important guest at our hotel tonight. The reserved room happens to be in our area of responsibility. You must be on your toes and use all the skills I have taught you. Don't disgrace your master. Lu Qingzhou nodded, then laughed, reached out and pushed Lu Huan out of the kitchen. Don't worry. Hurry up and go, you're so annoying. Lu Huan didn't linger in the kitchen either, took off his apron and walked towards the changing room. After seeing Lu Huan off, Lu Qingzhou returned to his workstation. He held a radish in his left hand and swung the shiny kitchen knife in his right hand with lightning speed. Within a short time, an ordinary radish in his hands had been transformed into a work of art. Lotus in clear water. This was the name Lu Qingzhou had given it. The thin white leaves were lifelike. This was his own unique skill, which he discovered for himself for some reason. Of course, there was a price to pay. And that was the loss of all 5 fingers on his left hand, a price he paid in blood. All in all, he can be considered self-taught. His skill is such that even his master Lu Huan is inferior to him. 7 p.m. All the chefs in the kitchen are busy at their posts, rushing against the clock to prepare tonight's dishes. Kyle Hotel. Supreme One private room, where several upper-class figures from Jiangcheng are sitting. Suddenly, the door to Supreme One private room is slowly pushed open from the outside, and a beautiful figure walks gracefully in. Everyone involuntarily stands up. They can't take their eyes off the woman who has entered the private room. Everyone looks stunned. Beautiful. So beautiful. Looks are indeed a global passport. Some people are born with innate charm, and their extremely beautiful appearance can win over both men and women. No one can resist their charm. Qingyao is undoubtedly that lucky person. After all these years, the childishness on her face is gone, replaced by a mature and sexy appearance, as well as a hint of cold temperament. Her appearance is like a gift from heaven, enchanting everyone. When she frowns, her beautiful cheeks give off a faint sadness that lingers. But the cold white skin and cold eyes make people hold back and dare not approach. It is a great spectacle to see contradictory vibes appear at the same time in one person. After a moment, several people came to their senses one after the other. The middle-aged man in charge spoke up hurriedly. It has always been rumored that President Su is a great beauty. At first I laughed it off. But today, after seeing her in person, I realized just how wrong I was. Even the goddess of the Luo River would be outshone by President Su's beauty. A faint smile flashed across Su Qingyao's face, and she responded with a lukewarm, "President Lu, you're too kind." "How cold." President Lu laughed. "Thank you for coming to Jiangcheng, President Su. On behalf of all the employees of Dawei Company, I would like to express my gratitude for your coming to the banquet. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Please, everyone, take your seats." Su Qingyao held up her hand to indicate that everyone should take their seats after her. Seeing everyone seated, Mr. Lu waved at the waiter in the private room. "Our guest has already arrived, hurry up and serve the food." The waiter in the private room nodded, turned around and left the private room. Mr. Lu got up, picked up the teapot, and was just about to pour some tea for Su Qingyao when Su Qingyao slightly reached out to stop her, her movement graceful and just right. After looking at the young woman sitting next to her, she said, "President Lu, you're too polite. This trivial matter can be handed over to my secretary, Xiao Ye." Su Qingyao's secretary's full name is Long Yu. By chance, Su Qingyao saved Long Yu once. Since Su Qingyao started her business, Long Yu has been by her side. The two often go out for various social engagements and have formed a tacit understanding with each other. On the surface, she is Su Qingyao's secretary Long Yu. But in fact, Chapter 2, Clear Water and Lotus Flower. Long Yu has another identity. Su Qingyao's personal bodyguard. Not only that, the two are also best friends in private. Su Qingyao is like this because she has learned from experience after suffering setbacks. A woman who goes out and does business in the open must be careful in every situation. Especially a woman as perfect as her. Seeing the look that Su Qingyao passed over, Long Yu immediately understood. He stood up, took another cup, and checked the cup and tea without saying a word. After making sure there was no problem, he poured a cup of tea for Su Qingyao. Then he poured a cup for each of the people at the table. The several people hurriedly stood up and took the teacup from Long Yu's hands, expressing their gratitude. Su Qingyao lifted the teacup with her slender hands, took a sip with her delicate red lips, and then set the cup down. Seeing that Su Qingyao had no intention of speaking, President Lu took the initiative to pick up the teapot and refill her cup with some tea. As far as I know, President Su also seems to be from Jiangcheng. Su Qingyao's eyes rose slightly, her words revealing a sense of calm. "I did grow up in Jiangcheng, from the beginning of my schooling until I went to university." After that, her gaze lowered quietly, fixed on the quiet teacup on the table, and she fell into a moment of contemplation. A hint of sadness appeared on her beautiful face, and her pale skin was as cold and white as the winter moon, making her both desirable and unattainable. A moment later, the private room waiter gently pushed open the door to the private room and began serving the food. As one exquisite dish after another was served, suddenly, Su Qingyao's gaze fixed on a dish of food. Her pupils instantly dilated, and her breathing became a little rapid. Seeing this, several people looked in the direction of her gaze and saw a plate of crystal clear hibiscus petals. Everyone was confused, but they didn't dare to disturb her. Perceiving the strange looks of the crowd, Su Qingyao immediately regained a calm expression. She said to the waiter serving the dish in a flat tone, "Is this dish called lotus flower in clear water?" The waiter hurriedly nodded, "Yes." After getting the waiter's affirmative answer, Su Qingyao's heart twitched fiercely. The knife work is good, I want to meet this chef, please ask him to come over for a moment. The waiter responded. And hurriedly turned around and left. Not going directly to the kitchen, but to find the manager. Manager who, the guests in the Supreme One private room want to meet our chef Lu. Manager who immediately stood up upon hearing this. The guests in the Supreme One VIP room. But they are VIP guests of the hotel tonight. Manager who frowned and asked, what's going on? The waiter briefly recounted the situation to Manager who. Manager who pondered for a moment and analyzed. The guests must have seen Lu Qingzhou's extraordinary knife skills and wanted to meet the chef in person. I understand, you can go now. The waiter left. Manager who immediately went to the kitchen. Chef Lu, congratulations. Lu Qingzhou put down the knife in his hand, turned around and looked at Manager who with a puzzled expression on his face. What do you mean? I'm happy for no reason. Without further ado, Manager who pulled him out of the kitchen and said, hurry up and follow me, we'll talk on the way. Lu Qingzhou was dumbfounded. Manager who dragged him towards the Supreme One private dining room. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? No, a guest admires your knife skills and wants to meet you in person. Manager who explained as they walked. Lu Qingzhou frowned, and a bad feeling came over him. He had made so many times the clear water lotus dish at the hotel. No guest had ever requested to meet the chef in person. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Something felt like it was about to happen. As he got closer and closer to the Supreme Number One private room, Lu Qingzhou's unease grew stronger and stronger. Looking at the private room door, which was so close, he actually hesitated. An illusion arose before his eyes. As if there was some kind of savage beast in the private room, waiting for him to walk right into its trap. Go in. Manager who gave a push. Pushing Lu Qingzhou, who was standing at the door of the private room. Just as he hesitated. Chapter 3, introduced by an acquaintance. The door to the private room opened slightly. As the gap grew wider, Lu Qingzhou's breathing became erratic. A pretty figure appeared in Lu Qingzhou's line of sight. Instantly, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Qingzhou's eyes widened, and his heartbeat skipped a beat. The two locked eyes. And a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the other person's mouth. However, that angelic smile in the eyes of others. At this moment in Lu Qingzhou's view, but like a black angel from the demon realm. With a touch of madness. Su Qingyao's gaze was like 1,000 years of unthawed ice, staring at him. After confirming the look, it was someone who wanted to kill me. Lu Qingzhou's body couldn't help but shiver. Lu Qingzhou, long time no see. Back at the rental house in Xiangshan community, Lu Qingzhou felt uncomfortable all over. Lying on the bed with a confused mind. He never expected that. The hotel guest tonight would be Su Qingyao. She was as radiant as before. As beautiful as a country could ever be. But she lacked the innocence of her past. And had a more cold temperament. He had been following everything about Su Qingyao, including her entrepreneurship and the establishment of her company. She got the company back on track and successfully listed it. At the age of 27, she is worth billions. The girl who once snuggled in his arms has now grown to a point where he needs to look up to her. A great sense of loss fills Lu Qingzhou's mind. Yes. He is inferior and dares not face her. At this moment, she is radiant, incredibly dazzling and brilliant. Tonight, Su Qingyao will be at their hotel for a business dinner. And it's in his area of responsibility. She even recognized his signature dish, clear water and lotus flower. It really scared him. Thinking about tonight, Lu Qingzhou still feels a little scared. If it wasn't for the gap when Su Qingyao suddenly answered her phone, he would have slipped away quietly. He doesn't know how he would have faced Su Qingyao at that moment. As for what happened afterwards, Lu Qingzhou has no idea. Looking at the photo in his phone, deep in his memory, memories that he had buried deep within himself had quietly opened up. They had sworn undying love. But it had all passed like smoke. Now, he was no longer the carefree, spending spree rich young master. Now, he was just an ordinary social worker. Thinking of Su Qingyao's angelic face, Lu Qingyao felt a sharp pain in his heart. The good news is that she has lived up to the person she wanted to be. He, on the other hand, has drifted further and further away from her. Love? Love. It's unforgettable. Since his family's bankruptcy, Lu Qingyao has vanished from the face of the earth, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. He dropped out of university in his 4th year to pay off his debts. He sold off all the movable and immovable property his family could sell to pay off his debts. But it was still a long way short of what was needed. To avoid the debt, Lu Qingyao took his mother to the north. Over the years, he has transformed from a rich young master who never touched a drop of sweat to a social drudge. Every day, he is either on his way to make money or on his way back from earning it. He is desperately trying to earn money to repay the huge debt left by his father Lu Tianhua. It wasn't until last year that he returned to Jiangcheng from the north with his mother Zhang Ruoshui. He spent more than a year peacefully in Jiangcheng. What he didn't expect was that he would suddenly meet Su Qingyao today. It really caught him off guard. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that Lu Qingyao gradually fell asleep. The next day, when he woke up, Lu Qingyao felt exhausted. This wasn't caused by physical reasons. He would rather be tired, but things didn't go as planned. He got up and looked at his phone. It was almost 10 o'clock. Luckily, it was the weekend, so he didn't have to go to the office and slave away. Otherwise, he would definitely be late. He washed up quickly. Lu Qingyao looked at himself in the mirror, his face a little haggard and unkempt. But fortunately, the foundation was good. It didn't affect his handsome face much. Lu Qingyao grinned at himself in the mirror, froze for a moment, and cursed himself, really sick. After washing up, he returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa, which had become a little gloomy after years of wear and tear. Looking at the chandelier above his head, he quietly enjoyed this moment of peace. Drip, ring, ring. The mobile phone next to the sofa rang a few times. Lu Qingyao picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was his mother Zhang Ruoshui's phone. Lu Qingyao was a little helpless. The phone rang 5 or 6 times. He pressed the answer button. A familiar voice came from the other end. Qingyao, Auntie Su has arranged a blind date for you. I've sent the information to your phone, take a look. Lu Qingyao, Mom, I know, I'll be there. Zhang Ruoshui, you have to do well, I'm hoping you'll get married soon and give me a grandchild. Lu Qingyao covered his face with one hand and replied, I know, don't worry, as long as no one dislikes me and doesn't ask for too much, even if I look like a ghost, I'll agree. Zhang Ruoshui said, you brat, stop talking nonsense with me, you haven't even understood the positive side, and you're already thinking about the negative side. Lu Qingyao said. Seeing that Lu Qingyao didn't say anything, Zhang Ruoshui continued, the weather is quite nice today, I'm going to go out and sell things. Lu Qingyao sighed, my dear, don't worry about making money. Your son is already an adult, it's time for you to provide for him. When you feel better, just stay at home and rest. I'll help you sell the trinkets you wholesale some other day. Zhang Ruoshui, I really can't argue with you. Okay, I'm almost out of medicine, remember to go to Uncle Li's pharmacy and get some for me. After explaining everything, Zhang Ruoshui hung up the phone. Lu Qingyao looked at the phone and sighed slightly. Beihua Road. Lu Qingyao looked at the location address on his phone. Yes. The location displayed by the navigation is here. Suwei Health Club. His brows furrowed slightly, and he dialed the other person's mobile phone number. It rang for a long time. No one answered at the other end. In order to give his mother an explanation, Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment in front of the shop, bit his teeth and stepped into the Suwei Health Club. A woman in overalls came up to him. How many people are you looking for, sir? I'm looking for Miss Chen Yuqing. The woman in overalls took Lu Qingyao into a private room without further ado. Oh, so you know someone here. Just a moment, I'll let them know you're here. After a while, another woman in overalls came in. She looked quite good, with some freckles on her face that even the thick foundation couldn't cover up. Lin Mu glanced at her and said, hello, you must be Miss Chen Yuqing, I was referred by an acquaintance. Chen Yuqing glanced at him and gave a faint smile. Without waiting for Lin Mu to finish, she interrupted him. You're quite handsome, and since you were referred by an acquaintance, I'll charge you 800 for the full package. The full package? 800? Lu Qingyao cursed in his heart. Fuck. This Auntie Sue is really unreliable. She actually introduced him to a woman like this. What a big mistake. Lu Qingyao felt powerless to complain in his heart. But thinking that it was introduced by his mother's friend, he still endured his patience and went through the process. Ahem, Miss Chan, I was introduced by my Auntie Sue for a blind date. Chapter 4, Make a Wish at the Temple. Chen Yuqing heard Lu Qingyao mention Auntie Sue. And a flash of dismay crossed her face. Auntie Sue? You're here for a blind date? After a moment of confusion, she remembered that it seemed like Auntie Sue had found her a blind date. She was supposed to wait for her at the door at 3 o'clock. Why did she come in the morning? Since she was here for a blind date. Chen Yuqing immediately changed her expression, sat demurely across from Lu Qingyao, and cut straight to the chase. The bride price is 388,000 yuan, and there must be a house of at least 100 square meters in the city center of Jiangcheng. The property ownership certificate must have my name on it. Is there a problem with that? Lu Qingzhou's face was expressionless, his hands crossed. Go on. Chen Yuqing saw that Lu Qingzhou did not express any disagreement, and her heart was pleased. She continued, there also needs to be a car, a simple one for getting around, as long as it costs more than 400,000. Is there a problem? Lu Qingzhou pursed her lips and spoke in a flat tone, asking for reasonable understanding. Seeing Lu Qingzhou's calm face, Chen Yuqing's gaze radiated a hint of brilliance. The smile on her face grew stronger and stronger. My younger brother is getting married, and I want you to pay the 500,000 yuan bride price for my younger brother. Any questions? What? Lu Qingzhou's head suddenly went blank. The previous few requests were considered normal. But paying 500,000 yuan for her younger brother's bride price? What the hell is going on? It's her younger brother who's getting married. Not me. So why should I pay for it? Lu Qingzhou felt a surge of anger in her heart, and the veins on her forehead pulsed slightly. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair. Luckily, after being beaten up by society over the past few years, Lu Qingzhou had enough restraint. In the past, he would have sent her to the temple with a kick in the leg. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. His eyes lifted slightly, and no expression could be seen. Miss Chen, could you please finish your request at once? I will summarize it at the end. Is that okay? Chen Yuqing heard this and felt that it was fine, and Lu Qingzhou's attitude was not bad either. So she continued, then I will continue to say my request. After we get married, your mother cannot live with us. Lu Qingzhou's fingers tightened slightly, and she took a deep breath. If my mother is not allowed to live with us, where will she live alone? She is not in good health and needs someone to take care of her. Besides, if we buy a house of more than 100 square meters, having one more person living there will not affect it. Chen Yuqing looked at Lu Qingzhou with a somewhat casual tone, saying, why don't we just rent a house for her nearby? We can go visit her whenever we have time. As for the empty room, I plan to bring my mother over to live with us. Lu Qingzhou almost jumped up. What you mean is that my mother is not as important as your mother. So there is no need for her to live with us? Chen Yuqing saw some changes in Lu Qingzhou's facial expression. But she didn't care. Instead, she took it for granted, I didn't mean it like that. My mother raised me with so much difficulty. What's wrong with me doing my filial duty? Besides, if your mother lives with us, what if the relationship between your mother-in-law and your wife affects our marriage? Lu Qingzhou's fingers squeezed the armrest of the chair, and his face turned slightly red. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he smacked his lips. Have you finished making your demands? Chen Yuqing lifted the bangs in front of her eyes and looked at Lu Qingzhou with big, innocent eyes. I'm done, those are the demands. Lu Qingzhou nodded. Since you're done, it's time for me to speak. Chen Yuqing crossed her legs and folded her hands on her knees. She looked up at him with a relaxed expression. Lu Qingzhou cleared his throat. I only have one condition. I want to try out the 800 service first. After saying that, pulled more than 1,000 yuan out of his pocket, dipped his fingers in his mouth, and counted out 8 bills. He put the remaining few hundred back in his pocket. At this moment, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Looking at Lu Qingyao counting the money with a face full of pain. He looked just like an old prostitute. Chen Yuqing's smile instantly froze on her face. Her voice was a little cold. Lu Qingyao, what do you mean by that? Lu Qingyao looked innocent, spread his hands, and spoke in a slightly sincere tone. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to experience the service before I pay millions. See if it's worth it. Count it. Here's 800 yuan. Lu Qingyao handed the money over to the other party. Chen Yuqing instantly stood up and glared at Lu Qingyao. It was as if an invisible spark was crackling between them. Are you kidding me? Lu Qingyao crossed her legs, leaned back, and put her hands behind her head. Her eyes held a hint of mockery. Miss Chen, didn't you start by joking with me? If we're going to go on a blind date, let's talk about it properly. If you want to make a wish, go to a temple. Chen Yuting looked at Lu Qingzhou's disdainful eyes. So angry she couldn't speak for a long time. In the end, she could only stomp her foot fiercely. You've got some nerve. A man like you doesn't deserve a woman. I curse you to be a single dog for the rest of your life. 2 thuds. The door opened and slammed shut again. Lu Qingyao looked at the closed door. Fuming, damn it, the blind date didn't work out, and you're taking a personal attack. Then he glanced at the 800 yuan in his hand. Mumbling, fortunately the woman didn't say yes, otherwise I wouldn't know what reason to use to refuse. The more than 1,000 yuan in his pocket. Was the money he had earned last week from working hard part-time? He just wanted to anger Chen Yuqing. But he didn't really want to waste the money on her. He got up and left the Suwei Health Club. His stomach already rumbling. He hadn't eaten much in the morning. So he bought 2 buns from a roadside bakery. And sat on the steps nearby to eat them. His mother Zhang Ruoshui's phone rang again. Zhang Ruoshui, son, did you go on the blind date that Auntie Sue arranged for you today? How did it go? Lu Qingyao, forget it, this Auntie Sue was so unreliable. Zhang Ruoshui, why is she unreliable? Lu Qingyao swallowed a mouthful of buns. His words were a bit slurred, the girl works at the health club and does that. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. Zhang Ruoshui, this old Sue, really, how could you introduce someone like that to me? Lu Qingyao, that's not even the worst of it, what's even more outrageous is the condition she mentioned? So Lu Qingyao told Zhang Ruoshui about the condition the other person had mentioned. There was a slight sigh from the other end, forget it, in a couple of days I'll have her introduce you to someone reliable again. Lu Qingyao, no rush, we'll talk about it later, I can't talk to you anymore, I have things to do this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyao hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, go to Qinghai Villa. Chapter 5 A Family of 3? Lu Qingyao got into the taxi. And the driver drove him all the way towards Qinghai Villa. However, not far behind where he hailed the taxi, he did not notice a Maybach parked there. What are you looking at, President Su? You're looking so intently. Lang Yu's voice came from the driver's seat. Su Qingyao's eyes were cold and stern. And after a glance, she said, Suwei Health Club? You've really changed a lot over the years, even going to places like this. It seems you're really hungry. There was no emotion in her tone. As if she had thought of something, she asked Lang Yu. Have you found out what I asked you to find out? Lang Yu hurriedly responded, I found out, but not much. Currently, I only know that he works at Hualong Technology as a salesman. Occasionally in the evenings, he helps out in the kitchen of the Kyle Hotel. Su Qingyao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Hualong Technology Company? Very well, we happen to have a business partnership with them. Lang Yu didn't dare ask too many questions. But after all, this was Su Qingyao's personal business. So Su Qingyao put away her cold gaze and said to Lang Yu, in the future, we may be expanding our business here for a long time, so my office will be set up in Qihang. Also, I went to look at some houses tomorrow, and if I find one I like, I'll buy it. We'll be living here permanently from now on. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Lang Yu nodded. Miss Su, you haven't been back to Jiangqing for many years, do you want to go out and take a look around? The weather looks pretty good today. Su Qingyao glanced out the window. It was true that she hadn't been back to Jiangqing for many years, let's go to Nanhu Park and take a look around. Okay. Leng Yu turned on the navigation system and drove all the way towards Nanhu Park. Two separate stories. Lu Qingyao paid the driver 15 yuan and got out of the car. In front of him were three-story villas in an orderly arrangement. Lu Qingyao, holding a teddy bear, went to the door of one of the villas and knocked. A beautiful woman came slowly, wiggling her hips. When she arrived at the door, her face suddenly looked a little surprised. "It's you, Lu, why are you here so early today?" Mu Xiaohua opened the door to the villa for him. She smiled at Lu Qingyao, who closed the door behind him. "Sister Xiaohua, I brought another doll for Momo, her room can't even fit it anymore." Although she said this, she didn't mean to reproach Lu Qingyao at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. Lu Qingyao gave a small smile, looked at the doll in his hands, and said that he had just happened to be nearby this morning, passing by a toy store and buying it on the way. Mu Xiaohua was walking in front of him, and she glanced at him with a teasing smile in her eyes. "Your pay is a fixed unit price, and you came so early, so this period of time doesn't count as pay." Lu Qingyao smiled slightly, responding to Mu Xiaohua's words. "Sister Xiaohua is beautiful and kind, so why would she care about this trivial profit with me? Even if you give me more, I wouldn't mind." Mu Xiaohua covered her lips and laughed lightly. "Ha, you're dreaming." Although Mu Xiaohua said this, in fact, every time she took Momo out to play, the money she gave was always excessive. The two arrived in the living room, and Mu Xiaohua was about to pour him a glass of water, when Lu Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward and took the glass from her hands. "Sister Xiaohua, I'll do it myself." Lu Qingyao poured himself a glass of water with ease, and Mu Xiaohua, twisting her seductive waist, and turned to enter the kitchen. "You've come at the right time, I'm cooking, let's eat together." Lu Qingyao placed the glass of water on the table. "That's embarrassing. It's just a home-cooked meal, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Mu Xiaohua's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Lu Qingyao watched Mu Xiaohua busily working in the kitchen, while he just sat here. Feeling a little embarrassed, he got up and was about to go help in the kitchen, when he saw Mu Xiaohua carrying 2 plates of food and walking out. "Sister Xiaohua, let me help you carry the dishes." "No need. Go upstairs and tell Momo to come down to eat." Lu Qingyao heard this and abandoned his plan to help. He went to the second floor. Lu Qingyao gently pushed open the door, and what came into view was a little girl about 4 years old, with pigtails. She was sitting at the desk, drawing and painting. She was drawing very seriously, and when Lu Qingyao walked up behind her, without even noticing, "Momo, what are you drawing?" Momo looked up and saw Lu Qingyao standing next to her. She jumped up from her chair in joy, hugged Lu Qingyao, and said, "Uncle Lu, you're here." She smacked him with a kiss, then got off him, picked up the drawing on the table, and said to him with a serious face, "I drew you, me, and Mom." Lu Qingyao was stunned. Momo had drawn a family of 3. But he didn't realize that the man next to him was referring to him. Lu Qingzhou's heart was filled with an inexplicable feeling. To be honest, he actually quite liked Momo. She was well-behaved and sensible. Unfortunately, she was after all someone else's child, and had nothing to do with him, Lu Qingyao. However, he also felt a hint of curiosity. He had been in contact with Mu Xiaohua and her daughter for more than a year, but he had never met Momo's father. Mu Xiaohua didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. After all, he was here to babysit part-time, not for free. He also had to be mindful of his status. If he took someone else's money and then pried into their private affairs, it would be a bit unethical. Besides, Mu Xiaohua has been treating him well, and he's been paid well. He only needs to spend an afternoon to earn 1,000. This is much better than selling toys. Pull yourself together. Lu Qingyao gently stroked Momo's head. Momo draws so well, she'll definitely become a great painter when she grows up. Actually, he really couldn't tell what Momo had drawn. He thought it was just a few animals gathered together. Lu Qingyao felt a little embarrassed. But it's just a child. You have to encourage them at all times. This is an indispensable part of Lu Qingzhou's part-time job. Lu Qingzhou picked her up in his arms, pulled out the teddy bear he had been hiding behind his back, and said, "This is for you. Do you like it?" Momo took the teddy bear, surprised, and said, "What a cute bear. I like it very much, thank you, Uncle Lu." Bachi, and kissed him a few more times. Lu Qingzhou laughed and said, looking at Momo's plump little face, "Mommy's dinner is ready, come downstairs and eat." Momo heard that it was time to eat, and immediately slid off Lu Qingzhou's body, putting the teddy bear on the bookshelf. She took Lu Qingzhou's big hand and walked towards the door. Let's go eat." Lu Qingzhou led Momo to the living room on the first floor. Momo immediately climbed onto a chair and sat down. Lu Qingzhou carried her down and said, "Momo, remember to wash your hands first before eating." Momo nodded obediently and ran to the bathroom. She stood on the stool by herself. Lu Qingzhou followed behind her and was about to help her lather up, but she refused, saying, "Mom said I've grown up and can do things on my own." Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but smile in response. After washing her hands, Lu Qingzhou pulled a paper towel from the side to dry her hands and carried her down. "Everyone, come to the table." Momo suddenly said to Mu Xiaohua, "Mom, I'll show you the picture I drew." She got off the chair again and ran towards the second floor. Mu Xiaohua looked at Lu Qingzhou and asked, "What did Momo draw?" Lu Qingzhou felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't dare to tell her casually. Momo drew a picture of a family of 3. That would be rude. Let's let Momo answer for herself. I didn't pay much attention to it. Just ignore her and eat first. By the way, I have to go out for a while, so you take Momo somewhere to play. Lu Qingzhou swallowed a mouthful of food and said, "Okay, Sister Xiaohua." Ta. Momo came downstairs with her drawing and happily handed it to Mu Xiaohua. "Mommy, do you think it's good?" Mu Xiaohua took the drawing from Momo and gazed at it for a while. Her eyes slightly narrowed. "Momo, are these little people you've drawn?" Chapter 6, So you've come with a knife after all. Mu Xiaohua's uncertain tone almost made Lu Qingzhou laugh, but fortunately he quickly lowered his head. Momo held out her chubby little hand, pointed at the several little people on the drawing paper, and said to Mu Xiaohua in a serious voice, "This is you, this is me, and this is Uncle Lu. Family of 3. These were the first words that came to Mu Xiaohua's mind. She raised her eyes slightly, looking at Momo's serious expression. And without saying a word, she glanced at Lu Qingzhou. Her face couldn't help but flush. "It's just some child's doodling, heh. Momo quickly went to the table to eat. After that, Lu Qingzhou kept on scooping the rice with his head bowed. After eating, everything was ready. And Mu Xiaohua threw a set of car keys to Lu Qingzhou. "There's also a Mercedes in the garage, you can take Momo out to play in that car." Lu Qingzhou was also polite. "Yes, Sister Xiaohua." After taking the car keys, he hugged Momo and left the house. "Momo, where do you want to go today?" Momo tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Let's go to the park." Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly, "Okay, no problem." Mu Xiaohua looked at the two of them, one big and one small, and slightly lost in thought. Luckily, she immediately came back to her senses. Momo hadn't been to the park in a long time. "Let's go to Nanhu Park. There's just the right playground there, we can go inside and have some fun." Lu Qingzhou nodded. Nanhu Park was indeed a good place. Holding Momo, he walked towards the garage. He opened the car door, put Momo in the back seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Lu Qingzhou then walked back to the driver's seat, started the car, shifting gears. With a roar, the car slowly pulled out of the villa. Lu Qingzhou opened the window, looked at Mu Xiaohua upstairs, turned his head and said to Momo, "Momo, say bye to mommy." Momo waved to Mu Xiaohua, "Mommy, bye." "Sister Xiaohua, we're leaving now, bye." "Well, drive slowly and be careful." The two said goodbye to each other. Lu Qingzhou drove Momo towards Nanhu Park. Mu Xiaohua watched the car's shadow grow further and further away. She slowly withdrew her gaze. The reason why Lu Qingzhou came to work part-time for her was actually a kind of fate. Recalling last year, she took Momo to play in Nanhu Park. the little one accidentally slipped into the lake. Fortunately, Lu Qingyao, who sold toys by the roadside, noticed it and jumped into the water to save Momo. At the time, she wanted to thank Lu Qingyao and was prepared to give him some money as a token of appreciation. But he politely refused. Just as she was about to leave with Momo, who had never liked to get close to strangers, became unusually close to Lu Qingyao. She snuggled up in his arms and didn't want to leave. Seeing this, she had a thought and immediately extended an invitation to Lu Qingyao, hoping that he could spend happy times with Momo at the weekend, and was willing to pay 1,000 yuan per week. In response, Lu Qingyao readily agreed. The two immediately reached an agreement. And to this day, the two have always abided by this contractual relationship. Walking back into the living room, Mu Xiaohua looked at the painting that Momo had drawn on the coffee table. One on the left, one on the right, holding the hands of a young child, with a sun behind them, and some small grass beside them. The picture was very warm. As she looked at it, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In fact, she knew that Momo had always longed for a father, like other children who had a normal family, and who was there to pick her up after school. She also wanted to give Momo a complete family. But as for that man, after all these years of investigation, there has been no news. Pulling back her thoughts from the past, Mu Xiaohua changed her clothes, picked up the car keys on the table, and walked towards the door. Nanhu Park. Lu Qingyao drove the car to the parking lot, turned off the engine and got out of the car. He opened the back door and unfastened Momo's seatbelt. After getting out of the car, Momo immediately took Lu Qingzhou's hand and ran towards the playground, calling happily, "Let's go, let's play." Once they entered the playground, Lu Qingzhou took Momo to play 7 or 8 games until Momo didn't want to play anymore. Then they came out of the playground. A middle-aged man was selling candied hawthorn by the roadside. Momo stared at it with her big, dark eyes. Lu Qingyao followed her gaze and smiled. "Do you want to eat some candied hawthorn?" Momo thought about it for a moment, her expression looking a little hesitant. "I want to, but my mom doesn't let me." Lu Qingyao crouched down and looked into her dark eyes. "My mom says eating candy will cause tooth decay and make my teeth sick." Her face was round and plump, and she spoke with a serious expression. Lu Qingzhou's heart almost melted. "It's okay to eat one occasionally, but not often, okay?" "Really?" "Of course it's true, Uncle Lu never lies to Momo." "Okay, don't tell your mom when we get back." Momo wanted to eat it, but she didn't forget to give Lu Qingyao a warning. Lu Qingyao laughed. "Are all children so quirky these days?" He took her hand and went to the place selling sugar-coated hawthorn. "How much is one, boss?" The boss looked at Lu Qingyao holding the little girl, and immediately beamed. 10 yuan for one." Lu Qingyao cursed under his breath at hearing this. He sold this stuff before, and the cost is as low as about 1 yuan. He coughed lightly and said to the boss, "Boss, your price is too high. 10 yuan for one? You really dare to ask for that price?" The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Young man, my hawthorn is of the best quality, it's crisp and sweet." Lu Qingyao was unmoved. "Boss, you're doing business wrong. To be honest, I sold candied hawthorn a while ago too. The cost of the goods is just a few yuan per caddy, and there are at least 10 strings in a caddy. I won't talk about the cost." The middle-aged man saw that Lin Mu was well-spoken and well-reasoned, and his face froze for a moment, and he became discouraged. "So how much do you want?" Lu Qingyao said with a smile, 10 yuan for 4, and you'll make at least a few yuan after costs. The middle-aged man's face was expressionless. Good guy, he even calculated the cost to the last penny. After a moment's thought, Okay, I'm unlucky to have met you, I'll sell you 4, but you can't tell anyone that I sold them at this price, or how else will I do business in the future?" The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of bitterness, and he took off 4 sticks of candied fruit and handed them to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao paid and laughed, "Thank you, boss." The middle-aged man waved his hands helplessly, Go, don't come back to haunt me next time." Upon hearing the boss's words, Lu Qingyao laughed heartily. In the distance, silhouetted against the sky, rows of neatly trimmed shrubs stood solemnly. A graceful young woman stood there quietly, gazing at the backs of Lu Qingyao and Momo. Seeing this warm and harmonious scene, a misty film formed in her eyes. Not far from her, two beautiful women stood by the side. These two were Su Qingyao and Leng Yu. The two had come to the park for a stroll and were about to go back. But they had unexpectedly encountered someone unexpected here. On such a sunny day with not a cloud in the sky, Leng Yu felt a cold chill coming from all around her. Su Qingyao's face was expressionless, but her heart was in turmoil. She had witnessed Lu Qingzhou haggle with the boss over a mere 10 or so yuan. And the tone of his voice seemed to indicate that it wasn't the first time. This was no longer the Lu Qingzhou from those days, spending hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars without blinking an eye. What had he been through all these years? He worked during the day and also worked as a chef in a hotel at night. At this moment, her heart ached. When her gaze shifted to the little girl next to him, Su Qingyao's aching heart instantly sank, was replaced by a torrent of rage. The greatness of her chest seemed about to explode. Her cold eyes were like flying swords heading towards Lu Qingzhou. If looks could kill, Lu Qingzhou would have already died 1,000 deaths. Her naturally drooping hand was slightly trembling, and a trace of red slowly trickled down the gap between her fingers. Leng Yu hurriedly took out a tissue and grabbed her hand and gently wiped it a few times. Since you already have a child, why did the heavens arrange for you and I to meet? Over the years, I have rejected everyone for you, until I met you again last night. I began to believe that after the bitter comes the sweet, but I didn't expect that you also came with a knife. Ha ha. I thought our love was special, but I didn't expect that you were already a family. Su Qingyao muttered absent-mindedly. Her face, which was originally comparable to white jade, was a little paler at the moment. A flash of unbelievable pain crossed her eyes, mixed with loneliness, isolation, and reluctance. And more so, heartache. In an instant, all those emotions in her heart vanished like a passing cloud. In their place was a frosty and unfeeling face. Those beautiful eyes flashed with sparks of disappointment and even anger, like the abyss of emotionless. Humph. You got away last night, but you won't be so lucky today. Chapter 7, A Familiar Stranger. Su Qingyao snorted and walked straight towards Lu Qingzhou. Leng Yu hurriedly followed closely behind. At this time, Lu Qingzhou did not know that danger was slowly approaching. Momo, is the candied hawthorn good? Lu Qingzhou asked softly as he looked at the bouncing Momo. It's delicious, I want to buy it again next time. Okay, Uncle Lu promises you. Just after taking a few steps, Lu Qingzhou suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. And he couldn't help but shiver. Unconsciously, he turned his head to look behind him. This glance, it seemed like an eternity. Lu Qingzhou was dumbfounded. His mind was a blank. His lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't speak properly. Su Qingyao. At this moment, Su Qingyao's appearance was like a refreshing breeze, sweeping through Lu Qingzhou's entire perception. The two were a short distance apart. Lu Qingzhou's body slowly turned without his realizing it. His eyes looked at the peerless iceberg beauty in front of him with mixed feelings. The feeling of both familiarity and strangeness seemed to have sent him into a whirlpool of memories from 5 years ago. She, just as before. Her beauty was so captivating that no embellishment was needed. She naturally and proudly looked down on everything around her. Su Qingyao looked at Lu Qingzhou's dazed expression, a faint smile curling the corners of her mouth. But her eyes were like frost, cold and sharp, as if they could freeze a person's soul. Lu Qingzhou, classmate, we meet again. Her voice was like the clear stream water of winter. Clear and pleasant, but also with a piercing chill. Lu Qingzhou laboriously wriggled his dry lips, as if his throat had been cut by a sharp blade, the pain unbearable. He stared blankly at Su Qingyao, who returned his gaze with a sneer. What, you're too stingy to even say hello to an old classmate? Something seemed to get stuck in Lu Qingzhou's throat, and he forced a smile that was even uglier than a cry. With a hoarse voice from the depths of his throat, he said, Qingyao, I really didn't expect to see you again. Yes, I didn't expect to see you again either, under such circumstances. Su Qingyao's gaze drifted to the little girl next to Lu Qingzhou, and her tone of voice did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Uncle Lu, is this auntie your friend? Momo tightly gripped Lu Qingzhou's hand. Her dark, shining eyes gazing at Su Qingyao, and her young voice echoed in the ears of the several people. Lu Qingzhou didn't know how to answer Momo's question. Friend? It is indeed, or boyfriend and girlfriend. But he didn't even have the courage to break up. And didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to Su Qingyao, he just disappeared from the face of the earth. He smacked his dry lips together. This auntie is my uncle's classmate. Su Qingyao didn't pay attention to what Lu Qingzhou said. Momo's words kept echoing in her ears. Uncle Lu? She called Lu Qingzhou Uncle Lu? For the first time, a trace of emotion appeared on Su Qingyao's face. She slowly crouched down. And the Momo in front of her was as cute as an exquisite porcelain doll. The radiance of motherhood made Su Qingyao's eyes soften, no longer the previous coldness. Little friend, what's your name? How old are you? Su Qingyao gently stroked Momo's head. Momo looked up at Su Qingyao and replied in her baby voice, my name is Momo, and I'm already 4 years old. Su Qingyao pointed lightly at Lu Qingzhou and continued to ask, so what do you call him? I call him Uncle Lu. Momo answered crisply. Su Qingyao stroked her head tenderly, then stood up. Her face instantly turning as cold as frost. She is not your daughter? Her words of accusation were tinged with a piercing coldness. Lu Qingzhou gave a wry smile, revealing no hidden agenda. She is not my daughter. I haven't had a girlfriend in all these years, so where would I get a child from? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with surprise, and the weight on her heart instantly lifted. Her heartbeat also quickened. Then, an indescribable sense of relief welled up in her heart. So it turns out, this is all a misunderstanding. Her cold face actually flushed slightly. And an uncontrollable blush rose in her heart. Why did I distrust him so much? Nervousness, joy, excitement, all kinds of emotions came flooding in. No! Su Qingyao, don't forget how you've been living all these years. The spurning of your loved ones, the contempt of your friends, the ridicule of your classmates. This stormy weather was all brought to you by this man in front of you. You can't be soft-hearted. Su Qingyao looked at Lu Qingzhou quietly. Took a deep breath. Her tone still icy, let's go somewhere and talk. Lu Qingzhou sighed, there was no avoiding it. He glanced at Momo by his side. Lu Qingzhou wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle, I have to take care of the baby, it might not be convenient, can we do it some other time? Su Qingyao looked at him deeply. Her gaze shifted to Momo, her eyes were full of tenderness. She pointed to Lang Yu beside her and said to Momo, I'll let this auntie take you over there to play for a while, and I'll talk to this uncle about something, okay? Lu Qingzhou looked at Momo, secretly praying and screaming desperately in his heart. Momo, don't ever agree. My life is in your hands, and I'll buy you lots of toys and delicious food in the future. Momo's clear eyes glanced at Lang Yu and then moved to Su Qingyao. At this moment, Lu Qingzhou's heartbeat was a few beats faster than usual. He slowly held his breath, trying not to look so nervous. Slowly hiding his hands behind his back, he wiped the sweat beads on the palms of his hands. Momo shook her head. I only want Uncle Lu. Lu Qingzhou suddenly let out a sigh of relief. As if his whole being had been given new life. Momo's voice was like the mysterious sound of the heavens, drawing Lu Qingzhou back from the lost underworld. He suddenly picked up Momo and gave her 2 hard kisses on her plump cheeks. Suddenly, a cold light shot at him. You seem to be very reluctant to be alone with me, why? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Su Qingyao's cold words instantly made Lu Qingzhou wake up. He cursed himself for being so stupid, and his reaction just now was indeed a bit too obvious. But how could he admit it? He smiled awkwardly, I definitely didn't mean it that way, I'm also willing to chat with you alone. Immediately afterwards, he pointed to Momo by his side, but, as you can see, this child only recognizes me. And I'm not at ease letting someone else take me, if my boss sees it, I won't be able to explain myself. Lu Qingzhou revealed a look of difficulty. Su Qingyao bit her lip inward, her cold eyes staring straight at Lu Qingzhou. You said so much, but it's just an excuse. You've really changed a lot in 5 years. Lu Qingzhou avoided Su Qingyao's gaze. Guilt made him afraid to look her in the eye. I really didn't lie to you. Just then, Lu Qingzhou's phone rang. Chapter 8, Are you feeling guilty? Lu Qingzhou took his phone out of his pocket. It was a call from Mu Xiaohua. Damn it! It's a life-saving call. He quickly pressed the answer button. Mu Xiaohua, Xiaolu, you can bring Momo back now. Lu Qingzhou, okay, Xiaohua, I'll bring Momo back right away. Not far away. A beautiful woman with a mobile phone in her hand looked over at Lu Qingzhou and turned towards the car park. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingzhou felt a surge of joy. Mu Xiaohua, you are truly a living Buddha who rescues the suffering and the distressed. And she silently thanked Mu Xiaohua in her heart. Turning her attention to Su Qingyao, she pointed at her mobile phone and revealed a look of embarrassment. I'm really sorry today, the boss told me to hurry and take Momo back. We'll talk some other time, bye. Lu Qingzhou did not wait for Su Qingyao to respond, took Momo's hand and turned towards the parking lot. His pace became faster and faster. After walking about 20 meters, Lu Qingzhou stopped pretending, picked up Momo and ran like he was escaping for his life. It was not until they reached the corner that Lu Qingzhou slowed down. He glanced at Momo in his arms. And Momo was looking at him with her big, dark-colored eyes. Momo, why are you looking at me like that? Who knows? Momo replied seriously, are you feeling guilty? Lu Qingzhou almost stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard this. He looked at Momo in disbelief. Momo, who did you learn this from? Uncle is not feeling guilty. You are feeling guilty. You have sweat beads on your forehead and palms. Are you afraid of that pretty auntie? Momo's tone was clear and precise, and the word very was emphasized. Lu Qingzhou's heart was like a waterfall of sweat, flowing down in a rapid stream. Was his performance really that bad? Even a child could tell. Damn it! I felt so good about myself, and I was flawless. It turns out that I was full of holes. If I had known that this day would come, when I was still not bankrupt, I should have gone to film school for a couple of days. Fuck. Momo had hit the nail on the head. Lu Qingzhou was very dissatisfied with his performance today. Looking at Lu Qingzhou's panicked and fleeing back, Su Qingyao finally couldn't hold back. And her smile bloomed like a blooming flower. Ha ha ha. She lightly covered her red lips, and her laughter was as crisp and pleasant as a silver bell. Her emaciated shoulders trembling lightly with her laughter. Her fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. On her absolutely beautiful face, crystal-clear teardrops quietly slipped down like broken pearls, as if accusing the bitterness and grievances she had suffered over the years. Those sleepless moments in the middle of the night, the magnificent thoughts in her heart like the Milky Way, surging out like a tidal wave at this moment. Tears accumulated on her trembling body like the sea. Su Qingyao slowly crouched down, covering her face with her hands and weeping silently. In the crowded park, her thin figure looked especially lonely. Hate him. Hate him for leaving without saying goodbye when she had made up her mind to be with him. Love him. How many days and nights have been spent thinking about him? There was a moment of silence. And Su Qingyao slowly got up and took the tissue that Lang Yu handed her. A faint smile curled the corner of her mouth. He's just the same as ever. Lang Yu looked confused when she heard this. And her gaze followed Lu Qingzhou's receding back. Frowning in confusion, she said, he likes to run away too? Su Qingyao laughed softly and shook her head slightly. He runs away because he is uneasy inside and dares not face me. He fears me because he feels guilty inside, and his fear comes from that guilt. I know him, and 5 years have passed, and he is still the same. Lang Yu asked, you have been looking for him, why did you let him escape so easily? Su Qingyao's eyes were deep, looking in the direction where Lu Qingzhou had disappeared. He can hide for a while, but not forever. Now that she knows where he works, she will have plenty of opportunities to settle scores with him in the future. After saying that, she turned and left. Lang Yu looked confused. As if she understood but didn't. She couldn't figure out what kind of relationship these two had now. Whether it was love or hate. Lover? Enemy? Shaking off the thoughts in her head, she hurriedly followed Su Qingyao's footsteps. Back at Shanghai Villa. It was already 6 p.m. Seeing the living room light on, Lu Qingyao picked up Momo and went to the living room. After a quick glance, he didn't see Mu Xiaohua's figure, but heard the sound of vegetables being chopped in the kitchen. Lu Qingyao walked to the kitchen door and saw Mu Xiaohua, who was busy. He smiled slightly and said, "Xiaohua, I've brought Momo back. I'll go back first. I'll come back next week to keep Momo company." Mu Xiaohua stopped what she was doing, turned around and looked at Lu Qingyao. "It's still early, let's eat dinner together before you go." Lu Qingyao waved his hand, "No need, Xiaohua, I'll go back now." He thought about the leftovers in his fridge, and in line with the principle of not wasting food, it would be better to go back and finish them off. Seeing that Lu Qingyao was adamant, Mu Xiaohua didn't continue to persuade him. She reached out and wiped her hands on the cloth nearby, then waited for me a moment, "I'll give you today's money." Seeing Mu Xiaohua approaching with a graceful step, Lu Qingyao hurriedly turned sideways. A burst of rich fragrance gently swept past his nose, causing his mind to wander. Mu Xiaohua's body was overflowing with intoxicating fragrance. Lu Qingzhou's gaze glanced at the source of the fragrance, and he couldn't help but become a little lost in thought. Mu Xiaohua's face is like a picture, but her beauty is different from Su Qingyao's. Both are nearly 1.7 meters tall and graceful. If Su Qingyao's beauty is like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan, it is awe-inspiring, then Mu Xiaohua's beauty is like a peony, luxurious but not lacking in affinity, often making people feel her kindness and warmth. For a moment, as the sound of footsteps slowly approached, Lu Qingyao hurriedly pulled back his thoughts. Mu Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile, like the winter's sun warming people. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lu Qingzhou's face, and she handed him 200 yuan bills. "Lu, this is today's pay. Count it." Lu Qingyao took the money, and without looking knew that it was more than 1,000. He handed the extra money to Yi Wenxin. "Sister Xiaohua, you gave too much." Mu Xiaohua gave a faint smile and said, "You can keep the rest. We've been together for over a year now, so why are you still being polite with me?" Lu Qingyao didn't refuse and said, "Thank you, Xiaohua. I'll be going back then." He put the money in his pocket, said goodbye to Mu Xiaohua, and left Xinghai Villa. Mu Xiaohua slowly walked to the balcony and watched as Lu Qingyao gradually receded into the distance. She did not take her eyes off him until he was no longer visible. Momo saw Lu Qingyao leave and her mood instantly sank. Mu Xiaohua approached and asked, "What's wrong, Momo? You look so glum." Momo looked up at Mu Xiaohua and said, "I don't want Uncle Lu to go. I want him to play with me." Those innocent and clear words sank deep into Mu Xiaohua's heart. "He can come and keep you company again next week, and take you to buy toys. You sit here and watch TV obediently, while mommy goes to cook. Children are children, they are easy to please." Momo nodded, Mu Xiaohua had just taken 2 steps, but then suddenly thought of the woman he had seen in the park this afternoon, and stopped again. Chapter 9, A Big Order. Mu Xiaohua turned to Momo and slowly crouched down. "Momo, I want to ask you, when you went to the park today, did you meet anyone?" Momo tilted his head and said, "Yes." Mu Xiaohua continued, "Then tell me, what did you meet?" Momo looked into Mu Xiaohua's eyes. "Today, an aunt came to see Uncle Lu, and Uncle Lu seemed a little scared." Mu Xiaohua is puzzled. Is Uncle Lu afraid of that woman? Why is Uncle Lu afraid? Momo thinks for a moment, and then says, "He hugged me and ran. He was sweating all over." Mu Xiaohua looks at Momo's expression and wants to laugh. Running is afraid? Well, I said he was guilty, but he still won't admit it. He's lying. Momo replies with a serious face. "Oh, I see. Okay, go watch TV, I'm going to cook." Mu Xiaohua walked into the kitchen, a little distracted. Her woman's intuition told her that woman must be related to Lu Qingyao. Thinking of Lu Qingyao, Mu Xiaohua couldn't help feeling a little sad. Lu Qingyao left Mu Xiaohua's house and hailed a taxi on the roadside. "Driver, go to Xiangshan Community." "Okay, fasten your seatbelt." The taxi slowly started. Lu Qingyao leaned back in his seat and touched his mobile phone. Then he felt the 2,000 yuan in his pocket and fell into deep thought. When they arrived at Xiangshan Community, Lu Qingyao paid the 25 yuan fare and opened the door to get out of the car. He took out the key and opened the door to the rented room. He opened the refrigerator and found the leftovers from yesterday's meal, as well as half a pot of soup and a bowl of rice. Qingyao smiled as he looked at the leftovers. There was just enough food. So he picked up the soup and rice and walked into the kitchen. He turned on the gas on the stove and started cooking dinner. Looking from the living room to the kitchen, he could vaguely see Qingyao quickly waving the spatula. The fog completely covered his face. There was no way around it, the exhaust fan was broken. He had already called his landlord several times, but the landlady kept saying she was busy. If he didn't like it, he could find a new place to live. This made Qingyao angry and curse. But if he buys a replacement himself, even if he buys a cheap one, it will cost at least 1,000 yuan. And if he moves in the future, no one will buy this thing second-hand. After thinking about it, he didn't want to waste this 1,000 yuan. Cheating the damn landlord. Waving the smoke off his head, Qingyao walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of fragrant soup and rice. After a hearty meal, he collected the dishes and utensils, washed them and put them away in the cupboard. He then went to his bedroom and changed into his yellow chef's jacket. He picked up his helmet and walked out. Just as he reached the downstairs parking area for his electric moped, his phone rang. It was his colleague Zhang Ming calling. Zhang Ming, Xiao Lu, have you started your first delivery tonight? Qingyao, I've just arrived downstairs and will start work soon. Zhang Ming, I've already made dozens of deliveries. There are quite a few orders in the night market area right now. Do you want to come over? Qingyao, okay, I'll be there in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Qingyao rode his electric scooter towards the night market area. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Qingyao arrived at the night market. Looking up, not far away, a man in his 30s was sitting on a public bench, with a cigarette in his hand and mouth, and a small electric bicycle parked next to him. If it wasn't Zhang Ming. Speaking of Zhang Ming, he was quite like-minded, and Qingyao came to Hualong Technology Company a year ago. He happened to be assigned to Zhang Ming's department. The two often went out together to run business. And over time, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Zhang is in his 30s. His wife stays at home with the children, and the expenses are relatively high. Basically, he is the one who shoulders all the responsibilities. At that time, Qingyao also urgently needed money. Under the pressure of life, the two discussed and decided to go out for takeaways. After all, they have free time and it will not affect their work. In this way, the two worked as salesmen at Hualong Technology during the day. In the evening, the two met up and went out to deliver takeaways together as part-time jobs. And they've been doing it ever since. Seeing Qingyao approaching, Zhang Ming waved at him, saying, "Lu, why are you only here now?" He casually handed Lu a cigarette. And Lu took it, smiling and saying, "I got held up a bit." "Not bad for you, you delivered quite a few orders." Beep. A phone alert sounded. Zhang Ming took out his phone and looked at it, smiling and saying, "Look, I got a big order." The customer ordered a lot of dishes, and the delivery fee was not bad. Zhang Ming held up his phone, tapped the screen, and handed it to Qingyao. "I told you there were a lot of orders here, I just delivered a big order, and now there's another one." With that, he stood up and patted his buttocks. "I'll go pick up the food from the merchant first, you wait here." Qingyao gave a small smile. "Go ahead, be safe." After about 2 or 3 minutes, his phone rang too. Qingyao stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, looked at the phone and whispered, "Here's the order, let's get to work." Qingyao went to the merchant to pick up the meal. The customer ordered a lot. After 2 minutes, Qingyao picked up the meal the customer ordered and rode his small electric bicycle to the customer's address. Confronting Hotel. In the suite, Qingyao was wearing a set of thin silk pajamas, holding a magazine in her hand, sitting quietly on a chaise longue. Her long, silky hair fell behind her head. She looked less cold and more gentle. Lanya sat on the sofa staring at her phone. "Qingyao, it's been a few years since you came to Jiangcheng, I miss the food here. I'm tired of the hotel food, why don't we order takeaway tonight?" Lanya said, looking at Qingyao pitifully. Su Qingyao put down the magazine, walked up to her and poked her forehead. You glutton, what do you want to eat? Lung Yu stuck out her tongue. I've found a few famous snacks. Can you help me make a reference? She handed her hand to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao glanced at it and was speechless. She gave Lung Yu a dirty look. Is this all you can find? You ordered so much, can the two of us finish it? Then she handed her phone to Lung Yu. Go ahead, you'll be stuffed later. Lung Yu took the phone, gave a little smile, and said, I'll place the order then. Su Qingyao picked up the magazine and spat out 2 words, suit yourself. After placing the order, Lung Yu had no trace of a lady's image, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, starting to catch up on the drama. On the other side, Lu Qingyao rode his little electric bike through the city's traffic, hurrying towards the customer's address. Looking at the location on his phone, he was still halfway there. Drip, ring, ring. Lu Qingzhou's phone beeps with an incoming call reminder. He glances at the screen and sees it's Zhang Ming. He answers the call and immediately hears Zhang Ming's agitated voice through the earpiece. Zhang Ming, where the hell are you? Lu Qingzhou, I'm on my way to deliver food at the Huangting Hotel. Zhang Ming, that's great, I'm also delivering to the Huangting Hotel. Damn it, my little electric moped has broken down. Chapter 10, One More Step, Bad Review. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly responded. Hold on, I'll be right there. Hung up the phone, started the electric moped, and rushed non-stop towards Zhang Ming's location. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Ming's figure gradually appeared in Lu Qingzhou's line of sight. He was standing by the roadside smoking a cigarette. Lu Qingzhou parked the moped and asked, What's going on? Zhang Ming stubbed out his cigarette butt and said, I don't know. I was running, and then I stopped. Lu Qingzhou looked up and down at the electric scooter. Was it out of battery? Zhang Ming squatted down next to him and said, No, I clearly charged it last night. Never mind, forget it. You and I will both deliver to the Huangting Hotel. I'll trouble you to deliver this order for me. I'll send you the money for the order. There's not much time, so hurry up and go, and don't let the customer complain. Lu Qingzhou has been running for more than a year, so he naturally knows this. He put the food delivery for Zhang Ming in his car, turned to Zhang Ming and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of this order, and I'll definitely get you a good review. You don't need to pay the money, we're brothers, we don't need to worry about this. Let's go. Zhang Ming didn't act pretentiously, and shouted towards Lu Qingzhou's back, Thanks, brother. Lu Qing waved his hand, No need to be polite, just be my slave in the next life. Zhang Ming. In a flash, Lu Qingzhou's large single shadow disappeared into the night. Royal Court Hotel. Lu Qingzhou parked his electric moped, picked up the food the customer had ordered, and ran quickly towards the hotel entrance. He got into the elevator and Lu Qingzhou glanced at his phone. He let out a breath and whispered a few words. 1 minute left. Hurry! Hurry! The elevator arrived on the 21st floor, and the door slowly opened. Lu Qingzhou took a few steps and rushed out. In front of him was a long corridor. He glanced around and saw that there weren't many rooms on the entire 21st floor. There were only 6 in total. He looked down the corridor to the nearest hotel room next to him, which was 2105. He remembered that the client's room number was 2101. So he quickly ran towards the right. In the suite of the Huangting Hotel, Lung Yu looked at the delivery time on her phone, pouted, frowned, and complained, What's wrong with this delivery guy? It's almost the last delivery time, and it hasn't arrived yet. I'm definitely going to give him a bad review. Looking at Lung Yu, who was a little exasperated because she couldn't eat, Su Qingyao glanced at her, shook her head, and smiled. She guessed that there was traffic or something, and it might arrive soon. As soon as Su Qingyao finished speaking, the door to the hotel room was knocked on. Lung Yu immediately stood up from the sofa in excitement. The takeaway I ordered has arrived. Quickly smoothed the facial mask on her face and put on her slippers. She ran towards the door with her feet tapping. Her anxious appearance was like a kitten that had been locked in a cage and starved for a few days. With a creak, the door opened a width of 1 person. From inside the room came Lung Yu's dissatisfied voice. How did you deliver the food? It's already past the time, and I'm going to give you a bad review. Lu Qingyao hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, there was a problem on the way, so I'm a little late, I'm really sorry. As soon as Lu Qingyao spoke, Su Qingyao, who was sitting on the recliner, froze. The voice was so familiar. She put down the magazine in her hands, put on her shoes, and slowly walked towards the door with a frown. Lang Yu, however, had no intention of letting him off so easily. Although she had said she would give him a bad review, she was just trying to scare him. But it was still necessary to vent her criticism. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I don't want to hear your excuses. Your attitude towards work makes me very dissatisfied. Just then, Lu Qingyao glanced behind Lang Yu without meaning to. Fuck. Su Qingyao. Suddenly, it was as if the air had frozen. Lu Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Panic, confusion, embarrassment. A strange array of emotions swept through Lu Qingzhou's heart. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I meet her again? In 2 days, this is the 3rd time I've met her. Oh, God! You're fucking playing with me! Listening to the footsteps close at hand, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly held his breath. A silent cry in his heart. Don't recognize me! Don't recognize me! Family members, you encounter your ex-girlfriend while delivering takeaways. No! It's a girlfriend who didn't even get to say goodbye to her. What do you do? It's urgent, waiting online. Su Qingyao slowly paced up to Lu Qingzhou. She looked up and down at the delivery boy in front of her. He was the same height as Lu Qingzhou. Lang Yu saw that Lu Qingzhou was bowing his head and not saying a word, frowning. Why aren't you saying anything? You were just making excuses, now you're mute. Lu Qingzhou was about to cry. Please let me go. Humph. Woman. Don't make me beg you on my knees. His mind raced, and he came up with a quick solution. Without changing his expression, he reached up and touched his nose, actually trying to change the sound of his voice. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, my electric mule broke down on the way here, which is why I'm a little late. He even bent down to apologize to Lang Yu. He thought that his words and apology were sincere enough, and that the other party would not make things difficult for him. Unfortunately, he was not a professional, and the deliberately controlled sound of his voice sounded a bit strange. The biggest problem was that he forgot the saying that too much talking will lead to mistakes. Su Qingyao glanced at him, and Lu Qingzhou's body suddenly felt like an electric arc running through it. He involuntarily shivered. Looking up, the voice of ice pierced his eardrums. It's over. It's over. Did he get recognized? I'm going to be a Barbie doll. These past 2 days have been inauspicious. I will definitely change the orientation of my bed when I go back at night. Then I will buy dozens of pendants online and carry them with me. Lu Qingzhou felt a burst of anxiety in his heart. He should have been recognized, so he quickly slipped away. The meal has been delivered, I'll go first, he said, quickly walking towards the elevator. Lang Yu didn't know why Su Qingyao was interested in this delivery boy. Her eyes wandered over Lu Qingzhou's body. Lu Qingzhou. An icy voice came from behind him. Lu Qingzhou cursed in his heart. Damn it! What bad luck, he was recognized. Lu Qingzhou? Who? Don't know? Didn't hear it. Lu Qingzhou continued walking. Hearing Su Qingyao call out Lu Qingzhou's name, Lang Yu finally reacted. The other person was wearing a little yellow hat, and the upper part of her face was blocked, so she didn't recognize her. Hearing the other person's voice, she always felt like she had heard it somewhere before. Now that she thought about it, wasn't this Su Qingyao's white moonlight Lu Qingzhou? The young man with the child she met in the afternoon. Seeing that the other person was about to disappear, Lang Yu hurriedly shouted towards Lu Qingzhou's back. Stop, one more step, bad review. Bang! Lu Qingzhou stopped in his tracks, retracting his left foot that had taken a step forward. Lang Yu walked quickly towards Lu Qingzhou and grabbed his clothes. Lu Qingzhou slowly turned around, and Lang Yu reached out and removed his little yellow hat. It really is you. Lu Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he gave an awkward smile. Chapter 11 Should, There is no time. to look at the frosty-faced Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao, who was walking towards him with a stern expression on her face. Lu Qingzhou twitched the corner of his mouth. So we meet again, he. Lang Yu looked at Lu Qingzhou's embarrassed expression, stammering as he spoke, and almost laughed out loud. She desperately held back her laughter. Su Qingyao's gaze slowly moved down his face, and then back up to his face again. A young master of the house, with 10 fingers that never touch any water. Now he works like a horse during the day. Is a chef at a hotel at night. Helps people with their children at the weekend. And now he's turned into a delivery boy. What has he been through all these years? It hurts. It hurts so much. This emotion also lingered in his heart for a moment, before passing in an instant. Humph. Trying to run again? Lu Qingzhou squeezed out a smile and explained, no, absolutely not trying to run. Su Qingyao looked into Lu Qingzhou's eyes, a playful expression on her face. You don't have the baby with you now, so you should have time, right? Lu Qingzhou's heart suddenly became as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Qingzhou's mind was spinning with confusion. When suddenly he thought of an old excuse. I'm still braising ribs at home, and I haven't turned off the gas yet? You shouldn't have time. Lang Yu. Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao gave him a cold stare with her beautiful eyes. That's a really lame excuse. Lu Qingzhou responded with a serious face, it's really true, I'm not lying to you. A flash of brilliance flickered in Su Qingyao's eyes. Okay. On hearing these words, Lu Qingzhou's heart suddenly began to pound furiously. He was a little excited. Su Qingyao should believe the nonsense he made up. No. It's the truth. He mustn't get excited, and there must be no obvious abnormalities. Su Qingyao's eyes are very sharp. He reminded himself secretly. He thought he had hidden his emotions well today. But Su Qingyao's next words left him dumbfounded. Since you have to go back and turn off the gas, such an important matter, Lang Yu and I will drive you back. What? Lu Qingzhou was dumbfounded. According to the script. I acted so sincerely. Shouldn't you just let me go? I delivered your food, and you're sending me home? Su Qingyao, you've changed. You're not playing by the rules anymore. Oh my god. I've really dug myself a big hole. If Su Qingyao and the others follow him back, won't his hideout be exposed? Lu Qingzhou really wanted to slap himself. Idiot. Look at the stupid thing you've done. As Lu Qingzhou stood there dumbfounded, Lang Yu hurriedly turned her back. Su Qingyao's gaze was fixed on him. And Lu Qingzhou felt like he had no way to hide from her at the moment. No, I don't need help. I can go back on my own, so I won't trouble you. You guys hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. Her little scheme had long been seen through by Su Qingyao. This time, Su Qingyao didn't waste any time with him. Her tone was unmistakable and clear. Come inside with me. After saying that, Su Qingyao stopped looking at him and turned towards the open door. She had him completely under her control. After taking a few steps and seeing no movement behind her, Su Qingyao said coldly, Lang Yu, get the car ready. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly woke up and said, no need to go to all that trouble. I'll go inside with you. Lu Qingzhou moved his feet, which felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't take a single step for a long time. Lang Yu pushed Lu Qingzhou from behind, saying, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Okay. There's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. Lu Qingzhou moved his feet. His heart feeling as heavy as if he were going to the execution ground. Bang! Click, click. As the door slammed shut and locked behind them, Lu Qingzhou despaired. Lang Yu, who was walking behind him, watched him stride forward as if he were going to the execution ground. Her small hands tightly covered her lips. She was afraid that she really couldn't help it, and burst out laughing. Su Qingyao sat on the sofa, pointing to the seat next to her and said, sit. Lu Qingzhou sighed and stopped struggling. She glanced at the ottoman next to her and slowly sat down. Lang Yu placed the takeaway on the coffee table and couldn't wait to open the packaging. She saw the steaming hot crayfish and a large box of barbecue inside. There were also all kinds of other delicacies next to it. And her mouth watered. She swallowed. put on a pair of disposable gloves. She hadn't had these delicacies from Jiangqing for many years. She started eating. She peeled a crayfish, stuffed it into her mouth, and revealed a satisfied look. It's delicious, so delicious. In just a moment, the remnants were already piling up in Long Yu's front. And the atmosphere in the huge living room was a bit strange. One could only hear the sound of Lang Yu eating alone. Su Qingyao was sitting across from Lu Qingzhou. But she wasn't eating. From the moment she sat down, her cold eyes were fixed on Lu Qingzhou's body. Lu Qingzhou felt as if he was being stared at by a lioness. He felt uncomfortable all over. Slowly, he turned his gaze aside. He looked at Lang Yu, who was eating. Lu Qingzhou saw Lang Yu eating so happily, his gaze gradually being drawn in, and his body, which had been tense, unwittingly relaxing. Is it that delicious? It's just some ordinary night market barbecue. But you make it taste like delicacies from the mountains and the sea. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled about Lang Yu's relationship with Su Qingyao. She, the boss, didn't even eat. But her sidekick started eating first. Perhaps it was because he had given up resisting. Lu Qingzhou's mind began to come alive. Lang Yu noticed as she ate that she had been eating on her own and had not greeted the two of them. She licked the grease on her hands. She glanced at Su Qingyao and her face showed a hint of embarrassment. She said, "Sorry, I've been eating on my own and haven't greeted you." "Eat, everyone eat." She said this and handed Su Qingyao and Lu Qingzhou a pair of gloves. Su Qingyao's gaze then shifted from Lu Qingzhou to her hands. She gently slipped on the gloves. Lu Qingzhou looked at the gloves in his hands. He was a little at a loss. Should he eat? Or not? A real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he let a woman boss him around at will? He was about to place the gloves on the coffee table when Su Qingyao glanced at him, as if she could read his thoughts. And her cold words immediately entered Lu Qingzhou's ears. "Wear it." Lu Qingzhou was stunned, his gaze floating uncertainly to Su Qingyao. "I don't accept your order. You tell me to wear it, so I wear it. Don't I have face?" Without waiting for him to continue his speculation. Chapter 12, What a Threat. Another cold word of advice came to his ears. Bad review. Me. Damn it. What a threat. When did this woman learn these despicable tricks? Humph. This trick is too damn effective on me. I'll eat it now. What a tragedy for the cow and the horse. Lu Qingzhou pulled back his thoughts, hurriedly raised his hand, which was starting to droop, and quickly put on a disposable glove on his hand. A plate of crayfish was handed to him. Then there was another clean plate. Lu Qingzhou grabbed a crayfish, peeled off the shell and was about to put it in his mouth. Who told you to eat it? Put the peeled one in this plate. Lu Qingzhou looked up at Su Qingyao. The two of them faced each other. The originally steaming shrimp meat was now as cold as ice in his hands. She has indeed begun her revenge, obediently placing the white, tender shrimp meat in the dish. In this way, for every one he peeled, Su Qingyao ate one. Looking at the empty dish, Su Qingyao frowned. Why are you peeling so slowly? Can't you peel faster? Thorn. A cold arrow pierced Lu Qingzhou's heart. He let out a cry, looked down and sped up the speed of peeling the shrimp. Su Qingyao raised one leg, her mouth slightly upturned. She quietly watched the busy movements of Lu Qingzhou's hands. Lang Yu ate quietly on the side, from time to time glancing at Su Qingyao and Lu Qingzhou. Alas! When will the cycle of vengeance end? In no time the plate was full. You peeled so much, what do you take me for? Thorn. Another cold arrow struck Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou's forehead veins pulsed slightly. Hold it. Hold it. No, I can't hold it. It seems that he is on the verge of exploding. Let's go inside and talk. Su Qingyao stood up and walked towards a bedroom. Pop. The angry blood tank, which was about to fill up, suddenly returned to its original point and was slowly pulsating, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to explode. Lu Qingzhou slowly got up and followed Su Qingyao into the bedroom. Bang! A sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The door was closed by Su Qingyao. What was to come had come. If there was to be a reckoning, then let it be complete. Lu Qingzhou walked to the window and looked out at the lights and revelry and blossoming flowers outside. His voice was a little low. You seem to have been doing well over the years, haven't you? Su Qingyao walked over slowly and stood next to him. His gaze falls on the lights of thousands of households in the distance. And he gives a cold smile. I have you to thank for this, you know? The startup capital for my business was obtained by selling the gifts you bought me. I sold them for 9.8 million yuan, and the car you gave me contributed a lot to that sum. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be where I am today. Thank you. These words sound a little harsh. Lu Qingzhou looks at the traffic in the distance, and his heart aches like a needle piercing it. Those are all the witnesses to their love. However, he turned and looked at Su Qingyao's profile, which was still the same as ever, so unrealistically beautiful. After a long silence, he said slowly, gifts are just dead objects, but you know how to make the most of them and make your business a success. I'm also happy for you. I remember you once said you wanted to become an entrepreneur. Congratulations, you've made it. Su Qingyao rested her hands on the window frame, her fingers trembling slightly. This is not what she wanted to hear. Suddenly, she turned around. Her face as cold as the moon. Her beautiful eyes showed no emotion, but you could see the rage pulsing within. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Do you know how I've been living all these years? Su Qingyao suddenly looked like a crazed female leopard, her hands tightly grasping Lu Qingzhou's collar as she shook him frantically. Then, a dense array of fist marks greeted Lu Qingzhou's body. When I made up my mind to be with you, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why? Say something, why? Tears welled up in Su Qingyao's eyes like a tide. Lu Qingzhou was like a rag doll, as Su Qingyao let out her anger on him. Her hands gradually loosened their grip on Lu Qingzhou's collar, and her body slowly crouched on the ground. She covered her face and burst into tears. At that moment, she seemed like a helpless little girl, at a loss, confused. 5 years. Su Qingyao had been looking for him for 5 whole years. And Lu Qingzhou had been avoiding her for 5 whole years. She needed him most, but she couldn't find him. Seeing Su Qingyao's heartbroken appearance, Lu Qingzhou's heart ached fiercely. And he slowly crouched down and patted her shoulders lightly with both hands. But Su Qingyao pushed him away. Don't touch me. Lu Qingzhou fell to the ground with a thud, his hands hanging limply at his sides. After a long while, his somewhat low and sad voice slowly came. 5 years ago, my family went bankrupt, and my father also took poison and killed himself. I went from being the eldest son of the richest man in Jiangcheng to a beggar, instantly becoming a joke. I really didn't know what to do at the time, I was so scared. People came to the door all day to collect debts, and relatives and friends avoided us like the plague, hiding far away. To avoid those creditors, I took my mother to the north, and I changed my phone number. I was afraid to contact anyone. In the end, my aunt helped us take out a mortgage on everything we could sell at home, and my aunt herself also helped us out with some money to fill the hole in our family. Even so, it was still a bit short. After my father passed away, my mother's health suddenly collapsed. In the past few years, I have also been scrambling to earn money to pay for my mother's treatment. It wasn't until a year ago that my mother's health improved, so I took her back to Jiangcheng with me. His tone was flat, unhurried, as if he were talking about an inconsequential matter. Lu Qingzhou did not answer her. But she obviously already knew the answer. Su Qingyao slowly stood up, her gaze condescendingly fixed on Lu Qingzhou, her voice coming from the depths of the underworld, cold and piercing. You think I'll forgive you after all that? You think you're doing it for my own good? Do you know what I want? You self-righteous coward, you don't even have the courage to explain to me. 5 years, do you know how I've survived these 5 years? Lu Qingzhou, I will never forgive you. Get out of here. I don't want to see you right now. Su Qingyao picked up the pillow on the bed and smashed it furiously onto Lu Qingzhou. Goose feathers filled the entire bedroom. I'm not saying these things to win your sympathy and earn your forgiveness, I just want to put an end to our abrupt parting. Lu Qingzhou stood up and walked to the door. He left with a single sentence and slammed the door behind him. With a loud bang, Su Qingyao crouched down. Leng Yu looked in the direction Lu Qingzhou left, went into the bedroom, helped Su Qingyao up, and tightly embraced her trembling body. I won't let him off lightly. Qingyao leaned her neck on Lang Yu's shoulder and sobbed softly. Her beautiful face was covered in tears. Like a wounded fairy. Waiting for the fairy prince to save her. Chapter 13, when the topic comes up, just give me a hard time. Lang Yu hugged Qingyao tightly in his arms, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, Lang Yu felt a little heartbroken too. He said softly to comfort her. From your perspective, I don't think it's too much. Some suffering is just predestined. You have to eat what you have to eat. You have to accept what you have to accept. This is your fate. Seeing that Qingyao was gradually getting her emotions under control, Lang Yu immediately took her back to the living room and said, You haven't eaten much tonight, and I haven't had a chance to eat all the delicious food you ordered. Lang Yu looked at Qingyao with a sincere face and said. Qingyao glanced at the remnants on the table and was suddenly speechless. You haven't had a chance to eat all the shells yet, have you? Lang Yu stuck out her tongue and said. You went inside, didn't you? No one was supervising me, and I seem to have eaten a bit too much. Oh, by the way, about buying a house, I googled it and it seems like a pretty good property with good reviews. Lang Yu said, handing Qingyao the information in her hand. After taking the information, Qingyao glanced at it, nodded, and said softly, View of the mountain number 1, it looks pretty good. Let's go take a look tomorrow. If there are any ready-to-move-in apartments for sale, that would be even better. Ahem. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Putting the information aside, Qingyao lightly coughed with her hand covering her lips. What's wrong, having a relapse? Lang Yu hurriedly dropped the barbecue in her hands and walked over to Qingyao to check on her. Qingyao waved her hand, It's nothing, just take a rest and I'll be fine. Lang Yu turned around and poured her a glass of water. Here, drink some water first. The doctor said you need to rest and not get too emotional, otherwise it will be difficult to recover. Qingyao took the glass Lang Yu handed her and took a couple sips. Sigh, some emotions just come out of nowhere, it's not that easy to control. Qingyao closed her eyes and fell asleep on the recliner. After drinking some water, she seemed to feel a little better, and her coughing wasn't as severe as before. Beep. The phone on the coffee table rang. Qingyao suddenly opened her eyes. Just as she tried to get up to get the phone, Lang Yu handed it to her, smiling, saying that it was Auntie Chen sending you a video call, and it seems that Zaya Zaoza misses you. Come to think of it, you haven't opened a video call with her for 2 days. Qingyao's face revealed a glimmer of maternal love at these words. Qingyao took the phone and it was indeed a video call from her mother, Chen Meiyan. She unlocked the phone and pressed the call button. A little white girl appeared on the screen, with thick black hair as black as ink, and a plump little face that looked particularly cute. Mommy, why didn't you call me? I miss you. A soft, cute voice came from the phone, melting Qingyao's heart. The radiance of motherhood suddenly blossomed on her face. At this moment, she was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof person she had been when she had confronted Lu Qingzhou earlier. Jojo, Mommy misses you too. Are you being good at home with Grandma and Grandpa? Have you been naughty? I've been the best. I haven't caused any trouble for Grandma and Grandpa. I ate the little meatballs Grandma made today, they were delicious. Jojo held the phone up to her face and chatted with Qingyao. Her face looks even more rosy, tender, and plump. She is so cute. Qingyao looked at the child on the screen, and feelings of nostalgia welled up in her, and she couldn't wait to return to her child's side. She wiped her cheek, quietly wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, and hurriedly appeared on the screen again. You be a good boy at home, and Mommy will come back in a few days to see if you are doing well. I'll buy you lots and lots of toys. Jojo's small head nodded heavily towards the screen of the phone. Yes, you hurry back, I miss you so much. Mommy will be back soon to pick you up, okay? Qingyao looked at Jojo and softly comforted the child's emotions. Yes. You give the phone to Grandma, Mommy wants to say a few words to her. Jojo obediently handed the phone to Chen Meiyan. The screen inside the phone shook a few times. And the face of a middle-aged, beautiful woman appeared, which looked 7/8 like Qingyao. No wonder Qingyao is so beautiful. You can tell from her mother's face. Mom, Qingyao called out softly to Chen Meiyan. Chen Meiyan's voice of caution also came through the phone. Yao Yao, you have to take care of your health when you're out there. You can't earn money forever. Well, I'm already a mother, I'll take care of myself, so don't worry about me. By the way, Mom, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Mom is listening. Chen Meiyan responded as she looked at Su Qingyao. Once I have straightened out the work here in Jiangcheng, I plan to bring you all to Jiangcheng together after a while and stay here for a while. What do you think? Su Qingyao told Chen Meiyan her plans. Okay, Mom doesn't have any objections. However, Mom is going to nag you one more time. You are now successful in your career, and in a flash you are almost 30 years old. You should consider finding a man, so that you can give Jojo a complete family. Yao Yao, say something. Every time we talk about this topic, this child just hangs up on me. Okay. Su Qingyao's response was simple and clear. Chen Meiyan. Beep. The video call is over. Hoo-hoo. Su Qingyao let out a heavy sigh of relief. Lang Yu walked over slowly, sat down next to her, and looked at Su Qingyao with her big, bright eyes. Yao Yao, why don't you just tell your aunt the truth? Su Qingyao turned her head and looked Lang Yu straight in the eye. What do you mean? Her tone was indifferent. Lang Yu was taken aback. Not sure what her situation was, but she continued, you didn't want a boyfriend before because you were still thinking about Lu Qingzhou. Now that you found him, why don't you tell your aunt so that they can stop nagging you about getting married? Su Qingyao thought for a moment, frowned, and said, there's no rush on this matter. Before I fully understand everything that's happened around Lu Qingzhou, it's best that they don't know. And you're not to tell them anything about Lu Qingzhou either. Lang Yu shrugged. I know, sometimes I really don't want to get involved in your affairs, it's really nerve-wracking. Then, she gave a shallow smile, like me, I don't talk about love and romance, I live a relaxed life, if I had time, I would go to the food court more often and eat the delicacies from all over the country, wouldn't that be nice? Su Qingyao gave her a blank stare. When you meet someone who makes your heart flutter, I hope you can still be carefree like this. I'll stop here. I'm going to take a shower. Remember to go look at the house tomorrow. Staying in a hotel still doesn't feel as secure as staying in your own home. Su Qingyao stood up and pounded her small waist a few times. Moving her neck a few times, she walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 14, She is like the scorching sun, and I am like a teasing child. Leaving the Huangting Hotel. Lu Qingzhou's mood was like the dark clouds hanging in the night. So heavy that it could not dissipate. Standing in front of the hotel, he looked at the scenery slowly unfolding in the night. The neon lights of the city reflected in it, the bustling flow of cars and people, everyone rushing about their own business. However, all of this seemed so cold and heartless to him. The closed revolving door was like the barrier between him and Su Qingyao, separating them into two different worlds. The security guard stood there indifferently, not reacting to the departure of the delivery boy. Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath to try to calm his turbulent emotions. Looking up at the endless night sky. The originally starry sky was now shrouded in a huge expanse of darkness, as if a black cloth had covered the entire world. This sense of oppression came like a tidal wave, leaving him with no escape. A cool breeze swept by, bringing a chill that made Lu Qingzhou shiver involuntarily. This slight prickle stimulated him and brought him back to a slight state of lucidity. At this moment, he felt as if he were on an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. His mood contrasted sharply with the quiet atmosphere of the city at night, despite the hustle and bustle around him. But he could not blend in, wandering alone in the darkness of this city. Alas! A light sigh. Lu Qingzhou walked towards his little electric moped. Dragging his heavy body, he went straight back to Xiangshan community. And tonight, he did not continue to deliver takeaways. He was just about to lie down and rest, to bury this damn encounter of the day. Zhang Ming called over, and Zhang Ming's voice came from the phone. Zhang Ming, are you still out running? Lu Qingzhou's voice, a little low, responded, no, I'm back. Zhang Ming, what's going on, you're going home so early tonight? Lu Qingzhou, I'm tired, I want to rest. Zhang Ming, that's not like you, what's wrong, have you run into something? Lu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, I can't explain it in a few words. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, laughed, hee hee, that's good, you have a story and I have wine, I called you to ask if you want to come over for a drink. I'm at Yongla Street, Uncle Sam's barbecue, remember not to come by bike. Lu Qingyao was about to refuse when Zhang Ming's phone hung up. He didn't want to go anywhere right now. He just wanted to take out his broken heart in the quiet of the night. And get a few stitches. After a moment's thought. But it's good to drink, at least I don't have to be so sober and count the crimes I've committed. He washed his face casually in the bathroom. Changed his clothes. And casually closed the rusty security door. He went to the entrance of the residential area, stopped by the roadside and hailed a taxi. And Lu Qingyao gave the driver an address. The driver hit the accelerator. And the taxi sped off like a gust of wind. Paying the fare and getting off the taxi. Lu Qingyao looked up and saw Zhang Ming sitting at a small stall not far away. He scanned the passing traffic with his eyes. And came over to Zhang Ming. Lu Qingyao pulled out a stool and sat down with a thud. Zhang Ming turned to look at him, frowned slightly, picked up a can of beer on the table, opened it and handed it to Lu Qingyao. He opened another can for himself. Lu Qingyao took the wine and took a long drink, gulping down half the bottle. Zhang Ming took a sip too. And looked at Lu Qingyao, who looked listless. Zhang Ming asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong with you? You look so depressed, it's as if your face is written with the word bothered. Tell me, I'll help you analyze it." Lu Qingyao was silent for a moment. Then took another sip, and finished the bottle of beer without eating any barbecue. Seeing Lu Qingzhou's silence, Zhang Ming ran his hand along his chin, his gaze wandering over Lu Qingyao. "Is it a matter of money? There's not tens of thousands of dollars, but Zhang, you can still squeeze some out." Lu Qingyao sighed slightly. "It's not a matter of money. I met her, just last night, at the Kyle Hotel where I work part-time." Zhang Ming was confused. Her? Him? Who? Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a surprised face, "You mean, your school beauty queen girlfriend from 5 years ago?" Lu Qingyao nodded gently. "I avoided her for 5 years, and I didn't expect to meet her again last night. We met again this afternoon in Nanhu Park, and I fled in disarray. I thought it was over. But I didn't expect that the 2 takeaways at the Huangting Hotel tonight were ordered by them." I'm about to crack up. Zhang Ming gave him a cigarette and thought for a moment. The probability of these 2 meeting is too high. As for Lu Qingzhou's girlfriend, the school beauty, Zhang Ming had heard her mention it when he drank with Lu Qingzhou before. So he more or less knew something about her. So what attitude does she have now? Lu Qingzhou fell silent. And opened another beer for himself. After a while, he quietly spat out a few words. "I guess she really hates me." His voice was a bit low and his mood was low. Thinking about tonight at the hotel. Su Qingyao's face was like ice, her eyes cold and indifferent. And there was that heart-wrenching roar. "Lu Qingyao, I will never forgive you." Which lingered in his ears for a long time, never fading. Looking at the extinguished cigarette in his hand, Zhang Ming gave him another cigarette from the pack. "So what do you think?" Lu Qingzhou raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Ming, sighed lightly, and said, "She has lived the way she wants to be, radiating light. And I just want to escape from her light and out of her sight, as far away as possible." Zhang Ming's eyes locked on Lu Qingzhou's face and he spoke slowly, "You still have love for her, don't you? Otherwise, why have you avoided her for 5 years?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "You are afraid to face her because you are filled with guilt and inferiority. You used to be dazzling and now you have fallen so low. The huge contrast of falling from the clouds to the dust has hit your self-esteem hard. What you cannot overcome is actually the barrier within yourself." Zhang Ming's words pierced Lu Qingzhou's heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Ever since the incident at his home, his classmates, best friends, and even his relatives had been making fun of him. They mocked, ridiculed, and insulted him. It seemed like yesterday when it happened. He couldn't accept that kind of reality. During that period of time, he shut himself inside the house and fell into a long period of depression. He wanted to call Su Qingyao, but he was afraid. He was afraid that Su Qingyao would also become like them. He was afraid that even the last shred of his spiritual sustenance would leave him. He panicked, was at a loss, and had nightmares all night long. In his dreams, the relatives, friends, good brothers, and the one she loved most surrounded him one by one, mocking and taunting him, and their hideous faces often woke him up. After a long time, Lu Qingyao took a deep breath and let out a sigh. The past is gone, time will never return, I am no longer the noble Lu family son. And she is no longer the innocent girl she once was. Now she has lived her dream, and I now seem to exist as a joke. Haha, is this situation not a bit comical? Between the lines, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Zhang Ming saw this and gently moved his stool, sitting close to Lu Qingzhou and patting him on the shoulder. Zhang Ming didn't know how to comfort him either, so after a moment of silence, he said, maybe you can try to salvage the relationship. Lu Qingzhou turned his head away, and a resolute look of escape shone in his eyes. Big brother, the way she looks at me is as if she wants to dismember me. I can't avoid her. There is no chance of us getting back together. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became even more silent. Zhang Ming thought for a moment and tentatively said, why don't you find a girlfriend first? You're 27 years old now, which is the perfect age to get married, and the success rate of marriage is very high. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Ming, speechless. According to the latest research, the perfect age to get married is rarely 55 for a 60-year-old woman. Zhang Ming was stunned, a little confused, and asked in disbelief, where did such an outrageous statement come from? Lu Qingzhou responded expressionlessly, because, as soon as you get married, you can receive a pension, you don't have to go to work, you don't have to have children, there is probably no relationship with your mother-in-law, you don't have to buy a car or a house, you just play every day, and the most important thing is that you will grow old together as soon as you get married. After hearing Lu Qingzhou's words, Zhang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. But upon closer inspection, the more he heard it, the more it sounded like it made sense. Chapter 15, Big Client. After finishing their late-night snack, the taxi arrived at the Fragrant Hills residential area, and Lu Qingzhou got out of the car groggily. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, he looked up at the moon, obscured by dark clouds, and seemed to see the image of Su Qingyao's peerless face in his eyes. As he looked on, in that instant, Su Qingyao's beautiful face suddenly turned into a hideous black-faced demon, opening its huge mouth and pouncing at him. Lu Qingzhou was extremely frightened, quickly reaching up to protect his head and crouching down. The drunkenness instantly dissipated by half. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and saw that the originally starry night sky had become pitch black, with a few stars twinkling faintly. Where was Su Qingyao's shadow, and where was the existence of the demon with black face and fangs? The moon also seemed to be hiding shyly in the clouds. Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his mind. While he was still relatively sober, he walked quickly towards his rented house. Back inside, Lu Qingzhou ran to the bathroom, threw his jacket soaked with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes into the washing machine, turned on the shower and let the cold water slap his body. His vision gradually blurred, and a warm mist rose. He cried, helpless like a child, tears streaming down his face. Sometimes, a single sentence strikes the heart because it touches a chord. A single tear rolls down the face because the defenses have collapsed. When he got up in the morning, Lu Qingzhou acted as if nothing had happened, straightening his tie in the mirror and straightened his suit, which had some wrinkles. Looking at the energetic young man in the mirror, he shouted, come on. Carrying his backpack, he walked out. On Sundays, it was Lu Qingzhou's day to hand out flyers. Now that the real estate market was in the doldrums, it was difficult to sell properties, and many developers were engaging in mass marketing. This happened to be convenient for Lu Qingzhou, and it was an opportunity for him to take on an additional part-time job. He rode his small electric bicycle to the sales department of Guanlan No. 1. Lu Qingzhou took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was exactly 8:30. He walked into the sales department and went straight to the office of the marketing manager. Knock, knock. A middle-aged man was sitting in the office, looking at the information in his hands. The middle-aged man was Manager Lu. He looked up at Lu Qingzhou as he walked in and said with a smile, it's Qingzhou. It's such a nice day, I thought you'd go out and relax, but here you are. Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter if it's a clear sky, you know my situation. Manager Lu nodded, okay, then you can lead the way for today's flyers. As usual, you can keep all the commission from the customers you develop yourself. Lu Qingyao stuffed a large stack of flyers into his backpack, making it bulge, probably about 10 caddies in weight. After saying hello to Manager Lu, he walked towards the door with his backpack on his back. Manager Lu looked at the closed door inside. It's all about fate. Who would have thought that the once young master of the Jiangqing family would come to him at this time to work part-time and earn money? Recovering his gaze, he picked up the documents on the table and continued to study them. Carrying the flyers, Lu Qingyao rode his small electric bicycle to the downtown area. He handed out flyers to anyone he saw. And although some passers-by looked a bit ordinary in their clothes, Lu Qingyao didn't let them go. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. What if someone else has the strength? Who knows? Anyone over the age of 16 is his potential customer. The main principle is to err on the side of caution. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Qingyao had already handed out a third of his flyers. He had left the phone numbers of 7 or 8 potential customers. 2 ways to put it. Imperial Court Hotel, Suite. Su Qingyao woke up Lan Yu, who was still sleeping. It was already 9 o'clock, so she quickly got up and got down to business for the day. Lan Yu came to the living room in her slippers, her eyes still half closed. Her long hair, which she had slept with messy, was scattered carelessly on her cheeks. She looked like a lazy little cat. They got into the elevator, left the hotel. Lan Yu drove. Su Qingyao sat in the back, her gaze fixed on the window. The street that she was familiar with even with her eyes closed. At this moment, it had a brand new look. The tall white poplars were gone. And there were rows of red and green maple trees. Her eyes followed a couple who were playing and fighting. And then slowly withdrew. At the entrance to the sales office of Guanlan No. 1, Lan Yu parked the car in a parking space. Su Qingyao wore large sunglasses that covered half her face. They got out of the car and went to the sales hall. A salesperson came to greet them. Are you ladies here to buy a house? Su Qingyao looked around without saying a word. Lan Yu took out her phone and slowly said, do you have any units of this type of house for sale, furnished, and ready to move in? Money is not a problem. The salesperson took the phone Lan Yu handed over and looked at it. Her brows furrowed slightly. What, there aren't any? Lan Yu asked, puzzled. The salesperson returned the phone to Lan Yu and said, not at all. Please wait a moment while I find our manager. Lan Yu waved his hand and said, okay, hurry up. The salesperson went to Manager Lu's office. Manager Lu, a customer wants to buy a fully furnished unit that is ready to move in. We've already sold all the fully furnished units we have. What should we do? From the tone of the customer's voice, there is a high chance of a deal if there is a unit available. Manager Lu thought for a moment, and his eyes immediately lit up. There is indeed a suitable unit, although it is a second-hand property. But the customer has not lived in it for a day. It is no different from a new property. I will go and take a look with you. Lan Yu and Su Qingyao waited for about 2 or 3 minutes. Manager Lu and the salesperson walked towards Su Qingyao and the others, briefly fixing their gaze on them. With a hint of apology, he said, sorry to keep you waiting, ladies. I am the manager here. Lan Yu said simply, get to the point. Do you have any fully furnished houses that we can move into immediately? Manager Lu smiled and replied, we do have such houses, but the situation is like this. Manager Lu gave Lan Yu and Su Qingyao a general rundown of the situation with that house. Lan Yu glanced at Su Qingyao and saw her nodding. She looked at Manager Lu and said, yes, arrange for someone to show us the house. Wait here, I'll arrange for someone to show you the house. She turned around, took out her phone and made a call. On the other side, Lu Qingyao looked at the rising sun overhead, reached up and wiped a hand over his face. The phone rang. Lu Qingyao, hello, Manager Lu, what can I do for you? Manager Lu on the other end of the line hurriedly said, hurry back to the sales department, we have a big customer who wants to buy the house you have in your hands. Lu Qingyao was thrilled to hear this and said, okay, I'll be right there. The property in his hands was the one he sold. Originally, it was a new home that the client had prepared for their marriage. But unfortunately, the two eventually parted ways. The client felt that there was no point in keeping the house. So he found Lu Qingyao again, hoping that he could help resell it. If this house sells, he can make tens of thousands of dollars again. Which is just wonderful. From Manager Lu's tone, it sounds like a quality client. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to tell him to go back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu put the large frame of the moped down, inserted the key, and turned the key in one go. The speed gear was directly set to the highest. And whoosh! The moped sped off. He was humming an unknown song. And it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Lu Qingzhou's location for handing out flyers was only 2 kilometers away from the sales department. This was also to facilitate bringing mobile customers to see the house. And he arrived at the entrance of the sales department in a few minutes. Lu Qingzhou parked his electric moped, put on his backpack, and ran towards the sales department with the wind in his hair. When he arrived at the lobby, the salesperson who had previously received Su Qingyao hurriedly came over and said, "The client is in Manager Lu's office, you can go in now." Lu Qingzhou patted his shoulder and said, "Thanks," and quickly walked towards Manager Lu's office. He opened the door and saw the backs of 2 beautiful women. Their backs turned to him, sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea. Manager Lu. Manager Lu nodded. "These 2 are the clients who want to see the house today." Lu Qingzhou walked over to them. Suddenly, the air froze instantly. Lu Qingzhou was momentarily stunned. A little at a loss for words. A sentence about linen plates almost came out of his mouth. And he was a little awkward speaking. Su Qingyao. Chapter 16. You poisonous woman, what a heart of ice. Su Qingyao never expected that. The salesperson who was going to show them the house would be Lu Qingzhou. It had only been 2 days. But she and Lu Qingzhou had already run into each other several times. Their meeting seemed like a smile of fate, like 2 flowers brushing past each other in the wind. It was also like 2 stars meeting unexpectedly in the night sky, adding an unpredictable touch to each other's lives. Su Qingyao's face was expressionless, but a strange gleam appeared in her eyes. Fortunately, she was wearing sunglasses today, so she was not noticed. Lang Yu also didn't expect to run into Lu Qingzhou again. She was puzzled. How could she run into him everywhere she went? Fate was really ridiculous. Looking at Lu Qing's panicked expression, Lang Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Puff! Before she could swallow the tea, it splashed unreservedly onto Lu Qingzhou's clothes. Lang Yu wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Lu Qingzhou. "Haha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Saying this, she tore some paper from the table next to her and was about to wipe the water stains off Lu Qingzhou's clothes. Lu Qingzhou, however, took the tissue in her hand, her face twitching fiercely a few times. "It's okay, it's just a little tea." Manager Lu, who was sitting across from Su Qingyao, glanced at the group and tried to sound casual as he asked, "Qingzhou, do you know these 2 beautiful women?" Lu Qingzhou, "Yes." Su Qingyao, "No." Lang Yu in her heart, "Whatever." Manager Lu. This time it was Manager Lu's turn to be confused. But after all, they had all come of age at the same time, so they could see clearly that Lu Qingzhou and the girl in the sunglasses must know each other. And they are very familiar. Lovers. It must be. It is estimated that when Lu Qingzhou was still a young master, he started a relationship with this girl and then abandoned her. So, this girl has such an icy attitude. Manager Lu affirmed what he was thinking. His gaze moved imperceptibly from person to person. It seems that the situation is not good now. If this matter is handled well, it will be a beautiful thing. A story of a broken mirror reunited like a fairy tale. If it is not handled well, then there may be an accident right in front of your eyes. For a moment, Manager Lu forced a smile on his face and looked at Su Qingyao to seek her opinion. "Miss Su, shall I rearrange someone for you?" "No need to change, just him." S. Su Qingyao's voice was cold and piercing, as if it had penetrated from the glaciers of the North Pole, carrying a chill that made people shudder. Manager Lu trembled all over, feeling the temperature in the room drop a few more degrees. Unwittingly, he turned up the air conditioning a little. He shifted his gaze to Lu Qingzhou's face, and the 2 of them locked eyes. Manager Lu cast a sympathetic glance in Lu Qingzhou's direction. He silently mourned for him in his heart. What debt is the most difficult to repay? Nonsense, needless to say, it's a debt of love. Lu Qingyao just felt that the heavens were fucking with him. Could it be that his luck had run out? Now he was just having the worst luck. The shock of the past few days had been almost as much as he could handle in a year. He was helpless. But the tens of thousands of yuan within his reach were beckoning to him. Compromise? Struggle. Struggle a little more. Ah. Forget it. Compromise. Why fight with money? Just show them the house, right? I'm a man. I'm not afraid of her eating me. Scared? What's the scariest thing? Being poor is the scariest thing, the most terrifying. Compared to being short of money, that little unease in my heart is nothing. Oh. Perfect. Lu Qingyao successfully convinced himself. Pulling back his thoughts, Lu Qingyao glanced at Su Qingyao, who was wearing big sunglasses, and he wasn't sure if Su Qingyao was also looking at him. But his man's sixth sense told him that. At that moment, he was being stared at by a tiger. After a few seconds, Lu Qingyao broke the silence. It's fine, I'll show them around, I know the place. Only Lu Qingyao himself knew how much reluctance and struggle were suppressed in his words, it's fine. Seeing Lu Qingyao agree, Su Qingyao put down the teacup in her hand and turned to walk towards the door. Long Yu followed behind her. And Lu Qingyao opened his backpack and took out the car keys for the small electric stove and put them in his pocket. He turned and followed them. After the three left, Manager Lu tugged at his tie and muttered a complaint. What kind of weather is this? Why is it suddenly so hot? Lu Qingyao followed behind them. Su Qingyao's quick footsteps were like the sound of a life-threatening three-part drum, which made Lu Qingyao feel a little distracted. After going out, he regretted it a little. He regretted agreeing to show them the house. It's just a few tens of thousands. Sigh. In fact, tens of thousands of dollars is still quite a lot, and it is indeed considerable for Lu Qingyao now. With a somewhat depressed mood, he followed them to the parking lot. Lun Yu pressed the car key and the lights of the Maybach came on. She was the first to get into the driver's seat. Su Qingyao also got into the back seat. Lu Qingyao thought for a moment and said, "Drive to the curb and wait for me for a moment. I'll take you there on my bike." Su Qingyao looked straight ahead and said to Leng Yu in a light tone, "Drive." The Maybach slowly drove towards the exit in front of Lu Qingyao. He hurriedly trotted behind the car. But alas, Leng Yu drove too fast, and in a flash of smoke, he was filled with fuel exhaust. Bah! Bah! What quality! When they reached the roadside, Leng Yu had already parked the car there waiting for him. Lu Qingyao took 2 breaths, took out the key, and put down the large frame. He rode the small electric donkey in front to lead the way. Leng Yu slowly followed behind him in the car, heading towards the Guanlan No. 1 property. Su Qingyao's gaze was fixed straight ahead, watching the somewhat emaciated back figure in front of her. Her eyes couldn't help but become a little dazed. He had once owned countless luxury cars, and drove them all every day. However, at this moment, he was riding a dilapidated little electric moped through the traffic. A deep sense of pain quietly permeated the depths of her heart. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a large vehicle slowly pulled out next to her, and Lu Qingyao hurriedly gripped the brakes, letting go of her feet, which scuffed the pavement and left a long trail. Due to inertia, and the fact that the moped's brakes were not very good, it still charged forward for a distance. Luckily, it stopped when it was still a meter away from the large vehicle. Lu Qingyao let out a heavy breath. Leng Yu also followed her and slammed on the brakes. A panic flashed through Su Qingyao's mind, but when she saw that Lu Qingyao was fine, she let go of her tightly clenched fingers. Her gaze was like the stare of death as she looked at the truck. The truck driver opened the window, revealing a face full of fierce expression. The bald guy looked at Lu Qingyao and opened his mouth to say, "Driving so fast, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Nima. You're affecting my passage, and you're so damn arrogant. I haven't studied much, but I know a little bit about Kung Fu. Get the hell off my car." Lu Qingyao was about to pull over and argue with him, but the other party didn't give him the chance. Fuck! He cursed and stepped on the accelerator, speeding off. Lu Qingyao looked at the van as it disappeared into the distance, and cursed under his breath. thinking that he still had to show Su Qingyao and the others a house. He rode his small electric bicycle angrily and continued walking. After a while, Su Qingyao's dissatisfied voice came from behind Long Yu. Long Yu, let him get in the car, he is so slow, when will he get there? Long Yu was taken aback, and then hurriedly agreed. But secretly he laughed to himself, if she cares, she should just say so, why make up so many excuses? Long Yu remembered. Since they bought this car, they have never let a man sit in it. Once, she accompanied Su Qingyao to a business dinner. The other party's boss shamelessly took advantage of the alcohol and sat in the car, but Long Yu invited him out of the car. Needless to say, the deal fell through. Long Yu slammed the accelerator and drove to an open area. She stopped and glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing Lu Qingzhou already following her on a small electric bicycle. She rolled down the window. Lu Qingzhou parked his car next to her window and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Miss Long Yu?" Long Yu glanced at the moped under him and said, "You're riding too slowly. Get in the car." Hearing Long Yu say this, Lu Qingzhou was also a little helpless. This is a request from the client that must be met. He glanced around. He parked the car under a tree nearby. After parking, he looked up and looked around. There are no cameras here. He prayed secretly, hoping that it wouldn't be stolen. Seeing him dawdling there, the cold voice of Su Qingyao came from the car. "Get in the car." Lu Qingzhou. But he didn't say anything. He walked over silently. He opened the passenger door. And just as he opened it, the voice of Long Yu came from the driver's seat. "You can't sit in this position." "What?" Lu Qingzhou didn't react. Long Yu's voice came again, "The front passenger seat is my exclusive seat. I'm a germaphobe and don't like it when other people sit in my seat." Lu Qingzhou was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't mean that I have to sit on the roof of the car, do you?" Lu Qingzhou said in shock. Long Yu almost laughed out loud. This down-and-out young master seems a bit stupid. I've made it so clear. But he still doesn't understand. Alas. It seems that she still needs to assist a bit. She coughed lightly twice, turned her head and looked at Su Qingyao. "The seat behind me is General Manager Su's exclusive seat, and the seat next to it is not yet taken." After listening to this, Lu Qingzhou was shocked. "Long Yu. You poisonous woman. What a vicious heart. I have no grudges with you today nor any old scores to settle. Why are you trying to harm me?" Su Qingyao was also stunned for a moment. She had never imagined Long Yu would do such a thing. But since Long Yu had already said so much, she could only acquiesce and did not speak out to rebuke her. She glared at Long Yu through the lens of her glasses. A cold wind suddenly blew through the car. And Long Yu secretly stuck out her tongue. Just as Lu Qingzhou hesitated, the cold voice of Su Qingyao came again. "What are you doing? Don't waste my time." Lu Qingzhou gritted his teeth, pulled open the rear door and ducked into the car. He sat in the seat he was supposed to. "Wow. It smells good." This was Lu Qingzhou's first impression as he sat in the car. He stared straight ahead, not daring to let his eyes wander. His body was a little stiff. The softness of the seat cushion made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. The car slowly started to move. And everyone in the car was silent. Long Yu didn't want to say anything. Su Qingyao felt that there was no need to speak. And Lu Qingzhou would never take the initiative to speak. Time slowly passed. And Long Yu couldn't hold back any longer. She glanced at the navigation's upper journey prompt. And suddenly, her gaze fixed on the navigation's route map. And she saw a prompt with an icon pop up on the navigation. "P.S. New book, seeking attention, urging for more, your data is very important to me. Thank you, esteemed readers." Chapter 17, Cold-Blooded Little Thoughts. There is just a sharp turn ahead. Long Yu's mouth corners rose up in an arc. And her eyes twinkled. Looking at the curve that was getting closer and closer, she glanced at the rearview mirror without saying a word. And said, "Now." Long Yu's hand slammed the steering wheel while her mouth corners were already almost reaching her ears. Su Qingyao let out a oops. And her body, which had already been relaxed, was defenseless. and leaned directly towards Lu Qingyao. At this moment, Lung Yu's voice came from the driver's seat at just the right time. So close, it was a near miss. Su Qingyao's head rested on Lu Qingzhou's shoulder. And Lu Qingzhou suddenly felt a familiar breeze. In the moment Su Qingyao fell backwards, he subconsciously reached out his hands to. Soft and slender. This grip made Lu Qingzhou's heart flutter. It was like opening Pandora's box. And many emotions immediately welled up in his heart. They were all the beautiful times the two had spent together. However, before he could think much more, Su Qingyao hurriedly sat upright from Lu Qingzhou's body. Her cold and frosty face instantly flushed a little. Before the two could catch their breath, there was another sharp turn, this time by Lu Qingzhou. He sat upright, his back not even leaning against the seat. And in an instant, he fell into Su Qingyao's bosom, freezing the air. Su Qingyao stretched out her hands, exasperated. "What's wrong with you? You can't even sit still in the car." Lu Qingzhou hurriedly extricated himself from Su Qingyao's embrace, sat up straight, and shifted a few times to the side. He sat tightly against the door, a little embarrassed, and looked at Su Qingyao, apologizing awkwardly. I'm sorry. But in his heart, he felt a burst of pent-up anger. This woman is so two-faced. When she crashed into me, she acted as if nothing had happened, and she didn't apologize. I just threw myself at her, and she spoke harshly to me. She's unbelievable. Do I need to reason with her? No way. Silence is the best protest. In Lu Qingzhou's mind, the beautiful memories were like bubbles, shattering in an instant and turning to nothing. The temperature in the car dropped to freezing point. It almost froze his soul, which was already covered in cobwebs. His face was a little sickly, and his gaze looked out the window. Lung Yu frowned slightly. The atmosphere was even more oppressive. On the way to Guanlan No. 1, there was another sharp turn. Before Lung Yu could let out an exclamation, the emotionless, cold voice of Su Qingyao rang out in the car. If you don't drive properly, I don't mind getting a new secretary. Lung Yu pursed her lips and muttered, "It's just a bumpy road." Su Qingyao didn't respond to her, her gaze shifting to the window. Lung Yu's driving has finally settled down. 1 Guilan. Lung Yu followed the route Lu Qingzhou had indicated, driving into the underground parking lot of the residential compound. After getting out of the car, Lu Qingzhou walked in front of them with his backpack on his back. He led them towards the elevator. They arrived at the elevator. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment and then said, "This building has one elevator serving 2 households, which is very convenient for the owner's travel, and there is no need to worry about crowded elevators. The elevator is a foreign imported brand, so there is no problem with quality or safety. Owners can ride it with peace of mind." Lu Qingzhou briefly told them about the elevator. Lung Yu nodded from time to time, while Su Qingyao kept her cold, unfriendly face. With a light sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Lu Qingzhou reached out to block the elevator door, letting Su Qingyao and Lung Yu enter first. He pressed the button for the 20th floor, and the elevator door slowly closed. Once inside, Lu Qingzhou continued, saying that the elevator's ascent speed was not bad, and it ran relatively smoothly without a hint of jitter. Lung Yu felt it and nodded in response, "It's really not bad." When they reached the 20th floor, the elevator door slowly opened. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly reached out to block the elevator door, and then followed the two out of the elevator. The entrance to the apartment was about 5 or 6 square meters. Lung Yu looked around and nodded, feeling that it wasn't bad. "Let's go inside and take a look." Lu Qingzhou went to the door. The lock was a combination lock. As soon as he reached out to touch the door lock, Lu Qingzhou suddenly hesitated. Seeing him standing still, Lung Yu urged, "Just open the door." "You haven't forgotten the code, have you?" Lu Qingzhou responded, No. Then he gritted his teeth and entered the code quickly, thinking that they wouldn't notice. He quickly entered a few numbers, 960102. Su Qingyao stood behind him, watching his hand movements. A flash of surprised brilliance flickered in her eyes. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a crisp ding, the door opened. Stepping inside, Lu Qingzhou's heart immediately relaxed. Luckily, Su Qingyao hadn't noticed, or else it would have been embarrassing. He walked into the living room. Lu Qingzhou got back to his work, carefully explaining the layout and furnishings of the room to the customer. This was the daily routine of a salesperson. The house has a large open space, with 4 bedrooms, a study, and 1 room left empty. The owner originally planned to use it as a gym, but then never got around to buying the relevant fitness equipment, so they decided to sell it. Qingyao took a look around each room in the house. Lang Yu looked at the large bed in front of her and said happily, "This is a nice room, I'll take this one." Qingyao didn't say anything, but took out her phone and walked into the other bedroom, closing the door behind her. Qingyao saw that she seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't bother her. When she came out of the bedroom, Qingyao looked at every corner of the room before returning to the sofa and sitting down. Qingyao pulled a stool and sat in front of her. Qingyao looked straight at Lin Mu and said in a neutral tone, "Today in your manager's office, why didn't you refuse?" Qingyao glanced at Qingyao. From her eyes, he saw teasing and mockery. He was silent for a moment, looked up and stared directly into Qingyao's eyes, and said, "I don't want to make trouble with money. Are you so sure I will buy it?" Qingyao's eyes narrowed slightly, with an ambiguous smile in her eyes. Her eyes fell into Qingyao's eyes, piercing his heart, and it hurt a little. Qingyao took a deep breath, his face pretending to be carefree and relaxed, and said, "The sale is a fair transaction between you and the owner. As for whether you buy or not, I can't control it. If you buy, I get a bigger commission, and if you don't buy, I don't lose anything." Click. Lang Yu pulled open the door from the next room and walked out, happily saying to Qingyao, "President Su, the children's room next door is yours." Chapter 18, Your car broke down, and we are responsible. Before Lang Yu could finish speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by Qingyao. Her voice was a little cold. "Did you look at Lang Yu's house carefully?" This voice of Lang Yu carried a hint of coldness, and Lang Yu was momentarily stunned. She then met Qingyao's cold eyes. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have left out something just now. She responded with some embarrassment, sticking out her tongue, saying, "I'll take a look at that one. I didn't look carefully at that room just now." After saying that, she quickly walked over to the bedroom next to it. What did Lang Yu just say? Children's room? Did she mean that her child would live there? Qingyao is already married? And has a child? Qingyao's mind went blank in an instant. He felt like his heart had been squeezed hard, and instantly filled with a strong sense of pain and loss. "It hurts. I didn't expect that after 5 years apart, she already had a child." That's right. A beautiful woman like her, with a successful career, it would be strange if she stayed single. In a daze, he smiled sadly. "What does this have to do with me? He is like a tiny firefly, but the other person is the bright moon in the sky. Ha ha." Qingyao quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at the side of her face that was so beautiful it took your breath away. He asked in a flat tone, "Su, you've seen the house pretty much, so if you're going to buy it, just give me a definite answer. If you are going to buy it, I can contact the previous owner." Qingyao was suddenly surprised when he called her Su's own. She turned her head and looked at Qingyao, and their eyes met. Qingyao did not avoid her gaze this time, but looked at her very frankly, his face showing no emotion. He really was talking to her as a real estate agent. She was a little puzzled, feeling that Qingyao had suddenly changed like a different person. Her mind struggled to recall what had caused Qingyao to suddenly change. Suddenly, she understood that it had happened after he had been rebuked by Lang Yu. So that was it. Upon thinking about this, a smile could not help but appear on the corner of Qingyao's mouth. Qingyao, who was facing her, saw her smile a little when she was in a daze just now. She did not see it wrong. She seemed to have smiled. Qingyao was a little confused. She couldn't figure out what was going on with her. She spoke again, and it was only then that Qingyao came back to her senses. The smile on the corner of her mouth had already been covered by the ice that had not melted for thousands of years. As if she had realized that she had just lost her temper, she coughed lightly and said coldly, "Let's go back and think about it. First, add a contact method." Qingyao was stunned. And Qingyao continued, "This will facilitate our communication about matters related to this house." Qingyao nodded and responded seriously, "Miss Su is right, I was negligent. I apologize." In fact, even if Qingyao hadn't explained, Lu Qingyao didn't think there was a problem. Without contact information, do I have to go to the sales department and wait for fate? That's nonsense. His time is precious. Basically, every day he is either on his way to make money or on his way home from making money. He has no time to waste. Lu Qingyao cheerfully took out his phone and scanned Su Qingyao's QR code. In the end, they saved each other's phone numbers. Su Qingyao explained that it was easier to communicate by phone, and WeChat was used to send information. Su Qingyao stood up and walked towards the room Lang Yu was looking at. She glanced at the contact information in her hand without making a sound. And the smile on the corner of her mouth was hard to suppress. She arrived at the bedroom door. Seeing that Lang Yu was bored and looking at the scenery outside the window, Su Qingyao called out to Lang Yu, who was still carefully looking at the room. Hearing Su Qingyao's voice, Lang Yu hurriedly walked out of the room. Let's talk about it later. Lang Yu let out a small sound, and followed Su Qingyao's footsteps out of the room. Lu Qingyao walked last, turned off all the lights, checked the room again, and locked the door. He got into the elevator and went to the basement. Lang Yu got into the car. Su Qingyao saw Lu Qingyao standing still, so she said, "Get in, I'll take you back." Lu Qingyao said, "Don't bother, I'll just take a taxi to where I parked my electric scooter." Apart from discussing business, he really didn't want to have contact with her. Once the house matter was settled, he would escape. The further away, the better. Then find a place with no one around, take out that broken heart and mend it a little. Let himself live a few more years. However, the ideal is beautiful, reality is cruel. Su Qingyao's indifferent voice came to his ears again. If you don't want a commission, just take a taxi. Lu Qingyao, can you stop threatening me with my weak points? I do need money. But let's save some taxi fare. After all, it can save the money for another meal. Immediately, he got into the back seat without saying a word. Lang Yu took in the many emotions in Lu Qingzhou's eyes. Her mouth twitched slightly, and she hurriedly turned her head and covered her mouth. It was still very quiet in the car. No one took the initiative to break the silence. Soon, Lang Yu drove the car to the place where Lu Qingyao parked his electric moped. He parked the car by the roadside and Lu Qingyao got out. His gaze looked in the direction of the parked electric moped, and he was instantly dumbfounded. He hurriedly ran over and looked at the electric moped in front of him, which had been cut into 5 pieces. His eyes red with rage, he roared, "Who the fuck is so stupid as to do this to my electric moped? If I find out who you are, I won't let you off the hook, damn it." As she watched Lu Qingyao, who was beside himself with anger, Lang Yu turned her head and glanced at Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao, who was feeling a little guilty, looked away. Lang Yu, you didn't have someone do it, did you? Her words carried a hint of doubt. How could Su Qingyao admit it? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Then she said in a flat tone, "It seems that his car won't be able to ride, let's get off and take a look. After all, it was me who let him get into the car, and that's why he parked it here. That's why the car is in this state. To be honest, I'm also a bit responsible. How about this, we'll compensate him with a new one. Otherwise, I won't feel good about it." Hearing this string of words from Su Qingyao, Lang Yu was directly dumbfounded. It took her a while to come to her senses. If Su Qingyao hadn't said so much, she wasn't sure if it had anything to do with Su Qingyao. After she had said so much, Lang Yu was now 100% sure that it had something to do with Su Qingyao. Lang Yu had been by Su Qingyao's side for so many years, didn't she know her? Wouldn't it be better if we were honest? This black-hearted Su Qingyao, in order to achieve her goal, used despicable means. Lang Yu pondered for a moment and then got out of the car after Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao walked over to the dead moped. Lu Qingyao turned his head to look at Su Qingyao and Lang Yu, wondering why the two women had got out of the car. But he still said politely, "President Su." Su Qingyao waved her hand to stop him, saying, "Your moped has been damaged, and we are partly to blame. I'll buy you a new one." Her tone was calm, and she looked like she was doing her job. Lu Qingyao frowned, and his thoughts immediately became active. Su Qingyao did not let him get in the car, and indeed nothing like this would happen. They are indeed responsible. But not much. His gaze moved imperceptibly to Su Qingyao. What the hell is she up to? She's actually going to compensate me for my car? No, I can't get involved with her. He pulled back his thoughts and said to Su Qingyao, "Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Su, but I dare not let you spend money. After I finish your order, I will have the money to buy a new one myself." Seeing that he did not accept, Su Qingyao's face immediately turned cold. Is that so? Since you don't accept it. Chapter 19, it is inauspicious to enter a house with the left foot first, so this house cannot be taken. Speaking of which, she turned her head and looked at Lung Yu. Lung Yu, which foot did I step in with first when I entered the house? Lung Yu was at a loss, not knowing what Su Qingyao meant, but she thought hard about it anyway. Lu Qingzhou stood aside. Full of question marks? Completely unable to follow her train of thought. He couldn't understand what this question had to do with Xiao Dianlu. He could only watch quietly. After a moment's thought, Lung Yu tentatively said, "I remember it was your left foot that stepped through the threshold first, wasn't it? Am I right?" Su Qingyao's brows knitted, and she sighed slightly. If it was the left foot, then this house might not be for her. What? Lu Qingzhou looked at Su Qingyao in shock. And hastily said, "Su, what do you mean?" Su Qingyao looked at Lu Qingzhou's shocked expression and was very satisfied. She said calmly, "The fortune teller said that I can't enter the house on my left foot first, otherwise it's inauspicious." Puff! Lu Qingzhou almost vomited blood. His mouth twitched fiercely. His heart silently exclaimed, "Su Qingyao, are you serious? If you don't buy it, what money do I have to buy a car? If I don't buy a car, how can I make money delivering takeout? And now you're giving my order to Pa because you entered the house on your left foot first. Not only did I not earn any commission, I also lost a small electric stove." Lu Qingzhou wanted to cry but had no tears. Su Qingyao was staring at him in a daze, so he didn't bother him. Lu Qingzhou looked at Su Qingyao helplessly. "Su, is there something wrong with what the fortune teller said? You should reconsider. That house is really good, the space and layout are perfect." Lu Qingzhou earnestly persuaded Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao shook her head, "I have thought about it thoroughly, and it really isn't suitable." Lu Qingzhou. "Thoroughly my ass, you're just being impulsive." Lung Yu. "You don't need to lie with your eyes wide open just to buy him a new moped." Looking at the over-the-top acting of Su Qingyao, and then at Lu Qingzhou, who looked so helpless, Lung Yu desperately held back her laughter. But seeing Lu Qingzhou so out of it, she was also a little speechless. "Okay. I'll have to rely on me." Lung Yu coughed lightly. "President Su, I seem to remember that the fortune teller said that as long as you go out and break something that day, it will be able to resolve it." Lung Yu said it in a way that made it sound like it was really true. Lu Qingzhou seemed to have grabbed a straw to save his life. "Really? Then, Mr. Su, can you please break something a little bit to dispel the bad luck?" Su Qingyao glanced at Lung Yu and saw that she was smiling at her. She glared at Lung Yu, but her gaze was not angry. Su Qingyao frowned and pondered for a moment, looking at Lu Qingzhou with hesitation on her cold face. "How about this? I'll buy you a small electric mule, that should dispel the bad luck." Buy a small electric mule? That word is so familiar. Lu Qingzhou looked at her blankly. Suddenly he had a sudden realization. He understood. He had been led on a long roundabout by this woman. It turned out that the final problem was with the little electric mule. No. Why did she have to buy me a little electric mule? Is she worried about me? Pop. Get lost. She even has a child now. You're not even worried about cats and dogs. That's right, charity. It must be charity. He has now become a joke. Su Qingyao gives him a little charity, and that satisfies the sense of revenge in her heart. Lu Qingzhou thought for a long time before finally coming up with the so-called reason. Su Qingyao, you've changed. Why do you repay kindness with evil? I don't accept it. I don't want to get involved with a married woman. What should I do? If I say yes, I can earn more. If I say no, I won't get anything, and I'll even lose money. Lu Qingzhou saw a picture in front of his eyes. Various expenses slowly approached him. The money for the medicine, the rent, living expenses, and a small electric moped that was being planned, etc. They all circled in Lu Qingzhou's brain, reaching out to him with devilish hands. Pay. 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 No. Fuck. Lu Qingyao hurriedly shook his head. He cast aside those damn, evil hands. After some mental struggle, Lu Qingyao squeezed out an excited smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your kindness. Get in the car." He even helped Su Qingyao open the car door. No one noticed the smile on Su Qingyao's face after she got in the car. In fact, Su Qingyao was conflicted inside, not wanting to see him sad, but also not wanting to make him feel comfortable. Her emotions were complex, and even she herself found them hard to fathom. She liked the feeling that he cared about her, but didn't want Lu Qingyao to spy the 5 years of longing hidden in her heart. He loved her. Buried in his heart. She loved him. Not shown on the surface. Long Yu had just started the car when Lu Qingyao suddenly shouted, "Miss Long Yu, wait." Su Qingyao tilted her head and looked at him, her fair face with a hint of doubt. Long Yu slammed on the brakes, turned her head and asked, "What's wrong, Master Lu?" Lu Qingyao pushed open the car door, his face full of despondency and self-deprecation, saying, "There's only a down-and-out poor kid here, so what's there to be a Master Lu?" Seeing his despondent figure, Long Yu didn't know what to say. Su Qingyao gave her a cold stare. Long Yu put on an innocent look and whispered, "I didn't mean it." Su Qingyao ignored her. At that moment, Lu Qingyao ran over carrying the corpse of his moped. Long Yu got off the car and watched him run 4 times before he finished carrying the corpse. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingyao looked at the trunk of the car and was a little embarrassed to speak. "Can you help me put these in the trunk and take them away? I want to take them to the junkyard to sell them. Even if they are broken, I should be able to sell them for a few tens or hundreds of dollars." Long Yu was stunned and pointed at the wreckage on the ground in disbelief. "You're asking me to load this into my car? Are you crazy?" Su Qingyao's heart felt like it had been clawed by a ghost when she heard this. It hurt. In fact, Lu Qingyao also felt that this request was a bit excessive. But it felt a bit of a pity to throw it away. Long Yu turned around and took out 500 yuan from her bag. After hesitating for a moment, to take care of Lu Qingzhou's emotions, she tactfully said, "This is 500 yuan, I'll buy this pile of junk, and I'll have someone come collect it later, is that okay with you?" Lu Qingzhou took the money, looking reluctant to part with it. "Okay, you got a great bargain, Long Yu." Finally, she took out a bottle of water from her bag, washed her hands. Lu Qingyao took out her phone and took a picture of the body remains on the ground. Chapter 20, a disaster averted by spending money. Back in the car, Long Yu asked Lu Qingyao where to buy a small electric moped. Lu Qingyao reported a place name. Boom! The Maybach drove forward like a wild buffalo. Lu Qingyao put his bag on his lap and then sent a message to Zhang Ming, telling him to hurry to Yuchan Road to collect scrap iron. Although Long Yu had bought him, but he knew that it was just some charity from Long Yu. He understood. He understood everything. Other people were being considerate of his face, and it was also out of goodwill, so why point it out? Isn't it better to just collect the money in silence? When they arrived at Xinhua Street, there were shops selling small electric scooters on both sides of the street. Long Yu found a parking space and parked the car on the roadside. Su Qingyao glanced at the street and said, "You see for yourself, what brand do you need?" Lu Qingyao glanced at the shop next door and saw a Green Horse electric car store. "This is the one. The batteries for this brand of electric moped are durable." Lu Qingyao led the two towards the store. He didn't know anything about the Green Horse brand, he just wanted to buy one and get away from Su Qingyao. Entering the store, a middle-aged woman in her 40s came up to them. She looked at the group and finally gave Su Qingyao a few extra glances. "So pretty. What a pretty girl," she was jealous as a fellow woman. Overall, this combination of theirs was indeed very eye-catching. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. With a smile, she withdrew her envious gaze and asked, "May I ask what configuration of e-bike you are looking for?" In addition to the middle-aged woman in the store, there was also a middle-aged man sitting at the cash register not far away, smoking a cigarette. Su Qingyao had an expressionless face, and pointed at Lu Qingyao, telling him to buy it. Lu Qingyao glanced at the small electric moped parked in the store, and then his gaze moved to a distance away. He walked over and said to the owner, "How much is this one?" The middle-aged woman walked over and said with a smile, "Young man, you really have good taste. This small electric moped is the best-selling one in our store. It can last for 120 kilometers, comes with a 2-year warranty, and the price is 5,200 yuan. The boss lady went through all the advantages of the small electric stove before announcing the price. Lu Qingyao looked around, and it really was quite good. It had a long battery life and was not too big. It was just a bit expensive, and although Su Qingyao was paying, he couldn't rip her off. In his opinion, the bike was only worth a little over 4,000, and the price of 5,200 was a joke. Did he really think he was a fool? Lu Qingyao hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and Su Qingyao looked at him expressionlessly and asked, "What do you think?" "Just pay if you like it." She didn't know much about the market. But from the look on Lu Qingzhou's face, she could tell that he liked it. As for the price of 5,200, to her it was really nothing. She took out a bank card and handed it to the boss. "Swipe the card." "Swipe my card," a familiar scene. Lu Qingzhou watched the scene quietly, a little stunned. As soon as the boss heard this, the smile on her face could no longer be hidden. Then she continued with Su Qingyao's words, "Young man, you have really good taste. Not only is your girlfriend beautiful, she is also buying you a small electric moped. It is really hard to meet a girl like this nowadays." After the boss looked at the bank card that Su Qingyao took out, he praised her profusely. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzhou was speechless for a moment. And Su Qingyao's cold and frosty face actually turned a little red, before returning to normal. She looked at the boss with a cold face, and said, "Big sister has misunderstood. Just pay the bill." The boss glanced at Su Qingyao. She was pretty, but she gave off the impression that no one should get too close to her. But this had nothing to do with her, so she smiled and took the bank card from Su Qingyao. She turned around and walked towards the cash register. Before Lu Qingzhou could recover from his daze, the bank card had already been taken away by the middle-aged woman. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly walked over to Su Qingyao and whispered, "President Su, this car is not worth this price, don't waste money." "I can get the price down." Su Qingyao gave him a cold stare and spoke in a calm tone. "No need, I don't care about this little money. Pay and leave, don't waste time." Lu Qingzhou didn't expect this to be Su Qingyao's response. "So what if you have some money? Don't show it off in front of me." "Humph." Looking at Lu Qingzhou's uncertain expression, Su Qingyao continued. "If she dares to give me less than the price, I'll tear down her shop." Sheesh. Lu Qingzhou. Su Qingyao's thinking is a bit confusing. I really don't know how such a large group company of hers developed. I guess she's been taken advantage of a lot when doing business. But you can afford to not care, but I do. If Su Qingyao had just given him the money and gone shopping herself, she could have made a profit. But no buts about it. The gap between the two of them was just too big. He wanted to fight for it a little longer. But Su Qingyao had already walked slowly after the shopkeeper. He swiped the card, entered the PIN, and a small receipt was spit out. The transaction was successful. Looking at the small receipt, Lu Qingzhou felt a little bad all over. In the past few years, he had been taking advantage of others. He haggled over shoes. He haggled over clothes. And even when buying groceries, he would try to get the price down. At this moment, before he could show off his advantage, he had been taken advantage of by someone else, and it was still 1,000 or so yuan. Although he didn't pay, he felt like he had suffered a great loss. There was nothing he could do. Su Qingyao had already paid. And he paid really quickly. It was as if he was afraid that the boss lady would change her mind. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment. Su Qingyao should have the same idea as him, wanting to get rid of him quickly and drive off. He had pulled out a few hairs. So he didn't want to think about it anymore. In the end, Lu Qingzhou gave up. Apart from the house, there shouldn't be any more contact in the future. Why think about it? I just need a new electric scooter. After receiving the payment, the shop owner's face lit up. This electric scooter had already been assembled, so there was no need to wait for the owner to do it. Lu Qingzhou rode the electric scooter for a couple of laps. It felt pretty good, with stable brakes and good acceleration. At this point, had already flushed down the toilet the idea of taking advantage of the boss's wife. Lung Yu and Su Qingyao stood side by side, their gazes fixed on Lu Qingzhou testing the bike by the roadside. Lang Yu whispered, "It's hard to imagine that the once richest young master in Jiangchang would dare to feel excited about having a new moped. What has he been through these past few years?" As she watched Lu Qingyao happily ride his moped through the streets, Su Qingyao became slightly distracted. Her gaze followed Lu Qingzhou's figure as he rode his moped cheerfully through the streets. He did not respond to Lang Yu's words. A moment later, Lu Qingzhou rode his moped up to Su Qingyao and Lang Yu, and said with a smile, "This moped is not bad, the acceleration and brakes are fine, boss Su has spent a lot of money." Su Qingyao responded indifferently, "Spending money averts calamity, Lang Yu, go back to the hotel." Chapter 21, The Retribution of the Bald Man. Su Qingyao left a sentence behind, stepped in her high heels and walked towards the parking lot. Lang Yu greeted Lu Qingzhou, "Handsome Lu, we're leaving first, bye." Lang Yu originally wanted to address him as Master Lu, but then changed it to Handsome Lu. Lu Qingzhou smiled at Lang Yu and waved his hand. Su Qingyao's little secretary by her side is quite interesting. What can I say, he's more human. Not as cold as Su Qingyao. But Lu Qingzhou didn't blame her, he had brought on the storm, so who was he to judge? Looking at the receding figure, he said. Lu Qingzhou still shouted out, "Thank you, President Su." Su Qingyao did not respond, opened the car door, and got in. Looking at the receding car shadow, Lu Qingzhou did not linger. Got on his new electric moped and navigated his way through the dense traffic. He looked at the time and realized it was only 2 p.m. So he started his afternoon work of handing out flyers. When he arrived at the commercial street, Lu Qingzhou parked his moped, put on his backpack, and held a stack of flyers in his hands. He stood next to the entrance of a factory and handed them out to anyone he met. There was a recruitment notice on the wall next to the factory. So Lu Qingzhou walked over to take a look. Just then, a middle-aged man next to him caught Lu Qingzhou's eye. The bald man. Lu Qingzhou walked up to him and saw that there were several bruises on the other person's face, with adhesive tape stuck on it. Seeing Lu Qingzhou blocking the way in front of him, the bald man glanced at him. A little puzzled. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Brother, what's your situation? The road is so wide, you have to block my way." Lu Qingzhou gave a cold smile and said, "Oh, so soon you've forgotten? A few hours ago on Yanglu Street, you almost ran me over with your fucking car. Do you still remember?" Upon hearing Lu Qingzhou say this, the bald man immediately remembered. He then said with a bitter face, "Brother, I've already been beaten up, so can you just let it go? It's my fault, so can you let me off?" Lu Qingzhou looked him up and down, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You were beaten up by someone else, huh?" And then said coldly, "None of my business, it wasn't me who beat you up." The bald man responded, "The people who beat me said to be more careful when driving in the future. After thinking about it, I can only think of a little argument with you this morning. Otherwise, I really don't know who would have called someone to beat me up." Lu Qingzhou was stunned. And he didn't know what was going on either. And said, "Don't blame me, you weren't beaten up at my behest. I guess you drive too arrogantly, and you were just caught today." The bald man didn't continue the discussion with him. He had been beaten up, so what could he do? "Can you move aside, then? I need to go to the hospital to get some medicine." Lu Qingzhou saw his miserable state and didn't make things difficult for him. He moved aside a few steps. Lu Qingzhou watched the bald man rush to the hospital like he was escaping, and felt a surge of joy. This old guy, he really got what was coming to him, ha ha ha. Recovering his gaze, Lu Qingzhou walked over to the job advertisement next to him. And there was a blank line. Someone had neatly written several lines of text in pen, which immediately caught his eye. The content was as follows. "Man, listen, little sister, you have a pressure cooker. I'm asking if you're stressed out, because I need to borrow it to cook some sparrows. Woman, listen, little brother, I have a pressure cooker. The temperature is a bit high, so I'm afraid it'll burn your sparrows." Lu Qingzhou burst out laughing. Laughing heartily. What a talent! What a talent! Seeing Lu Qingzhou standing there giggling, passers-by gave him a look of pity and disgust. Lu Qingzhou saw this and quickly suppressed his laughter, quickly walking to the side. After looking at his empty hands, he realized that the last flyer had already been handed out. Lu Qingzhou stretched, got on his electric moped and drove towards his rental house. He hummed a little tune along the way and stopped not far from the entrance to the nearby community. There is a vegetable market here. Lu Qingyao passes by here every day after work, and he always buys some vegetables here to take back home. Walking into the vegetable market, Lu Qingyao looks around. The vegetable vendor next to him shouts, "Handsome guy, what do you need to buy? My vegetables are all fresh." Lu Qingyao gives her a glance and stops in his tracks. Of course. He doesn't stop because the other person called him a handsome guy, but because the vegetables she was selling were so bad. There were only a few leaves left, and they were wilting. And she was asking me what to buy. She's so dishonest. Lu Qingyao continued walking inside. "How much is the meat, boss?" he asked, picking up a piece of pork belly that weighed about half a catty. The boss was sitting on a low stool smoking a cigarette when he heard him ask for pork. He looked up hurriedly. He looked at the pork in Lu Qingzhou's hand, smiled and said, "Brother, the pork belly is 20 yuan per catty." Lu Qingzhou heard him shout a sky-high price, and then put the pork belly back in place. Looking at the boss, he said, "Boss, the current price of meat is not this expensive. I often take care of your business, but you are shouting such a high price. This is not how you do business. It's already closing time for business, so you can lower it a bit, 14 yuan per catty. Weigh it for me." The butcher's boss looked at the pork in Lu Qingzhou's hands and said, "Okay, just this piece, I'll sell it to you." The boss took the pork belly and weighed it, just half a catty. "Great, pack it up for me." After scanning the QR code and paying, Lu Qingzhou happily carried the pork belly to the vegetable vendor's stall and bought some green peppers, as well as some spring onions and garlic. The owner took out some peppers and spring onions as requested by Lu Qingzhou, and picked up a few more cloves of garlic and put them in the bag. Lu Qingzhou looked at the other person's bag and said, "Boss, there are too many spring onions, just a little bit will do, 1 yuan is fine, too many will go bad easily." The boss took out a few more spring onions. After a while, Lu Qingzhou walked out of the vegetable market. Living alone, he didn't buy much. When he arrived at the roadside, got on his small electric bicycle and headed towards the residential area. Once inside the residential area, Lu Qingzhou parked his bicycle at the charging station, locked it, and carried the groceries upstairs. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, stood 2 women, watching Lu Qingzhou return to the residential area. A pair of stunning cheeks, looking cold and frosty, the eyes that were originally domineering were now covered in a layer of mist. The 2 women had followed Lu Qingzhou from the time he handed out flyers, met the bald man, and finally went to the vegetable market, until now when he returned to the rental house. However, Lu Qingzhou was completely unaware of this. Back at the rental house, Lu Qingzhou got busy in the kitchen, looking at the dish and soup on the table. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but swallow. He had a hearty meal. After putting the dishes away in the kitchen, his phone rang. He dried his hands and went to the living room. He picked up the phone on the coffee table and glanced at it. It was Mu Xiaohua calling. He answered the phone. "Lu Qingzhou, Xiaohua, what's up?" "Mu Xiaohua, Lu, are you busy?" "Lu Qingzhou, what is it, Xiaohua?" "Mu Xiaohua, the faucet in my house is broken. I called the property management company, but they said the plumber is on leave. If you're free, can you come over and fix it?" Lu Qingzhou did not hesitate. "Okay, I'll be right over. By the way, do you have any tools at home?" Mu Xiaohua, "Yes, I have a toolbox." Lu Qingzhou, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingzhou got dressed and left the house. Arriving at Shanghai Villa, Lu Qingzhou parked the small electric moped in front of the villa. Chapter 22, Mu Xiaohua's phone call. Arriving at Shanghai Villa, Lu Qingzhou reached out and rang the doorbell. After a moment, Mu Xiaohua came to the door and opened the villa door for Lu Qingzhou. With the help of the light, Lu Qingzhou's gaze looked towards Mu Xiaohua. Today's Mu Xiaohua was picturesque. Her black hair was piled high on her head, with a single strand of hair showing off her charm. Her face, as beautiful as a flower and as pure as jade, was as picturesque as a painting. She wore a delicate and elegant necklace around her neck, a beige dress, and flat shoes, exuding a gentle sense of comfort. A few words rarely popped into Lu Qingzhou's scarce mind. Gentle and refined. Virtuous. A good wife and mother. Seeing Lu Qingzhou staring at herself blankly, Mu Xiaohua's pretty face suddenly flushed. Instead of scolding Lu Qingzhou for being rude, she felt inexplicably happy. With a pair of charming eyes, she stared at Lu Qingzhou and teased. Have you had enough? Do you want me to stand closer so you can take a better look? Lu Qingzhou snapped out of it at Mu Xiaohua's teasing voice. Revealing a wry smile, this is not what I intended, Sister Xiaohua, who told you to look so beautiful? Not to mention that I am a normal person with clear eyes, I guess even a blind man would have to open his eyes and take a look if he met you. Puff. Mu Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed lightly. You have a big mouth, I don't know how many girls you have cheated. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly retorted, you are wronging me, I have never cheated on other girls. Mu Xiaohua did not respond to this, turned around and walked in front, let's go inside first. Seeing that Mu Xiaohua seemed to disbelieve him, Lu Qingzhou did not continue to explain anything. There is no need to explain if you don't understand such things. When they arrived in the living room, Momo was drawing a picture. When she looked up and saw Lu Qingzhou, she happily jumped off the stool and ran to Lu Qingzhou, happily shouting, Uncle Lu, you're here. Lu Qingzhou picked her up in one arm. Momo splashed some saliva on his face. And Mu Xiaohua brought out a suitcase from the room. Lu Qingzhou put Momo down and walked up to Mu Xiaohua. He opened the toolbox and took a look inside. It was quite well equipped with pliers, electrical tape, duct tape, screwdrivers, hammers, etc. He took out the faucet he had bought on the way here and carried the toolbox towards the bathroom. Lu Qingzhou glanced inside and took another look. Damn! What a pretty lace! Mu Xiaohua saw Lu Qingzhou standing at the bathroom door, staring at a certain spot. Mu Xiaohua followed his gaze. She suddenly let out a cry. Her pretty face flushed with shame. She hurriedly pushed Lu Qingzhou away and put away the few small clothes hanging there. Turning around, she ran towards the house. Lu Qingzhou looked at Mu Xiaohua, who had fled in disgrace, and rubbed his nose, muttering, this is not what I want to see, you forgot to collect it. Pulling back his thoughts, Lu Qingzhou checked the location of the leak and realized that the faucet switch was not working properly. He looked around for a while, but couldn't find the water valve switch in the house. So he got up and went to Mu Xiaohua's room, calling out, Xiaohua, where is the main water valve switch in your house? I couldn't find it in the bathroom. Mu Xiaohua opened the door gently. Her face was still flushed, which made her look even more charming. She quickly calmed down, walked out of the room, and said to Lu Qingzhou, there is a water valve switch in the basement. I don't know if there are any other individual settings elsewhere. Then tell me where it is, and I'll go find it, said Lu Qingzhou. You probably won't be able to find it, so I'll take you there. With that, Mu Xiaohua led Lu Qingzhou to the basement. Mu Xiaohua felt around the wall. She found the light switch. Lu Qingzhou followed behind her. They walked down the stairs. They came to a corner. Mu Xiaohua cleared away some old table clutter. This revealed a small cabinet more than a person tall. She reached in and opened the door. Inside was a water valve switch. Mu Xiaohua turned her head. She said to Lu Qingzhou, the water valve switch is here. Without me showing the way, you really might not find it. Lu Qingzhou nodded with a smile. This location is indeed a bit hidden. Sister Xiaohua, please move aside. I'll turn off the main switch first. Mu Xiaohua stood up and walked behind Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou took out his mobile phone and turned on the flashlight to shine it around. The water valve main switch was a bit rusty. Lu Qingzhou reached out and twisted it a few times. It didn't turn, he said, turning his head to Mu Xiaohua. Xiaohua, hold the phone for me. The water valve in your house has rusted over time, and I can't turn it with one hand. Mu Xiaohua nodded. Then walked over to Lu Qingzhou and crouched down next to him. Lu Qingzhou handed him the phone and said, hold the phone and shine it on the position of the gate valve. Mu Xiaohua took the phone from Lu Qingzhou. She said softly, be careful not to get it on you. Lu Qingzhou turned back and gave Mu Xiaohua a small smile. Don't worry, Xiaohua. I'm tough and won't hurt myself. With the two of them working together, Lu Qingzhou finally managed to turn the water valve switch. Quickly turning it off, he leaned sideways and looked up. And suddenly, he bumped into Mu Xiaohua's face. The soft touch of two lips came from Lu Qingzhou's lips. Mu Xiaohua's eyes widened. Her heart beat like a drum, wildly. Her face quickly flushed. The two could feel each other's breath. She pushed Lu Qingzhou away. Hurriedly stood up. and pulled a few steps away from Lu Qingyao. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaohua, I didn't mean it. With a cry, Lu Qingyao sat on the ground with his buttocks, and his head hit the leg of the wooden table next to him. He gnashed his teeth in pain. Seeing Lu Qingyao lying on the ground, Mu Xiaohua hurriedly went up to him and asked, with concern, I'm sorry, I was too nervous. Are you okay? Where did you hurt yourself? Let me take a look. Lu Qingyao rubbed the back of his head and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. The two of them walked one behind the other without saying a word. Back in the living room, Momo had already put away her sketchbook. She was watching TV in the living room. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head in the direction of Lu Qingyao and Mu Xiaohua. They suddenly looked puzzled. Mom, why are you so red? They heard the sound of footsteps and turned to look in the direction of Lu Qingyao and Mu Xiaohua. The two of them looked at each other and then hurriedly looked away. Mu Xiaohua walked over to Momo and said softly with a blush, Mom just climbed the stairs and is a little tired. It's normal to blush. Momo gave a knowing "oh" and her gaze was once again attracted by the little character on the TV. Lu Qingyao walked into the bathroom, turned on the water tap, released the water inside, began to remove the faucet, then wrapped it with water-stopping tape, and then installed the newly purchased faucet. His hand movements were very skilled. Mu Xiaohua stood silently behind him and watched. Chapter 23. The atmosphere was a bit delicate. Mu Xiaohua's gaze kept fixed on the side of Lu Qingzhou's face, and the scene that just happened in the basement kept recurring in his mind. His face became flushed. He saw a few beads of sweat on Lu Qingzhou's forehead. Mu Xiaohua took out some paper and handed it to him, saying, Wipe the sweat. Lu Qingzhou was about to reach out to take it, but then saw that his hands were a bit dirty. Mu Xiaohua glanced at them, took a deep breath, and said calmly, I'll wipe them for you. Lu Qingzhou looked at the beautiful face close at hand, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. Seeing Lu Qingzhou's eyes staring at him, Mu Xiaohua's cheeks flushed with a blush. The atmosphere was a little subtle and a little awkward. Lu, I didn't think you knew so many things. I called you with a try-it-out attitude. But I didn't expect that you could actually fix the faucet. Ha ha. Mu Xiaohua tried to find a topic to defuse the situation. Lu Qingzhou smiled slightly, Sister Xiaohua, do you have so little confidence in me? Ha ha. I can do a lot more, like unblocking drains. I'm also professional, I even have a certificate. Mu Xiaohua couldn't help but smile when she saw his smug expression. Their faces were inches apart, and Lu Qingzhou could clearly see the fine pores on the other person's face. Her smile was so pretty, giving a feeling of warmth and relaxation. Mu Xiaohua withdrew her hand. Lu Qingzhou smiled and said, Thank you, Xiaohua. Mu Xiaohua smiled slightly and said, You're the one doing the work for me, so I'm the one who should say thank you. Fixing a faucet is a trivial matter for me. After slowly turning the last bit of the faucet, Lu Qingzhou turned on the water and tested it, and there was no water leakage. Turning to Mu Xiaohua, she said, Okay, you can use the water now with confidence. He put all the tools back in the toolbox. He washed his hands at the sink, then carried the toolbox out of the bathroom. Mu Xiaohua took the toolbox from Lu Qingzhou. Here, go and rest in the living room. I've made some tea. Thanks, Xiaohua. Lu Qingzhou went to the living room and sat on the sofa. Momo got up from the sofa and climbed over to him. Uncle Lu, will you watch an animated movie with me? Hearing Momo's soft and cute voice, Lu Qingzhou felt a wave of relaxation. He sat her in his lap and watched the cartoon with her. As they watched, Momo turned her head and looked at Lu Qingzhou. She asked in a baby voice, Uncle Lu, do you believe in light? Lu Qingzhou looked away from the TV and looked at Momo in his arms. She was looking at him with her big, dark, bright eyes. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Of course I believe in light, because it allows us to see all the colors in the world. It also reminds us that a new day is beginning. Momo nodded after listening, and said, Well, I believe in light too. Lu Qingzhou laughed. This heartwarming scene in the living room happened to be seen by Mu Xiaohua, who had just returned from the toolbox. She didn't come out to interrupt, but stood quietly in the corner. She was slightly distracted. A family with a man and children is a complete family. A moment later, Lu Qingzhou's phone rang. Lu Qingzhou put Momo back on the sofa and took out her phone from her pocket. It was Zhang Ming calling. When she answered the call, Zhang Ming's voice came from the other end. Brother, you've lost your electric moped, so how will you deliver takeaways tonight? Lu Qingyao, I've bought a new one. Zhang Ming, oh, so when will you be here? Lu Qingyao looked at the time on his phone and responded, I'll be there in a bit. What time are you working tonight? Zhang Ming, same place as always. By the way, what happened to your little electric moped? Why is it junk? Lu Qingyao, I can't explain over the phone, I'll talk to you later. Zhang Ming, okay, I'll talk to you later. Lu Qingyao, I'll tell you when I get there, I'm hanging up. After ending the call with Zhang Ming, Mu Xiaohua was startled by the sound of Lu Qingyao answering the phone, and he walked out of the corner. He slowly walked towards Lu Qingyao, looking at him with a puzzled expression in his eyes. He asked softly, what's wrong? Do you have something urgent? Lu Qingyao scratched his head and said, my friend asked me to go out for takeaways together, and since you don't have anything to do anymore, I'll go back first. Mu Xiaohua was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't know that Lu Qingyao also went out for takeaways in the evenings. In the past, she had never taken the initiative to ask, and it was not convenient to inquire about other people's private affairs. All along, Mu Xiaohua had thought that whenever Lu Qingyao hurried back, he was going to accompany his girlfriend, and didn't think much about it. Later, when she heard that he didn't have a girlfriend and was forced to go on a blind date, Mu Xiaohua was a little shocked. It was only then that she slowly began to care about Lu Qingzhou's affairs. She glanced at Lu Qingyao, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it got stuck in her throat. In the end, she just told him to be careful when riding his bike. After leaving Mu Xiaohua's house, Lu Qingyao rode his electric bicycle all the way to Xiangshan community. When Mu Xiaohua called him, he was in such a hurry that he forgot his yellow cap and yellow vest at home. He had to go back and get them. In Xiangshan community, Lu Qingyao returned to his house. He changed into the yellow vest bestowed by the emperor and put on his cap before going downstairs. He got on his small electric moped and rushed over to Zhang Ming's side, the night market area of the commercial street. Zhang Ming was sitting on his small electric moped, looking at his phone. Lu Qingyao quietly came up behind him, slapped him lightly on the shoulder, and said in a threatening tone, Tao, looking at beautiful women again. He then nudged Zhang Ming and moved a little. He sat next to him on the seat bag of the small electric moped. The cigarette in Zhang Ming's hand fell to the ground, and he suddenly looked back at Lu Qingyao. You little brat, who are you trying to scare? He then bent down and picked up the cigarette but that had fallen to the ground, blew on it a few times, and then put it in his mouth and took a few puffs. He took out a cigarette case from his pocket and offered one to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao naturally took the cigarette, lit it, and the wispy smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth. His gaze fell on the brightly lit downtown area in the distance. Pairs of men and women strolled through the bustling crowd with beaming smiles on their faces. Seeing that Lu Qingyao was not speaking, Zhang Ming turned his head and looked at him, saying, You look like you're burdened with a heavy heart. What's wrong? Lu Qingyao withdrew his gaze, flicked the ashes in his hand, and laughed. What's there to be burdened with? I'm just feeling how time flies by, and how ruthless the years can be. In the blink of an eye, a few years have passed, and I'm 27 years old this year. Zhang Ming said, What's wrong with being 27? It's only at this age that men start to mature and understand, and know what responsibility is. You're just getting started, so what's there to feel emotional about? Lu Qingyao didn't pick up on this topic, but instead asked, What's wrong with your little electric mule, and will it be fixed today? Zhang Ming said, There was a loose power cord, poor contact. If you don't mention the little electric mule, I'd forgotten. What happened to your little electric mule? Lu Qingyao looked helpless. I don't know either. There wasn't a camera there, and I don't know who did it. Damn it, I get angry when I think about it. If I find out who did it, I'll fucking kill him. Lu Qingyao gave Zhang Ming a rough idea of what happened today. Zhang Ming nodded from time to time. When he heard that Su Qingyao wanted to compensate Lu Qingyao for a small electric moped, his face instantly lit up. He said sourly, Don't you get all the benefits and still complain? How come such a good thing didn't happen to me? I'll try out your new small electric moped. His gaze swept over the place. Where is your small electric moped parked? I don't see it. Lu Qingyao got up and pointed to a nearby location. There it is. Chapter 24 Zhang Ming's train of thought. Zhang Ming followed Lu Qingzhou's lead and walked over to the electric bicycle next to them. Not bad, this electric bicycle is much better than the one you had before, look how responsive the brakes are. How much did you pay for it? Lu Qingyao became a little depressed when the subject of price came up. 5,200 yuan. Zhang Ming let out an exclamation and then said, "Are all electric bicycles this expensive these days? I was thinking about replacing mine after a while, but I didn't expect it to cost more than 5,000. I'd better hold off on buying one." Lu Qingyao let out a breath, and Su Qingyao didn't even bargain when she bought the bike. The owner said 5,200 yuan, and she just swiped her card without saying a word. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, mumbling 5,200, 5,200, I get it. Zhang Ming seemed to have thought of something. Lu Qingyao looked at him in a state of sudden enlightenment and asked, "What were you muttering about?" Zhang Ming looked at Lu Qingyao with a faint smile of unknowing severity on his face. "I know why she didn't bargain back." Lu Qingyao frowned at him and asked, "What do you mean? 5,200, you missed a zero, isn't it just 520? She still has feelings for you, brother. You're going to get rich." Zhang Ming looked like a wise guy. Listening to him talk, Lu Qingyao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He rolled his eyes at him. "Brother Zhang, you wouldn't have thought of this point without a 30-year-old cerebral thrombosis." Zhang Ming retorted, "Isn't that so? It's so obvious that anyone can see it." Lu Qingyao. You talk nicely. Why do you still resort to personal attacks? After catching his breath, Lu Qingyao analyzed to him, she didn't bargain because she felt that it would lower her status and she didn't lack money. Think about it, for such a big boss, would she lose face if she bargained with someone over a mere 1,000 yuan? There's another point, she simply didn't want to waste time on this matter. Buy a nice car and go your separate ways. The last point is that she wants to invisibly humiliate me with her evil capital. To sum up, who the hell still has feelings for her? Damn. Regarding the possibility that Su Qingyao might have a child, he didn't list it. It's even more difficult to talk about it. Zhang Ming thought about it for a moment and felt that what Lu Qingyao said seemed to make some sense. According to what you said, I feel that it is more likely that she wants to humiliate you. However, even if she really humiliates you, I still feel a little sour in my heart. And a trace of envy. Lu Qingyao. Ding ding. Zhang Ming took out his phone and said, "Oops, I have a delivery. I'll go now." Lu Qingyao waved his hand and said, "Go, go." He sat alone on a stone bench by the roadside and smoked a cigarette. He was lost in thought. And the scene in the basement with Mu Xiaohua tonight could not help but come to mind. Xiaohua's lips were silky and fragrant. Heart-stopping. It's been years since I've felt this way. Lu Qingyao slapped himself in the face. What are you thinking about? Is this something you can think about? You're just a slave now, a joke. Still thinking you're the same as before. Fuck. With the help of these two slaps, Lu Qingyao finally woke up a little, deeply recognizing his own position. He stubbed out a cigarette and slammed it on the ground. For some reason, tonight, Lu Qingzhou's phone was taking a long time to send an order confirmation. Why hadn't he won the order yet? Time was ticking by silently. As the minutes passed, Lu Qingyao felt inexplicably irritated. He took a cigarette out of his pocket and slowly lit it, taking a deep drag. His restless heart calmed down with each puff of smoke, gradually quieting down. Ding! Lu Qingzhou's phone rang, and he excitedly took it out. At this time, there was no sound more exciting than this prompt. It seemed to be the most wonderful sound in the world. After organizing his emotions, Lu Qingyao took a look at the phone and quickly walked towards the location of the merchant. It was already 11:30 when he returned to Xiangshan community. He still had to go to work tomorrow. So Lu Qingyao quickly went to the bathroom and took a shower. After stepping out of the bathroom, he looked at his phone and 15 minutes had passed. Lying on the bed, she placed her hand on the bedside table next to her, closed her eyes, slept. Meanwhile, in the suite of the Kyle Hotel, Su Qingyao lay on the bed, staring blankly at her phone. After struggling for a long time, she moved her finger slightly and opened Lu Qingzhao's WeChat personal information. There was just a nickname, Alive. With nothing else, clean as a whistle. There was no other useful information. Qingyao was not disheartened and clicked on his circle of friends. There was only one photo of Qingyao and his mother, with the same caption as his nickname, alive. Qingyao slowly opened the photo and enlarged it until it was clearly visible. Her gaze fell on Qingyao's mother, a slightly gray-haired, slightly haggard-looking woman, but the beauty in her bones was still faintly discernible. Then her eyes settled on Qingyao's face. There was less frivolity and more stability. Her affectionate gaze never left the familiar face for a long time. I don't know how long it took. But the familiar face gradually became blurry, and her nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. 2 lines of hot tears slowly slid down her beautiful face, and she wiped them away casually twice. Her eyes instantly becoming cold. Finally, she raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a beautiful yet heart-wrenching arc. Run, why don't you run? Qingyao, I told you, I won't let you go. I will give you back all the pain you have caused me. I will make you live with self-blame for the rest of your life. I will make you live with self-blame for the rest of your life. I will make you live with self-blame for the rest of your life. Ah! Qingyao suddenly sat up in bed in shock. His body was covered in cold sweat. And he took a few sharp, deep breaths before he could even out his breathing. He tried to recall the dream he had just had. But his mind was a little foggy. No matter how hard he tried, he could only remember a vague outline. Qingyao? After a moment of daze, Qingyao could only feel his head getting more and more stuffy. So he wiped the sweat beads on his forehead with his hand. His brows furrowed. Chapter 25. After walking on the night road for a long time, his forehead felt a little hot. Qingyao cursed under his breath. Fuck. It seems like I have a fever. He pulled a piece of clothing and put it on haphazardly. Lifted the quilt and put on his slippers, walked to a small drawer in the living room and squatted down. After rummaging for a long time, Qingyao couldn't help but curse out loud, fuck. It's really raining cats and dogs. I can't fucking afford to get sick right now. He continued to search a little more. And many small boxes fell to the ground. Finally, he found a pack of acetaminophen in a corner of the drawer. Qingyao sighed and decided to take it. He hoped it would help. After taking the medicine, he went to the bathroom again and got a hot towel to wipe himself down. Then he took off his clothes and lay down on the bed. That night, Qingyao slept very uneasily, half asleep and half awake. It was hard to fall asleep. Damn the alarm clock for betraying its owner and waking him up for the damned capitalists. Sigh. Another day of being a slave. Dragging his tired body, Qingyao struggled to get up from the bed. Feeling his forehead, the high fever had already subsided. His legs and feet were a little weak. He shook his head a little to try to wake himself up a little. He went into the bathroom and followed the steps to complete each routine after waking up. He picked up the key to the electric bicycle and went downstairs. He inserted the key into the keyhole and pushed a few times before lowering the support frame of the electric bicycle. He swayed towards the exit of the community and drove off. Back to the company. Qingyao sat at his workstation with a tired face, threw his bag to the side, and then leaned over the table. Zhang Ming, sitting next to him, saw that he was in a visibly bad state today, his face a little pale. He slid across the stool and leaned over to Qingyao. What's wrong with you? Looking at your pale face? Qingyao, lying on the table, said weakly, I had a high fever last night and didn't sleep well all night, so how could I have any energy? At that moment, Department Manager Lu Tong came to the common office area, looked at everyone and patted them on the back. Everyone, the company is going to get a big client today, so we must all be on our best behavior and give our clients a brand new impression. Do you hear me? And Qingyao, do you hear me? Qingyao tried hard to lift his head and responded weakly, I hear you. Lu Tong glanced at a few people and turned back to his office. All morning, Qingyao felt dazed and couldn't muster the energy to do anything. Day. The sound of leather shoes tapping the floor came. Lu Tong strode into their shared office area and announced with a serious face. The big client is coming. Su Zong asked me to inform everyone, all go downstairs and line up to welcome him. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly walked towards the elevator. Qingyao propped himself up and followed the others reluctantly. When they arrived downstairs, dozens of people lined up in several columns. Lu Qingzhou followed Zhang Ming and stood in the last row. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Qingzhou's unsteady figure sideways and whispered next to him, "Why don't you tell manager Lu and take some time off to go to the hospital?" As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle leisurely drove up to the towering office building's main entrance and slowly pulled up in front of the crowd's expectant eyes. After parking the car, the driver quickly walked to the back door and gently opened it. In an instant, a pair of slender, beautiful legs came into view. And then, a beautiful woman gracefully stepped out of the car, like a fairy emerging from a scroll. Everyone's attention instantly focused on her. So beautiful. Like a fairy. Exclamations of wonder arose. And standing at the front was the company's owner, Mr. Su Hua. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly came back to his senses, hurriedly stepped forward, and respectfully held out his hands, welcoming President Su to Hualong Technology. The crowd also cheered in unison as they followed President Su's lead. Su Qingyao gave a faint smile, shook hands with Su Hua lightly, then politely withdrew her hand, her tone even. President Su has overstated the matter. Lu Qingzhou stood at the end of the crowd. His eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly widened when he heard that familiar voice. He was shocked. Could it really be her? It can't be that coincidental. But this voice, it sounds just like Su Qingyao's. He quietly looked up. And in an instant, his face was aghast, and an inexplicable flutter welled up in his heart. Fuck! It really is her. Have I been walking too much at night lately? I can meet her anywhere. Lu Qingzhou cursed in his heart while also feeling speechless. At that moment, Su Qingyao's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. Lu Qingzhou quickly lowered his head, repeating in his mind, "Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me." However, it was the opposite of what he wished for. Su Qingyao's gaze pierced his face like a sharp sword. A sneer curled the corners of her mouth. And she turned to Su Hua, her tone calm but tinged with coldness. "President Su, this is quite a welcome, but it seems that some of your subordinates are not very willing." Fuck. Is this woman pointing at me? Sure enough, she started her revenge on me again. Su Qingyao, why are you in such a hurry to take revenge on me? It's actually completely unnecessary. I'm just a piece of fruit that's about to rot, and sooner or later I'll fall from the tree. Facing a herd of oxen and horses, Su Hua's expression suddenly pauses, and his gaze unconsciously follows Su Qingyao's line of sight. He sees Zhang Ming's sidekick Lu Qingzhou with his head down. Doing something? Lu Tong noticed this and his brows furrowed slightly. He then walked over to Lu Qingzhou and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder, whispering, "What are you doing? Snap out of it. The client is watching." After being personally reminded by Lu Tong, Lu Qingzhou reluctantly looked up, staring straight at the back of his colleague's head. Su Hua saw this and interjected with slight embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I made you laugh, President Su." Su Qingyao then returned her gaze expressionlessly, turned and walked towards the elevator in the office building. Su Hua followed closely behind, leading the way for her. Several people entered the elevator together and rode all the way up to the office upstairs. Lu Qingzhou and the others also returned to their posts one after the other, sitting down in their chairs. His gaze seemed a little dazed, his emotions completely numb. He wondered as he thought about the series of events that had happened over the past few days. His whole body felt numb. No matter where he went, he kept running into Su Qingyao. He wondered as he thought about the series of events that had happened over the past few days. His whole body felt as if it was being drawn by an invisible force, which made him feel a little restless. He clearly wanted to stay away from that familiar yet strange name Su Qingyao. But he never expected to run into her no matter where he went. In Su Hua's office, Su Qingyao lifted a cup of tea and took a sip. Su Hua handed over a document, and after Su Qingyao glanced at it, her eyes moved imperceptibly in the direction of the public office area. Then she brought her eyes back and focused on examining the cooperation agreement in her hands. After casually flipping through a few pages, she threw the agreement back on the table. The atmosphere in the office was slightly dull, and Su Hua was restless, speculating about Su Qingyao's attitude towards the cooperation. Finally, he couldn't help but speak cautiously. Miss Su, is there anything about the terms of our contract that you don't like? Su Qingyao's face was calm as water, her eyes with an imperceptible trace of coldness. She shook her head gently and said to Su, Miss Su, regarding this cooperation, I need some time to think about it. In that case, come to my company tomorrow and we'll discuss it in detail. After saying this, she gently handed the information in her hand to Long Yu, who was standing nearby. Then stood up, smiled politely at Su Hua, and said, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't disturb you anymore. Su Hua's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he could only force a weak smile. Since Su Qingyao had asked him to go to her company tomorrow, it meant there was still something to discuss, and he had to accept it. As Su Qingyao walked past Lu Qingzhou and the others in the office area, cast a cold glance at Lu Qingzhou's workstation. Su Hua saw Su Qingyao to the door, and secretly speculated in his heart about the cold glance Su Qingyao gave Lu Qingzhou. It seemed that her gaze at Lu Qingzhou held some deep meaning. At the elevator door, Su Qingyao turned around and gave Su Hua a faint smile. Mr. Su, please stay. Su Hua hurriedly waved his hand, and Su Zong, please take your time. Su Mao will be fine here. Back in the office, Lu Tong hurriedly greeted Su Hua with a concerned look on his face, and asked, Su Zong, how is the cooperation going? Su Hua's face was solemn, and he shook his head. He gave a brief order, tell Lu Qingzhou to come see me. After hearing this, Lu Tong's heart tightened, and he immediately turned and left Su Hua's office. Entering the public office area, he shouted at Lu Qingzhou, who was working, Lu Qingzhou, come with me to President Su's office. Lu Qingzhou slowly looked up and looked at Lu Tong. He was slightly pale and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. He asked in a low voice, Manager Lu, President Su is looking for me, is there a problem? Lu Tong glanced at him and said in a tone with a hint of impatience, just go and find out, what's the point of asking so many questions? Lu Qingzhou cursed in his heart. What the hell, what's wrong with him? Chapter 26, it was just a chance encounter. Lu Qingzhou followed Lu Tong into Su's office with a touch of annoyance. Seeing Su sitting at his desk, his face a little uncertain, Lu Qingzhou glanced at him, his hands hanging naturally, a submissive look on his face. He called out humbly, Su, you wanted to see me. Su Hua gazed at Lu Qingzhou, his expression on his face unpredictable. After a moment of silence, Su Hua asked, do you know President Su? Lu Qingzhou's heart tightened. He wondered why Su Hua was asking this question. Did Su Qingyao say something? After a moment's thought, he tentatively replied, I and President Su should be considered to have crossed paths. Upon hearing his vague reply, Su Hua's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he said in a low voice, what is your relationship like? Su Hua continued to ask. Lu Qingzhou's discomfort was already there, and under Su Hua's gaze that seemed to interrogate a prisoner, he felt his mind gradually becoming a little dizzy. He took a deep breath and said bluntly to Su Hua, in the past we were friends, but due to some misunderstandings, we may no longer be friends now. Hearing this answer, Su Hua's face instantly turned gloomy, and he looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, do you know why I am here? Lu Qingzhou shook his head lightly and responded, Mr. Su, just tell me what you want. Originally, the cooperation with President Su was almost settled, and she was just going through the motions today. However, this cooperation is still up in the air. Based on my many years of experience, there must be a reason why you didn't sign the contract today. Lu Qingzhou frowned when he heard this. What the hell is this nonsense? He looked Su Hua in the eye and responded with neither arrogance nor humility, President Su, do you have some kind of misunderstanding? Although I know President Su, I believe she will not reject this cooperation just because I work for your company. I don't have that much influence, I can't sway the cooperation between President Su and the company. I have some self-awareness about this. Su Hua gazed into Lu Qingzhou's eyes for a moment, deep in thought. He waved at them and said, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll go to Su's headquarters tomorrow and see what the situation is like before making a decision. Lu Qingzhou didn't hesitate. He turned and walked towards the door. This Su Hua really has a problem. It's none of my damn business if you can't seal the deal with Su Qingyao. Fuck. Back to your own office area. He kept cursing in his heart. It was a daze until lunchtime. Lu Qingzhou's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw It was Su Qingyao calling. He hesitated for a moment. Su Qingyao called him. It must be about the house. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He cleared his throat and then answered the phone. Hello, President Su. I'll take the apartment. Come to the Imperial Palace Hotel to discuss the follow-up matters. The voice was still so cold. But this did not affect Lu Qingzhou's mood. He hurriedly responded, Yes, President Su, I'll be there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingzhou instantly felt refreshed. He clenched his fists and waved them in the air a few times. Zhang Ming saw this and saw that he seemed to have won the jackpot and was extremely excited. And couldn't help but ask curiously, Lu, what's wrong with you? You were so listless earlier, but suddenly you're full of energy? Lu Qingzhou hurriedly suppressed his excitement. Nothing, by the way, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't eat with you. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. If Lu Qingzhou didn't say anything, he wouldn't pursue it. That's fine, if you really can't come back in the afternoon, let me know so I can cover for you. Lu Qingzhou shook Zhang Ming's arm and said sincerely, Thanks, Zhang Ge, I'll go first. With that, he carried his backpack and walked towards the office door. Zhang Ming saw that his footsteps were brisk, unlike the previous sickly appearance. He muttered, What's this kid up to? So mysterious. Lu Qingzhou went downstairs, got into a taxi and went straight to the Huangting Hotel. On the way, past a print shop, Lu Qingzhou got out of the car and printed out the sales contract and related information. The reason for not printing it at the company was to avoid unnecessary trouble. After leaving the print shop, Lu Qingzhou looked at the sales contract in his hands, just as if he were looking at a stack of banknotes. The corner of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. He put the contract in his backpack and continued to rush towards the Huangting Hotel. When he arrived at the door of Su Qingyao's hotel, Lu Qingzhou knocked gently on the door. After a moment, there was a click. The door opened from the inside. Lun Yu glanced at Lu Qingzhou and said, Come in, Mr. Su is already waiting for you. Lu Qingzhou thanked Lun Yu. Su Qingyao was sitting on the sofa nearby, holding a magazine in her hands. When she saw Lu Qingzhou come in, she didn't even look up. Her tone was still as cold as ever. I have limited time, I hope to get all the procedures done today. Lu Qingzhou heard this and was a little excited. This is for the best. Otherwise, if it drags on for a few more days, his heart won't be able to take it. He also responded in a professional sales tone, Don't worry, Mr. Su, if you pay the full amount, I can finish all the procedures this afternoon if I hurry. Su Qingyao, good, I'll entrust Lun Yu with full authority, and you will coordinate with her on this. Lu Qingzhou was taken aback. It seems that Su Qingyao and he are of the same mind, neither wanting to be in the other's sight. Good. That's really good. But why do I feel a little too cold in my heart? After gathering herself, Lu Qingzhou politely said to Su Qingyao, Okay, President Su. And then took out the prepared copies of the power of attorney from her backpack and began to get busy. Global World Trade Center, 32nd floor of Building D. Mu Xiaohua sat in the chair of the president's office, holding a stack of detailed information in her hands, her face showing disbelief and shock. She looked at the information in her hands and muttered to herself, I never imagined that Xiao Lu was actually the son of Lu Tianhua. After spending more than a year together, I had no idea. Secretary Su, standing nearby, nodded in response, it really was unexpected. After Lu Qingzhou's family went bankrupt, he was able to abandon his past identity and work as a salesman at Hualong Technology during the day. In the evenings, he would deliver takeaways in various corners of the city, occasionally working as a cook at Kyle Hotel. On weekends, he would sell children's toys near the park. I really don't know how he did it. Mu Xiaohua frowned when she heard this. She could hardly imagine that after experiencing the ups and downs of life, Lu Qingzhou had not sunk. He was able to get back on his feet again, life had not crushed him. Mu Xiaohua silently looked at the information in her hands, without making any comments. Oh yes, his mother's health seems to be not very good, she is currently recuperating at home. Su Yu saw that Mu Xiaohua was very concerned about Lu Qingzhou's affairs, and added. Mu Xiaohua looked up at Su Yu and a flash of light passed through his eyes, as if he had caught something. Seeing this, Suyu asked curiously, President Mu, you asked me to investigate this young Master Lu, is there something between you two? Mu Xiaohua glanced at her and interrupted her, saying coldly, do your own job well, and don't ask unnecessary questions. Suyu immediately lowered her head at this rebuke, daring not to say another word. Mu Xiaohua put the information in her hand aside, lifted her arm, glanced at her watch, and saw that there was still half an hour until the end of the workday. Xiao Lu should still be at the company. She got up and said to Suyu, I have an urgent matter that requires me to go out. You will attend the evening reception on my behalf. After saying this, she picked up her car keys and bag and quickly walked out of the office. Suyu watched Mu Xiaohua's back as she left and couldn't help but mutter, once again, I'm going to the party alone. At 4 p.m. In the meantime, Zhang Ming called Lu Qingyao and asked him what time he would be back at the office. Lu Qingyao asked him to cover for him, and he guessed that he would only be able to punch the time card when he got back. Lu Qingyao took Leng Yu back to the sales department to pay for the house, and then transferred to the real estate transaction center. Finally, Lu Qingyao handed Leng Yu a red booklet. Luckily, he managed to get it done before the staff went off duty. Leng Yu looked at the property ownership certificate in his hands and said, well, it's almost time to go off duty now. Where are you going back to? I'll give you a ride. Lu Qingyao waved his hand and said, no, I'll take a taxi back to the office to punch the clock. My electric moped is still parked at the office. Seeing that Lu Qingyao was insistent, Leng Yu didn't say much and said goodbye. He watched Leng Yu leave. And suddenly Lu Qingyao thought of something. So he hurriedly went up to stop Leng Yu. Leng Yu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him and asked, is there something else? Lu Qingyao looked at Leng Yu and asked, I forgot to tell you the door code, so let me tell you and you can write it down with your phone. Leng Yu nodded and added, add me on WeChat and send it to me directly. After doing all this, Lu Qingyao let out a heavy sigh of relief. Telling Leng Yu the code is much better than telling Su Qingyao directly. This afternoon, I've been to several places. Luckily Leng Yu was driving. Otherwise I don't think I would have finished by the end of the day. I looked at the time. There were still a few minutes to go before the end of the working day at the company. Lu Qingyao forced herself to be alert. She took a taxi to the company, even though Lu Qingyao was in a hurry to get back. When she arrived at the bottom of the building, it had already been 5 or 6 minutes since the end of the working day. Not far away, a Bentley was parked on the curb. Mu Xiaohua took off her glasses and watched Lu Qingyao head straight for the office building. Her beautiful eyes immediately brightened up, and she was about to get out of the car. But then she stopped in her tracks. She was slightly nervous, mumbling to herself, we just happened to run into each other. Chapter 27 Mu Xiaohua, I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Qingyao didn't hesitate, got into the elevator and went straight to the company floor. When he arrived at the office, only Zhang Ming was there, sitting at his desk playing with his phone. He heard footsteps behind him, and when he looked back, he saw Lu Qingyao return, and he let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and said helplessly, if you didn't come back, I was going to go look for you. Lu Qingyao sat down, drank a mouthful of water, and said apologetically, I was busy this afternoon and didn't get it done until after work. I hope my boss didn't notice. Zhang Ming looked at Lu Qingzhou's somewhat pale face and said, Lu Tong came twice, but I fooled him. By the way, didn't you go to the pharmacy at noon to buy medicine? You can join a horror movie crew without makeup with that face. He skipped work this afternoon and, to avoid meeting acquaintances from the company, he kept wearing a mask. He took a taxi and only took off the mask then. Even Leng Yu, who had followed him around all afternoon, didn't notice anything unusual on his face. Looking at the phone, his lips were chapped and his face was pale. He felt a little helpless. He had been busy running around all afternoon and had no time to buy medicine to take. He grinned a little at his cracked lips. I was a little busy and didn't have time to take care of it. Zhang Ming patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, no matter what you do, your health is the most important thing. If your body is exhausted, it doesn't matter how much you do, it's meaningless. Lu Qingyao shook his head and smiled bitterly, without explaining anything. Thank you today. When I recover a little in a few days, I'll buy you a drink. Zhang Ming said with a smile, take care of your health first. Between brothers, there's no need to be so polite. After punching in, he walked out of the office. The two of them chatted as they walked and arrived at the company entrance. Zhang Ming watched as Lu Qingzhou's steps became unsteady and said with concern, if you don't want to ride your bike home today, you should just not. You look like you can't even hold a bike steady. Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment and sighed lightly, that's fine. I'll be extravagant for once and take a taxi home. Just then, a car horn sounded in the distance. Lu Qingzhou and Zhang Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black Bentley parked on the side of the road, next to the car door. A stunningly beautiful woman with a gentle temperament was walking towards them. Holy shit! This woman is so hot. Her breasts are perky, her butt is perky, her legs are long and slender, she's just overflowing with beauty. She's the complete opposite of the boss I met today, one is cold as ice, the other warm as spring breeze. Zhang Ming's eyes are fixed on her, and the words of praise come out of his mouth without thinking. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrow slightly. How could it be her? Wow, the beauty is walking over to us. If I can get to know her, I'll smile in my sleep at night. Zhang Ming is so nervous that he doesn't know what to do. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhou smiles and says, Zhang Gu, you're already married, so shouldn't you behave a little? It's not very nice to look at a beautiful woman so blatantly. Sure enough, when Zhang Ming heard Lu Qingzhou say this, he was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Still, he said, I'm married, but you're not married yet, so you still have a chance. The more he said, the more outrageous it became. Lu Qingzhou no longer paid any attention to Zhang Ming, who looked like a pig. His gaze followed Mu Xiaohua, who was walking towards them, getting closer and closer. Lu Qingzhou was a little puzzled, but still took a few steps forward and asked with a smile, Sister Xiaohua, why are you here? I happened to be nearby on some business and saw someone who looked a lot like you from afar. I didn't think it was really you. Do you work here? Mu Xiaohua pretended to be surprised to see her and responded, slowly walking towards Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou responded with a forced smile, well, our company is upstairs. Mu Xiaohua let out a little gasp. She took a few more steps closer, his gaze then falling on Lu Qingzhou's face. He looked a little sickly pale. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she hurriedly took 2 steps forward, stretching out a jade hand to touch his forehead. Her heart leapt in alarm. Is he sick? Her expression seemed a little nervous. You have a high fever, you look so pale, come with me in the car, I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Qingzhou could only feel a warm, small hand resting on his forehead. His heart rate quickened a little, and his mind went blank. That was it. Lu Qingzhou was dumbfounded as he let Mu Xiaohua take his hand and walk away. Zhang Ming, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded too. So after all was said and done, this beautiful woman had come to find Lu Qingzhou. Damn, Lu has such good fortune. No, this kid didn't even say goodbye, and just left, leaving me here to fend for myself. Until he got into the car, Mu Xiaohua started the car and sped off with a kick of the accelerator, and only then did Lu Qingzhou react. Suddenly, he let out a cry of ouch. Mu Xiaohua tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? He looked at Mu Xiaohua and said with some embarrassment, I didn't react in time just now, and I forgot about my colleague? Looking at Lu Qingzhou's face, which had an embarrassed expression, Mu Xiaohua secretly laughed to himself. It seems that my sister's charm is still going strong. She felt secretly pleased, as Lu Qingzhou was sick, which gave the two of them the chance to be alone together. Lu Qingzhou quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Ming's number. When Zhang Ming's impatient voice came from the other end of the line, she said, you still know how to call me, you ungrateful guy. I've been waiting for you at the office for half a day, and when you saw a beautiful woman, you lost your mind and followed her without even saying hello. You just left, do you know that? Zhang Ming ranted furiously into the phone, his voice so loud that Mu Xiaohua, who was sitting in the driver's seat, could hear it clearly. Her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. It revealed a nice arc. After a while, Zhang Ming had vented his emotions. Lu Qingzhou covered his forehead with one hand. I was just feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded, so don't mind it. I'll make it up to you by treating you to dinner some other time. After hearing Lu Qingzhou say this, Zhang Ming let him go. Xiao Lu, is that your girlfriend? As soon as he said this, Lu Qingzhou suddenly felt embarrassed and hurriedly responded, don't talk nonsense, it's fine, I'm hanging up, I'm dizzy. Without waiting for Zhang Ming to respond, he hurriedly hung up the phone, worried that Zhang Ming would ask some more outrageous questions and annoy Mu Xiaohua. After all, Mu Xiaohua was now his client. Lu Qingzhou felt a little guilty and quietly turned his head to take a look at Mu Xiaohua. She was holding the steering wheel, looking straight ahead as she drove quietly. She looked as if she hadn't heard anything. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, but failed to notice the slight but hard to hide upward curl of the corner of Mu Xiaohua's mouth. The air conditioning was already set to 18 degrees. And Lu Qingzhou felt as if his heart was boiling with anxiety, unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, the atmosphere was delicate, and no one took the initiative to speak. After a long silence, Lu Qingzhou took the initiative to speak, saying, Sister Xiaohua, there is actually no need to go to the hospital. It is troublesome. I can just buy some medicine at the nearby pharmacy and take it. You are so sick, how can you not go to the hospital and get a checkup? Mu Xiaohua was not easily swayed. And without further ado, she dragged him to Jiangchen Confronting Hospital. After getting out of the car, Mu Xiaohua walked quickly over to Lu Qingzhou, naturally taking his arm, treating him like a seriously ill patient. Lu Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, Sister Xiaohua, I just have a cold and a fever, it's not that serious. Anyone who doesn't know would think I really have a serious illness. Your steps are a bit unsteady, what if you fall? Seeing that Lu Qingzhou didn't respond, Mu Xiaohua continued, What? Am I embarrassing you by holding you? Or are you afraid of being seen by acquaintances? Seeing the distress on Mu Xiaohua's face, Lu Qingzhou suddenly became anxious and hurriedly explained, I'm afraid you'll be misunderstood. Chapter 28, Bringing Lu Qingzhou Home. After hearing him say this, Mu Xiaohua's mood instantly improved. But a trace of nervousness suddenly arose in her heart, as if she were a young deer in love. She quickly pretended to be calm and said, Isn't it normal for a sister to care about her younger brother? What's there to misunderstand? Who would be so boring as to gossip about this? Lu Qingzhou thought for a moment and agreed. If you're upright, you have nothing to fear from the shadows. I have no crooked thoughts now, so what's there to be afraid of? In the future, whatever the hell happens, let's go see a doctor first. I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Lu Qingzhou felt like she could fall asleep at any moment. Her footsteps were a bit unsteady. The entire body's center of gravity was leaning on Mu Xiaohua. Mu Xiaohua didn't take her to the emergency room, but directly helped her into an office, gently pushing open the office door. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were vacant as he saw a beautiful woman in a white coat. The beautiful woman was Mu Xiaohua's classmate Li Weiwei, and Jiangchen Confronting Hospital was owned by her family. She was a proper rich beauty. Seeing Mu Xiaohua supporting a handsome guy as he entered, Li Weiwei asked, Xiaohua, who is he? You talk too much, just help him first. Mu Xiaohua interrupted Li Weiwei's words with some anxiety. Li Weiwei shrugged, but helped her put Lu Qingzhou in a chair. Lu Qingzhou felt a little dizzy and couldn't muster any energy at all. Li Weiwei finished examining him, sat back in the chair, and Mu Xiaohua hurriedly asked, How is he? Is there anything serious? Li Weiwei rolled her eyes at her, Nothing serious, just a little weak. Prescribe some medicine for him to take back home, and he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Upon hearing Li Weiwei's words, Mu Xiaohua felt a sudden sense of relief. Lu Qingzhou opened his eyes slightly and looked at Mu Xiaohua's concerned expression, a warm current running through his heart. Li Weiwei took in the full view of Mu Xiaohua's worried expression and couldn't help but feel a little curious in her heart. What exactly was her relationship with this young handsome guy in front of her? She pulled Mu Xiaohua out the door and closed the door behind them. Mu Xiaohua was taken aback, looking at her with some confusion. What are you doing? Li Wei gave a half smile, staring quietly at Mu Xiaohua. Mu Xiaohua's scalp tingled at the look in her eyes, and she immediately surrendered. What do you want, anyway? Li Wei leaned against the doorframe, revealing her long, slender, straight legs, making her look less like a doctor and more like one of those homebound ladies who like to play with uniforms. Tell the truth. What is your relationship with that young handsome guy in there? You're not tempted to fall in love and find a man, are you? Mu Xiaohua was a little embarrassed by her direct questioning. Her small hands unconsciously squeezed the corner of her shirt. A blush spread across her face. He and I. Before she could finish, a female nurse hurried over. Panting, directorly, there's something unusual about the patient in room 201. You should go take a look. Li Weiwei frowned upon hearing this. Turned to Mu Xiaohua and said, I've already prescribed the medicine for that cute boy. Just go to the pharmacy and get it for him to take on time. I won't accompany you anymore, as there's a patient over there that needs to be seen. Mu Xiaohua nodded. Okay, you go ahead. We can get together again some other time. Seeing Li Weiwei leave quickly, Mu Xiaohua patted her towering breasts and let out a long breath. Back in Li Weiwei's office, Mu Xiaohua said softly to Lu Qingyao, who was lying on the table, You rest here for a while, I'll go get your medicine, I'll be right back. Lu Qingyao weakly responded, Thank you, Xiaohua, you've really troubled yourself. Mu Xiaohua's mouth corners rose slightly, and she gave a shallow smile, turning and walking towards the door. A moment later, Mu Xiaohua returned to Li Weiwei's office with the medicine. She took a cup of boiled water, opened a bag of medicine, and handed it to Lu Qingyao. You take the medicine first. Lu Qingyao took the medicine, put it in his mouth, and finished it with a few gulps of water. Seeing Lu Qingyao finish the medicine, Mu Xiaohua put the remaining medicine in her bag, helped Lu Qingyao to the door and walked out. After a while, Li Weiwei returned to the office. Seeing that it was empty and there was no one there, she frowned and muttered to herself, Damn Xiaohua, you ran off pretty quickly. Next time I see you, I'll show you who's boss. Then, she picked up the pen on the desk and walked out. Mu Xiaohua helped Lu Qingyao to the passenger seat, opened the door and helped Lu Qingyao get in. Lu Qingyao was already leaning back in his seat, and turned his head to say to her, Sister Xiaohua, you can drop me off at the intersection, I'll take a taxi and go back. Mu Xiaohua fastened his seatbelt and turned to him and said, The doctor said you need to rest for a few days, and in this state of yours, how can you take care of yourself when you go back? Just go straight to my house, I'll feel more at ease knowing that the nanny is there to help take care of you. This sudden concern made Lu Qingyao a little uncomfortable. He squirmed his lips and said, This is not good. I'm a big man living in your house, and I'm afraid it will cause you inconvenience. Mu Xiaohua gave him a glare, then said tenderly, Isn't it normal for a younger brother to live in his sister's house? If there is any inconvenience, it's just your imagination. Then he started the car and drove towards the Qinghai Villa area. On the way back, Mu Xiaohua saw that Lu Qingyao hadn't said anything, so he turned his head and glanced over. He saw him lying quietly on the table and chair, eyes closed as if he were asleep. At that moment, there was an unparalleled sense of peace. Mu Xiaohua had never felt so calm in his heart before. It was great to have a man by your side. Seeing beads of sweat on his forehead, Mu Xiaohua turned down the temperature of the car's air conditioning a little. Back in the Qinghai Villa district, she heard the sound of the door opening. Wang Ma hurriedly came out of the kitchen and saw Mu Xiaohua supporting a man as he came in. She glanced at him and realized it was Lu Qingyao. Wang Ma naturally knew Lu Qingyao. Although they didn't have much contact, they had met a few times. Seeing that Mu Xiaohua was having some difficulty supporting Lu Qingyao, Wang Ma hurriedly went up to help and helped him into the bedroom. Wang Ma said, however, that the bedrooms next to it had never been occupied, and the bedding had not been prepared in time. Mu Xiaohua was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this problem. He turned his head and glanced at his bedroom, bit his red lips, and said, Let's help him into my bedroom first. In a while, you can go out and buy some bedding for me. Okay, Mr. Mu. The two men helped Lu Qingyao into the bedroom and laid him on the bed. Mu Xiaohua turned to Wang Ma and said, You go ahead, I'll be fine here. Wang Ma nodded and walked out of the bedroom. Mu Xiaohua helped Lu Qingyao take off his shoes and cover him with the quilt. After taking the medicine, Lu Qingyao felt dizzy and couldn't lift his eyelids. Poor thing. A burst of fragrance entered his nostrils, and he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Momo came downstairs. saw Mu Xiaohua come back, and ran happily to her side. Hugged Mu Xiaohua's leg and happily cried out, "Mom, you're back." Mu Xiaohua crouched down and picked Momo up. She put her finger to her lips and made a shushing motion. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Uncle Lu is sick and resting in the house." Chapter 29, Little Lu sleeping is so cute. After getting the news that Lu Qingyao was at her house, Momo immediately became happy. But then she thought about what her mother had just said, that Uncle Lu was sick. A worried look immediately appeared on her plump little face. "Has Uncle Lu taken his medicine?" Momo asked in a low voice. Her appearance was very cute. Mu Xiaohua kissed her on the cheek. "Uncle Lu has already taken his medicine and is now asleep." Momo let out a little "oh" and said, "In that case, let's not disturb him and let him get some rest. When he's better, I want Uncle Lu to play with me." Mu Xiaohua petted Momo's head affectionately and said, "Well, you have to be a good girl and let Uncle Lu rest well." As the evening lights began to shine, the traffic was heavy. At the entrance to the Xiangshan community, a Maybach parked in an inconspicuous spot by the roadside. Su Qingyao's gaze quietly watched the entrance and exit of the community. Long Yu put down her phone. She had finished watching the short drama, but she hadn't seen Lu Qingzhou's shadow yet. She turned her head and her gaze fell on Su Qingyao behind her. She sighed lightly and said, "We've been waiting for 2 hours, and he hasn't even shown up. If you love him, just tell him, right? Why are you torturing yourself like this, watching from afar but not daring to approach?" Long Yu was very confused by Su Qingyao's contradictory behavior, and she was even a little puzzled. She really didn't understand whether Su Qingyao now loved or hated Lu Qingyao. She really couldn't figure it out. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao was silent for a moment. And a trace of bitterness also welled up in her heart. Ever since she had reunited with Lu Qingyao, her nights had always been occupied by memories of the past. Those beautiful times she had spent with Lu Qingyao seemed like they were only yesterday. However, the dream always ends with Lu Qingyao resolutely leaving her. Leaving her behind. Leaving behind everything they had. Su Qingyao stared at the phone number on the screen. Her fingertips several times about to touch the dial button. But she withdrew at the last moment. In the end, she helplessly put down the phone, took a deep breath, and said to Leng Yu in a flat tone, let's go back to the hotel." After she said this, a hint of fatigue appeared in her eyes. "Back to the hotel?" Leng Yu suddenly perked up, stretching her a bit sore hands and feet, and happily said, "Finally we can go back to the hotel, lie on my warm big bed. By the way, I have arranged for someone to re-clean the house at Guanlan number 1, you can move in tomorrow." Su Qingyao withdrew her gaze from the distance. "Let's move tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, Mr. Su from Hualong Technology Company is coming to the company to sign the contract. You need to get started on the work here at Jiangcheng branch as soon as possible. And prepare a file on Tingwei Company." Upon hearing Su Qingyao mention work, Long Yu immediately got into the mood, with an extra touch of seriousness on her face. "Okay, I'll remember." Xinghai Villa District. "Mom, I'm done." Momo's childish voice came from the bathroom. Mu Xiaohua put down the documents in her hands and walked into the bathroom. She dried Momo's hair and changed into pajamas. After stepping out of the bathroom, Momo took Mu Xiaohua's hand and said cheerfully, "Let's go, it's time for bed." The mother and daughter walked into the bedroom, and then they remembered that Lu Qingyao was currently sleeping in the bed. Momo walked gently to the bedside and looked at Lu Qingyou's face in the weak light from the bedside lamp. Then she turned to Mu Xiaohua and said softly, "Uncle Lu is asleep, but I want him to tell me a story." Mu Xiaohua made a shushing gesture, picked her up, closed the door gently, and said, "When Uncle Lu gets better, I'll let him tell you a story, okay? Grandma Wang has already laid out brand new bedding in the guest room. Let's go sleep there tonight, okay?" Momo thought about it for a moment, nodded obediently, and said, "Okay, but I want to hold the teddy bear Uncle Lu gave me and sleep together, okay?" "Okay, then you go back to the guest room and sleep first, and I'll go to Uncle Lu's room and get the teddy bear for you." Saying this, Mu Xiaohua carried Momo to the guest room next door and covered her with the quilt. She kissed her forehead. Then she turned and walked towards the master bedroom. She gently pushed open the door and looked at Lu Qingyao, who was fast asleep on the bed. Mu Xiaohua felt her heart suddenly racing. She tiptoed to the edge of the bed. Although the light from the bedside lamp was faint, She could still clearly see the firm contours of Lu Qingzhou's features. A few beads of sweat were dripping from the forehead of Lu Qingzhou. It seems that he didn't sleep well. Mu Xiaohua saw this and took a tissue from the tissue box next to her and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. She heard him mutter in his sleep. Mu Xiaohua curiously leaned closer to her ear to hear what Lu Qingzhou was saying. As she leaned over, suddenly, a pair of strong hands held her tightly. It was a coincidence that Mu Xiaohua was caught off guard, and her entire body pressed downward. And their lips came together tightly. Mu Xiaohua was stunned. And just as she was about to let out a cry, she stopped. Lu Qingzhou's breathing was even, and he was not awake. There seemed to be some struggle on his face. Mu Xiaohua slowly raised her head, looking at Lu Qingzhou's handsome face close at hand. Her cheeks could not help but burn a little. He gently broke free from Lu Qingzhou's arm, put his hand under the quilt, and was about to turn around. But his hand was pulled. Mu Xiaohua turned around, reached out, and gently stroked Lu Qingzhou's face, whispering tenderly, "Sleep well, be a good boy." Unexpectedly, as soon as these words, meant to coax a child, were uttered, Lu Qingzhou's hand slowly relaxed. Mu Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a faint smile and put his hand back under the quilt. Mu Xiaohua sat quietly by the bedside and looked at Lu Qingzhou. The sleeping Lu Qingzhou looked really good. After a long hesitation, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. Nervously, she lowered her head and kissed Lu Qingzhou on the cheek. After doing all this, Mu Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly, as if she had completed some great masterpiece, and she was overjoyed. Walking to the other side of the bed, she gently lifted the quilt and finally found Momo's teddy bear. Back in the second bedroom, Momo was already asleep. Children sleep well and fall asleep right away. Mu Xiaohua gave a small smile, kissed Momo's forehead, laid down on the bed and turned off the light. That night, she slept soundly. The next day, Wang Ma opened the door and came in to make breakfast. But Mu Xiaohua didn't even wake up. In the master bedroom, Lu Qingzhou, who had already developed a biological clock, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of the roof. He was stunned for a few seconds, reached out and touched the fragrant quilt covering his body. Why was this dream so real? His sense of smell and touch were so real. He reached out and pinched his own face. Ouch, that hurts. You're so rough. He hurriedly reached out and rubbed his face. He propped himself up on his hands and leaned against the head of the bed, patted his head, and tried hard to replay everything that had happened yesterday. Yesterday, Qingyao went through the paperwork for the transfer of ownership, and then went back to the company and met Mu Xiaohua. Yes, Mu Xiaohua. Later, Xiaohua brought him home. Chapter 30, Staying at the Villa to Recover. Holy shit! Lu Qingzhou was suddenly shocked. Why was Mu Xiaohua suddenly so considerate to him? This sudden change really left him confused. He tried his best to recall, but always felt that this was unbelievable. He remembered that in the past, Lu Qingzhou had joked with her. "I don't want to struggle anymore. I can be a cheap father to Momo." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua was furious and refused to speak to him for 2 whole months. If Momo hadn't been close to him, their partnership would have long since collapsed. Lu Qingzhou sorted through his chaotic thoughts and felt even more that there was something fishy about this matter, but he could hardly put his finger on what exactly was wrong. Lu Qingzhou got out of bed and took a few steps, feeling a little weak. He made his way to the living room and saw that Wang Ma was busy, and the dining table was already full of a sumptuous breakfast. Seeing that Lu Qingzhou had woken up, Wang Ma turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, you're awake. Breakfast is ready, so come and eat while it's still hot." Wang Ma's smile was as warm as ever, and it immediately made Lu Qingzhou feel warm inside. He nodded and smiled at Wang Ma. "Okay, Wang Ma, I'll go wash up first." The door to the second bedroom next to him opened with a creak. Mu Xiaohua came out wearing a nightgown, which wrapped around her curvy body. Seeing Lu Qingzhou looking at her, Mu Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the image of her stealing a kiss from him last night. A blush crept onto her face, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves, gave Lu Qingzhou a small smile, and said, "Good morning, Lu." Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment. He had just seen a glimmer of inexplicable sentiment in Mu Xiaohua's eyes, which had suddenly left him a little dazed. He smiled awkwardly and responded, "Good morning, Xiaohua. I'll go wash up." He had just taken a few steps when Mu Xiaohua's voice came from behind him. "Your toiletries are ready for you on the table next to you." Lu Qingyao stopped in his tracks and said thank you to Mu Xiaohua. Dragging his somewhat weak body, he walked towards the bathroom. Mu Xiaohua woke up Momo, who was going to kindergarten today. He took her to another bathroom to wash up. After washing up, they went to the dining table. Momo sat down next to Lu Qingyao and asked in a baby voice, "Uncle Lu, are you feeling better?" Lu Qingyao looked at her big, dark, shiny eyes and gave a little smile. "I'm fine, thanks for asking, Momo. Let's eat breakfast first, we have to go to school in a little while." "Okay, I'll be back after school." "Will you tell me stories tonight? You haven't told me stories for a long time." Momo gave a small, hopeful look. Lu Qingyao couldn't bear to disappoint her, and said with a smile to reassure her, "You go to school obediently, and I promise to tell you stories tonight." Hearing Lu Qingzhou's promise, Momo happily clapped her hands, stretched out her pinky finger towards Lu Qingyao, and said, "We pinky swear. Cheaters are dogs." Lu Qingyao stretched out his hand and hooked his pinky with Momo's. Mu Xiaohua looked at the two people, one big and one small, and a warm feeling of happiness suddenly welled up in her heart. After breakfast, Lu Qingyao sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Mu Xiaohua took out the medicine she had bought for Lu Qingyao from her bag, thoughtfully poured a glass of warm water for him and placed it in front of him. Lu Qingyao hurriedly said, "Thank you, Xiaohua." After seeing Lu Qingyao finish the medicine, Mu Xiaohua said, "You're not going anywhere today, just stay home and rest." Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment, "But I have to go to work, if I can just hold out for 2 more days, I'll get full attendance for this month." Mu Xiaohua. "Money? Easy." She rummaged in her bag and took out 10,000 yuan. "Take this and rest at home, be good." Without waiting for Lin Mu to object, Mu Xiaohua picked up her bag, took Momo's hand, and walked towards the door. Before leaving, Momo waved at Lu Qingyao, her white, tender little face looking at him seriously. "Uncle Lu, you have to wait at home for me to come back. You promised me that you would tell me stories at night." "Okay, Uncle Lu won't go anywhere. I'll wait for Momo to come back." Glancing at the money on the table, Lu Qingyao did not hesitate. He took the money, took a few steps forward and handed it to Mu Xiaohua. "Sister Xiaohua, I'll do whatever you say, but I can't take this money." Mu Xiaohua gave a slight smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. She gently pushed the money back into Lu Qingzhou's hands and said, "Just take it. It's only natural that you call me sister and give you some money." "Lu Qingzhou, you're not even my real sister. Is it normal for you to give me money for no reason? Even if you want me to rest at home with peace of mind, you don't need to shower me with money." The two of them kept refusing each other. "I feel like I can't dilly-dally anymore. I should accept it. Then I'll consider this money as a loan from me, and I'll definitely pay you back in the future." Mu Xiaohua gave a gentle smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. She didn't care about what Lu Qingzhou said. "Remember to take your medicine on time." This smile made Lu Qingzhou's heart suddenly beat a few times, and he hurriedly looked away. After Mu Xiaohua and Momo left, Lu Qingzhou was the only one left in the entire villa. Wang Ma went back after preparing breakfast, and she wouldn't be back until noon. He wandered around the living room like a headless fly, and in the end, he could only sit on the sofa and daydream. Zhang Ming received the news that Lu Qingzhou had taken leave, so he called to ask about his situation. Lu Qingzhou vaguely responded to Zhang Ming and did not tell him that he was at Mu Xiaohua's house. 30th floor, Block A, Global World Trade Center. Qihang International Trade Company, Ltd. In the president's office, Su Qingyao sat upright in her chair, and sitting across from her was Su Hua from Hualong Technology. Su Hua gently pushed the cooperation information in his hands in front of Su Qingyao and smiled, "President Su, we have had in-depth exchanges on the details of our cooperation before. Do you think it is convenient to finalize the contract now?" Su Qingyao gently flipped through the information in her hands, then leaned over to Lang Yu next to her and instructed, Lang Yu, prepare a cup of fragrant tea for President Su. Lang Yu quickly served the tea. And Su Hua quickly thanked her, thank you very much, Miss Lang. Lang Yu nodded slightly. Then turned around and stood quietly behind Su Qingyao. After a long silence, Su Qingyao said lightly, Mr. Su, it's very simple if you want me to sign this contract. I only have one condition. Upon hearing this, Su Hua was a little puzzled and didn't know what Su Qingyao's condition was. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, please go ahead, Mr. Su. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Su Qingyao's face was expressionless, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Her voice was a little cold. She said, fire Lu Qingzhou. That's my condition. Su Hua was stunned for a moment, and secretly wondered if she and Lu Qingzhou had some deep hatred. He thought about how Lu Qingzhou had also mentioned that he had known Su Qingyao before. And Su Hua suddenly understood the key point. It's just firing an employee, what's so difficult about that? In the face of company interests, Lu Qingzhou was not worth mentioning at all. Su Hua hurriedly nodded and promised, don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll take care of it. Su Qingyao leaned back slightly, put her arms around her chest, looked at Su Hua, and said, okay, I'll wait for your news. Oh, by the way, this is an internal matter of your company. I understand. Su Hua hurriedly nodded in response. Then, Su Qingyao glanced at Lang Yu. Lang Yu walked over to Su Zong and made a gesture of invitation. Su Zong, please. Su Hua was taken aback. He had originally wanted to chat with Su Qingyao about the follow-up matters of the cooperation. Now it seemed that the other party seemed to be more interested in Lu Qingzhou's matter. He hadn't even had a chance to drink a sip of tea before he was being asked to leave. So he had no choice but to stand up, smile awkwardly on his face, and say, Su Zong, you go ahead. Chapter 31, Fired. Seeing Su Hua leave, Lang Yu slammed the door of the CEO's office behind him. He walked slowly over to Su Qingyao and said, President Su, isn't what you did a bit? He didn't continue. And Su Qingyao looked up at him. A bit what? A bit too much? Her mouth slowly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Lang Yu stared at her, his eyes unreadable. Pay attention. After Su fired Lu Qingzhou, you should post a job opening online. The requirements don't need to be specific, just set the salary high. When he starts looking for a job, tweet the job posting to him. Lang Yu was shocked. And then she covered her mouth and giggled, you want to get him into our company? Su Qingyao didn't reply, her sharp eyes looking at the distant sky, as if everything was under her control. Shanghai Villa. Lu Qingzhou looked at the empty house. There was only him, a living person, who could do nothing. And his heart inexplicably began to churn. Panic. A person walked back and forth in the huge living room. It kept repeating. At noon, Mu Xiaohua parked the car in front of the villa, picked up the car keys and hurriedly walked towards the villa. The door was not locked and was ajar. She gently pushed open the living room door and scanned the room with her eyes. The living room light was on, and she saw Lu Qingzhou sitting alone on the sofa, staring blankly at the black TV screen. It was as if he were a walking corpse, his eyes lifeless. Mu Xiaohua walked up to him without noticing, looking at Lu Qingzhou's dazed expression. Mu Xiaohua suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. She reached out her small hand and waved it in front of Lu Qingzhou's face. Lu Qingzhou slowly twisted his numb face, his eyes fixed on Yu Wenxin, without saying a word. Looking at those vacant eyes, Mu Xiaohua felt as if her heart had been painfully grasped, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you okay? Seeing that there was finally a living person in the room, Lu Qingzhou's eyes finally radiated a glimmer of life. Subconsciously, he wrapped his arms around Mu Xiaohua's waist. Xiaohua, you're back, oh. Hearing Lu Qingzhou speak, she was suddenly relieved. She thought to herself, thank goodness. He's not stupid. But Lu Qingzhou's sudden move still left her a little overwhelmed. Without pushing Lu Qingzhou away, she reached out and gently held his head in her hands, tenderly saying, What's wrong with you, why are you crying? It's so quiet in here, I'm a little panicked. Lu Qingzhou's symptoms is after his father's death. The creditors came to the door all day to pressure him to pay back the money. And over time, this problem appeared. At first, he also tried to do a few push-ups, but his body has been a bit weak these past 2 days. He simply couldn't hold on. Snap. At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly let go of Mu Xiaohua, quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Mu Xiaohua hurriedly tidied up her wrap skirt. Wang Ma pushed open the door and saw Mu Xiaohua there, her face slightly smiling. Mu Zong is back. Seeing Wang Ma come in, Mu Xiaohua's heart tightened. But then she regained her calm expression and said, I forgot to pick up some documents, so I came back to look for them. Just take a look to see if Mr. Lu is feeling better. Wang Ma nodded. Just take a look at Mr. Lu. You came back especially to see Mr. Lu, didn't you? Wang Ma didn't say anything, but gave a knowing smile and headed to the kitchen with the groceries. Seeing Wang Ma's inexplicable smile on her face, Mu Xiaohua felt a little embarrassed. It was as if a primary school student had been caught lying. Lu Qingzhou wasn't in a good place either. He had just forcibly hugged Mu Xiaohua and was worried that she would make trouble. However, to his surprise, Mu Xiaohua was like an older sister next door. Gentle and sweet, soothing his somewhat out-of-control emotions. Seeing that Wang Ma had returned, Mu Xiaohua didn't stay for long. Urging Lu Qingzhou to remember to take his medicine later, and casually taking a file from the table and holding it in front of his chest. He then went to the kitchen and said to Wang Ma, Wang Ma, make the food a little lighter. Wang Ma stopped cutting the vegetables with the knife in her hand and turned to Mu Xiaohua and said, Don't worry, Mu, I'll make some light dishes for Mr. Lu. Mu Xiaohua. My little secret is revealed again. Holding the file, she walked out the door. After lunch, Lu Qingzhou sat on the sofa for a while, picked up the medicine that Mu Xiaohua had prepared for him, poured a glass of water, and took the medicine. In order to avoid the anxiety of noon again, Lu Qingzhou sat in the courtyard of the villa for a while, listening to the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves, the occasional bird calls in the distance, and occasionally the steam passing by the door. The anxiety did not appear again, and his mood improved a lot. At the same time, in the office area of Hualong Technology Company, a notice was posted. The moment Zhang Ming saw the notice, his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. Why was Xiao Lu suddenly fired? He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed Lu Qingzhou's phone. He dialed several times but no one answered. Why isn't Lu answering the phone? Where the hell is he? Zhang Ming was at the doorway of the stairwell, dialing Lu Qingzhou's phone back and forth. Suddenly, the door to the stairwell was pushed open, and a crisp sound echoed through the stairwell. Zhang Ming stared blankly at the phone that had rolled onto the stairsteps, and turned to look at the person who had opened the door. Zhang Ming exclaimed in surprise. Su Su. He looked at Zhang Ming, who was standing dumbfounded in the stairwell, and Su Hua was suddenly overwhelmed with anger. You're slacking off in the stairwell during working hours. Do you feel good about the salary I pay you? After being scolded by Su Hua, Zhang Ming hurriedly picked up the phone on the stairstep and turned back in the direction of the office, dejected. Back in the office, Zhang Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it, these dog and pig-like capitalists, they just take advantage of their wealth and treat us like cattle and horses all day long. Ugh, they're worse than cattle and horses. What a shitty company, average salary, no benefits, it'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Pop. A hand patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. What are you muttering about here? Chapter 32, Set Up. Zhang Ming was startled. He turned his head and cursed in his heart. Fuck. It's Su Hua again. He immediately put on a gentle smile and said, Oh, I was memorizing the client's information. Su Hua glanced at him and turned back to his office. After glancing at Su Hua's departing back, Zhang Ming muttered a few words of incantation and made a universal greeting gesture behind his back. Angrily, he turned his head picked up the phone next to him and took a look. He was dumbfounded. Damn, the phone had broken. Fuck. He cursed in his heart. Not only. He had greeted everyone from ancient times to the present. If it weren't for this dog-fucking capitalist, who suddenly pushed open the door to the stairwell and bumped into me, how could the phone have fallen to the ground? If it hadn't fallen to the ground, how could it have broken? The culprit is this dog like Boss Sue. Ah. Zhang Ming scratched his hair. He was a little crazy. Lu Tong walked into the office and saw Zhang Ming frantically rubbing his hair. Curious, he walked over and asked, "What are you crazy about?" "It's office hours, so put away your negative emotions and don't affect the other colleagues." Zhang Ming suddenly felt an urge to hit someone. He forced down the anger in his heart. There was no way around it. Since he had become a slave, he had to be willing to accept that role. Immediately, he put on a smile and said, "A friend of mine was bitten by a mad dog. I haven't accepted the fact yet. Sorry." Lu Tong snorted, turned around and walked out of the office. Zhang Ming sighed, reluctantly picked up his phone, and looked at it. He wondered if he could salvage the situation. Shanghai Villa. Lu Qingyao sat in the courtyard for a long time, until Wang Ma came back to cook. Lu Qingyao then returned to the living room. He picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table and glanced at it. There were several missed calls, all from Zhang Ming. Why did Brother Zhang call me so many times? Is there an emergency? Lu Qingyao muttered a few words and then called Zhang Ming back. "Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected. I have dialed several times in a row, but it's not connected." Lu Qingyao frowned. "What's going on? The phone is not connected." He dialed again a few minutes later, but it was still not connected. "He has dialed so many times, but I didn't receive it. If it's important, he should have left a message on WeChat for me." So he opened WeChat and tapped on Zhang Ming's WeChat ID. However, there were no messages. Lu Qingyao put down his phone. He didn't pay any further attention to it. He leaned back on the sofa and pondered for a moment. "Uncle Lu, I'm home from school." A cheerful voice like that of an angel sounded behind Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao turned his head and saw Momo, carrying a small school bag, running towards him like a little elf. Lu Qingyao stood up from the sofa, crouched down and opened his arms wide. Momo climbed into his arms and kissed him. Mu Xiaohua looked at the affectionate pair, her soft cheeks showing charming dimples, put down her bag on her shoulders and changed into a pair of slippers. Smiling and saying to Momo, "Hurry up and come over here and change your shoes." "Okay, Mom." Momo slid off Lu Qingzhou's body and skipped cheerfully towards the shoe cabinet. After changing into her slippers, she ran back to Lu Qingzhou's side. "Uncle Lu, there's an event at school tomorrow, will you go with me?" Lu Qingzhou looked up at Mu Xiaohua, and their eyes met. Mu Xiaohua slowly pinned a strand of hair behind her ear and said calmly, "I have an important meeting at the company tomorrow, so I may not have time to accompany Momo. Momo is also only close to you, so..." She didn't continue, but looked at Lu Qingyao with a pair of beautiful eyes, which also revealed a hint of melancholy. "Oh wow. Perfect reason. This look. I can't even think of a response. What kind of relationship do we have now? Tomorrow, I'm going to kindergarten. In what capacity will I go? How will I introduce myself to the teacher? Just thinking about it is embarrassing. Damn it. These are the main concerns of Lu Qingyao. Most importantly, tomorrow will be another day late for work, and that's money. Just thinking about it makes Lu Qingzhou's liver ache a little. But Mu Xiaohua just gave him 10,000 yuan today. No matter how shameless he is, and no matter how short of money he is, it's impossible for him to ask for this. So, he shamelessly said, "Sister Xiaohua, I still have to work tomorrow." Mu Xiaohua looked him in the eye. Their gazes intertwined. And Lu Qingzhou saw a trace of tenderness, a trace of tolerance, and a trace of understanding in her eyes. Lu Qingzhou lowered his head in shame. With a squeak, Mu Xiaohua took out 10,000 yuan from her bag, smiled slightly, and handed it to him. I'll pay your salary tomorrow. Lu Qingzhou struggled a little in his heart. You're shameless. You're a bad person. Do you want it or not? No? Yes? In the end, he gritted his teeth, looked up at Mu Xiaohua, and said, Sister Xiaohua, I won't take this money. I really like Momo, too. Lu Qingzhou's eyes fixed on the money in Mu Xiaohua's hand. But? Lu Qingzhou cautiously asked again, I want to ask, am I going as an uncle? Mu Xiaohua and Momo glanced at each other, and with some hesitation, said, I don't think that's a requirement. It should be fine. Mu Xiaohua replied ambiguously. Then the two of them looked at him. Mu Xiaohua looked at him, and Momo also looked at him expectantly, waiting for his response. What do you mean there's no requirement? Can't you just do it? Lu Qingzhou felt a little sad in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he wanted to say that he could ask someone else to go instead. But when he saw the two pairs of big, expectant eyes in front of him, the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back by him. And in the end, he spat out two words, okay. Seeing Lu Qingzhou agree, Mu Xiaohua's tightly knit face suddenly revealed a gentle and charming smile. Momo jumped happily onto him. It's great, Momo's parents' meeting finally has a father attending. The children won't tease me anymore. The cheerful and innocent voice lingered in Lu Qingzhou's ears. Momo's face was filled with an innocent smile, and her eyes sparkled with the long-awaited light. A few simple words became a sentence, and Mu Xiaohua's heart rose with a sense of guilt. Lu Qingzhou looked at Momo's innocent little eyes and almost broke down. However, he put his hands on Momo's shoulders and his gaze drifted over her body. Didn't you say that it was okay to be an uncle? How did it become a father? The teacher told me to ask my mom and dad to participate. Both you and mom have to go tomorrow. Nanny. Lu Qingzhou looked up at Mu Xiaohua. Didn't you say that you had an important meeting? Mu Xiaohua flicked his hair that was hanging down by his ears, with a sly smile in his eyes, looking like a schemer who has succeeded. I mean, I may not have time, but I didn't say I definitely won't have time. Lu Qingzhou. Oh wow. I've been tricked. This time I don't have to say anything, I'd become a cheap father. Chapter 33 Mu Xiaohua, by Pajamas. There has always been a question that bothers Lu Qingzhou. Where the hell has Momo's father gone? Dead? Or what? Impersonating Momo's father won't put his life in danger, will it? Seeing Lu Qingzhou silent, Mu Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. She didn't want to see Momo disappointed. With some trepidation, she asked, You're not going to back out, are you? Perceiving Mu Xiaohua's somewhat nervous mood, Lu Qingzhou felt somewhat complicated. Looking up at Mu Xiaohua's eyes full of tenderness, he hurriedly dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Smiling slightly at Mu Xiaohua. What did he say? I promise Momo I will definitely go. Hearing Lu Qingzhou's so affirmative reply, Mu Xiaohua's mouth slightly rose, revealing a row of white and sparkling teeth. The shallow dimples on her face were like the warm spring sun, gentle. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but stare. His throat involuntarily rolled. If we say that. Qingyao is a cold plum that stands proudly in the snow and wind alone, with a piercing coldness. Then at this moment, Mu Xiaohua is like a red rose among the blooming flowers, warm and beautiful, exuding a faint, sweet fragrance that makes people feel physically and mentally loved. Feeling the heat in Lu Qingzhou's eyes, Mu Xiaohua's cheeks suddenly flushed. She said coquettishly, Have you looked enough? Lu Qingzhou quickly came to his senses, coughing twice to hide his embarrassment. Reached out and held Momo on his lap, changing the subject and asking, What time tomorrow? Around 10 a.m. Lu Qingzhou nodded and said, That's fine. I can still go to the office to punch the clock in the morning and bring my little electric moped back by the way. Looking at Lu Qingzhou's determined and persistent eyes as he went to work to earn money, Mu Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. After a moment of hesitation, she walked up to Lu Qingzhou and said gently, Take this money, don't refuse. I understand that you urgently need money, otherwise you wouldn't be doing so many jobs at the same time. Ripples ran through Lu Qingzhou's heart. He couldn't understand how a gentle and virtuous woman like her could be without a husband. She was still single. It was really beyond his understanding. Many times, he had wanted to ask about the mystery in his heart. But on second thought, after all, it was her private matter, and he had no right or qualification to interfere. His cooperation with Mu Xiaohua was merely an exchange of interests, each with their own agenda. Just like at this moment, emotions and money are intertwined, and the taste is complex and hard to discern. Lu Qingzhou did not refuse, and reached out to take the money from Mu Xiaohua's hand. He sincerely said to Mu Xiaohua, "Thank you." The two suddenly fell silent. Momo was in Lu Qingzhou's arms. Her big, dark, shiny eyes swirling back and forth between Mu Xiaohua and Lu Qingzhou's faces. The atmosphere was a little bit delicate. "Mr. Mu, Mr. Lu is ready to eat." Wang Ma's voice came from the kitchen, instantly breaking the silence. Lu Qingzhou responded, "Okay, Wang Ma. Momo, let's wash our hands and eat." After dinner, Wang Ma cleaned up the dishes, tidied up the kitchen and left. Mu Xiaohua finished bathing Momo, who was wearing a set of pink cartoon pajamas, ran to Lu Qingzhou, skipping and jumping, pulling his mischievous face and saying, "Uncle Lu, you didn't shower yesterday, and you'll stink, so go take a shower quickly, and after you shower, read me a bedtime story." Upon hearing Momo's words, Lu Qingzhou suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He was helped back to bed by Mu Xiaohua last night, and he went straight to bed. He had planned to take a shower today, but he didn't have any clean clothes. Now that Momo mentioned it, facing her innocent little face, Lu Qingzhou was actually a little embarrassed. He said apologetically, "Uncle also wants to take a bath, but Uncle didn't bring any change of clothes or pajamas." Momo showed a row of small teeth and laughed, "There are pajamas and clothes at home." Lu Qingzhou was stunned, his brain a little bit down. What does that mean? At this time, Mu Xiaohua walked slowly from the bedroom, holding a set of pajamas in her hands. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked at Lu Qingzhou and said, "I bought these on my way home today. Do you like them?" Lu Qingzhou, dumbfounded, took the pajamas from Mu Xiaohua's hands. "You bought me pajamas?" Mu Xiaohua responded with some nervousness, "I happened to pass by a pajama store on my way home today, so I bought them on the way." Lu Qingzhou let out a sound of exclamation, his heart full of doubts. He couldn't figure it out. Why does it feel like Mu Xiaohua has changed like a different person? It's not that she's not good, but she's treating him better than before. Nima. This needs to be sorted out. Seeing that Lu Qingzhou's face did not reveal any expression of surprise, but instead revealed a helpless look, Mu Xiaohua's heart was slightly disappointed. It seemed that she had sensed something wrong with Mu Xiaohua's emotions. Lu Qingzhou's heart suddenly let out a cry of oops, cursing herself for not knowing how to be grateful. When someone buys you pajamas, you should react, but you're so dumb and don't do anything. This is the current benefactor. If you don't show any emotional value, are you even human? He immediately showed a surprised expression and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaohua, these pajamas are really nice." He spread out the pajamas and felt the soft fabric, while taking a discreet look at the pajama brand. Holy shit! Sure enough, they're expensive. He was even more puzzled. Before his family went bankrupt, he wore the same pajama brand. A set of pajamas costs at least 10,000 yuan. This Sister Xiaohua is really generous. Could it be that she has a crush on me? No way. Absolutely not. Mu Xiaohua may seem gentle and virtuous, like someone who needs to be pampered, but in reality she has her own principles. Not only did she pay, she also bought clothes. I should be the one acting as Momo's cheap father, and Mu Xiaohua is compensating me for it. Yes, it's very possible. Seeing Lu Qingzhou repeatedly scrutinizing the pajamas, Mu Xiaohua smiled. Momo said on the side, "Now that you have pajamas, go take a bath quickly, and then read a story to me in a while." Lu Qingzhou pinched her rosy little face and said, "Okay, after the bath, I'll read you a story." Momo immediately happily clapped her hands and bounced around. Lu Qingzhou took her pajamas and walked to the bathroom. As she was about to close the bathroom door, She heard Mu Xiaohua's voice from the living room. I've put some new toiletries, towels, and bath towels in there for you. Lu Qingzhou glanced around, then turned her head and said, Thank you, Xiaohua, I can see them. She closed the door. And in a moment, the sound of running water came from inside. In the living room, Momo climbed up next to Mu Xiaohua and looked at her with a mischievous expression, saying, Mom, do you like Uncle Lu? Mu Xiaohua was taken aback. She was shocked and looked at Momo's wise little eyes. She didn't know how to respond to her, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Turning back to Momo, she said, You're just a little kid, what do you know about liking? Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 34, Reading a Bedtime Story to Momo. Momo gazed into Mu Xiaohua's eyes and stated with a focused expression, The children in my class said that her mother often buys her father clothes and trousers, and that she only does this because she likes him. You bought Uncle Lu clothes too, so is that your way of showing you like him? Mu Xiaohua was speechless. This child's logic is truly amazing. Her thinking is open and unique. And at first glance there is no logic to follow. However, she was penetrated by the immature child Momo. This made Mu Xiaohua can't help but doubt herself. Is it a bit obvious? Mu Xiaohua touched her cheek. It's a little hot. It's over. It's been penetrated by a child. She has never been in love. After her parents died unexpectedly, she became pregnant unexpectedly. She has been raising her child while managing the family business, and to be honest, she really doesn't have much experience in relationships. But she is still a woman in her 30s. Fortunately, she is dealing with a young child, Momo. Mu Xiaohua is the boss of a large company. So after the initial shock, she quickly adjusted her mentality. She held Momo in her arms and thought for a moment. Then said with a serious expression, Momo, let me ask you a question. Do you like Uncle Lu? Momo didn't even think about it, she said, Yes, I like Uncle Lu. Mu Xiaohua was delighted and continued to cautiously test the waters, asking, Then do you want him to be your father? Yes, I want Uncle Lu to be my father. A flash of light passed through Mu Xiaohua's eyes, and the smile on the corners of her mouth was like an old AK, it was about to explode. Momo tilted her head and thought for a moment, her bright big eyes staring at Mu Xiaohua's cheeks, while her small hands played with Mu Xiaohua's long, beautiful hair. Is helping you chase Uncle Lu doing something bad? Mu Xiaohua. Her happy mood instantly dropped to freezing point. It felt as if her chest had been hammered. And she felt very uncomfortable. More depressed than anything else. Mu Xiaohua gave herself a few puffs of air with her finger. Children's words have no harm. Children's words have no harm. Mu Xiaohua said with a stern face. But when she saw Momo's innocent face, she smiled tenderly and said, How can this be considered bad? This is good, not bad. Oh, I'll help mommy then. The two of them muttered to each other for a while. Click. The bathroom door was pushed open. Lu Qingzhou, wearing the pajamas that Mu Xiaohua had bought, walked out of the bathroom with his bangs, which were half long, naturally falling by his ears. He had a kind of youthful charm. Momo saw Lu Qingzhou come out and hurriedly got off Mu Xiaohua. She ran up to Lu Qingzhou and hugged his legs. Uncle Lu, you smell so good. Lu Qingzhou gave a slight smile, reached out and picked her up. Walked over to the living room. Mu Xiaohua looked at Lu Qingzhou up and down, nodded, and said, The length is just right, and the color of the pajamas matches you quite well. Lu Qingzhou sat down with Momo in his arms and said with a smile, Sister Xiaohua really has a good eye. Mu Xiaohua's mouth slightly raised, teasing, It's mainly because you really do look quite handsome. Praised by Mu Xiaohua like this. Lu Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Mu Xiaohua gave Momo a wink. Momo revealed a pair of bright eyes, got off Lu Qingzhou's body, took Lu Qingzhou's hand, and said in a clear voice, Uncle Lu, tell me a story. Lu Qingzhou looked at Momo and said, Okay. Momo took Lu Qingzhou by the hand and turned back to look at Mu Xiaohua and said, Mom, Uncle Lu is going to tell me a story, come to bed and go to sleep. Lu Qingzhou saw that Momo was actually walking towards the bedroom while holding his hand. Lu Qingzhou was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Can't you tell a story in the living room? Momo, however, silenced Lu Qingzhou with a single sentence. Of course bedtime stories are told in bed, don't you understand? Lu Qingzhou. He smiled awkwardly, glanced at Mu Xiaohua, and said, "I've never raised a child before, so I really don't know." Mu Xiaohua looked at the back of Lu Qingzhou's head, smiled, and then blushed a little. That's it. Lu Qingzhou was led by Momo to the master bedroom, where Momo slept in the middle and Lu Qingzhou and Mu Xiaohua slept on either side of her. Both leaned their bodies against the headboard. Mu Xiaohua held a storybook in her hands and couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingzhou next to her. She saw him telling Momo a story with all seriousness, as if trying to play the role of a father. Mu Xiaohua felt her heart beating a few beats faster than usual, and her ears felt a little hot. Does this count as sleeping together in the same bed? Just as Mu Xiaohua was in a daze, a hand reached out in front of her, still holding a storybook. Lu Qingzhou said with a smile, "It's your turn to tell Momo a story." Mu Xiaohua took the storybook that Lu Qingzhou handed over and hurriedly turned her face away to avoid being seen by Lu Qingzhou with her somewhat flushed cheeks. Lu Qingzhou was a little confused by her actions. He didn't pay much attention to it. Telling his child a bedtime story, it was the first time he had done this, and his palms were covered in sweat stains. When he finished reading the last word, his slightly nervous heart eased a little. Telling Momo a story was really the first time in his life. And there was still a beautiful woman lying there. Lu Qingzhou was so nervous that he mispronounced a few words. Fortunately, Momo was still a little illiterate and knew very few words. She only listened to the sound and didn't know the meaning of the words. Otherwise, he would have been so embarrassed. He just didn't know if Mu Xiaohua had noticed him mispronouncing the words. Now that he had handed the book to Mu Xiaohua, he suddenly felt as if he had completed a big order. He felt much more relaxed. At this time, Momo pulled Lu Qingzhou's hand and whispered, "Uncle Lu, will you hold me while you listen to my mom tell the story?" Lu Qingzhou saw Momo rubbing his eyes in confusion, guessing that he was sleepy, so he lay down, reached out to hug Momo into his arms, and his hands slipped under the covers. He accidentally touched Mu Xiaohua's soft, smooth thigh. Mu Xiaohua's body suddenly stiffened. The story suddenly stalled and stopped. Lu Qingzhou sensed that things were not good, as if he had touched a place he shouldn't have. He quickly withdrew his hand and subconsciously looked up at Mu Xiaohua. Their eyes met. Embarrassment, shyness, anxiety. In an instant, an indescribable tense atmosphere filled the entire bedroom. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly avoided Mu Xiaohua's gaze, his eyes lowered. Unfortunately, his eyes happened to glance at the white patch on Mu Xiaohua's chest. Outrageous. A seriously oversized light bulb. Lu Qingzhou swallowed hard. At this moment, he felt like he could hear his own heart beating loudly. Thumping, thumping, thumping. Faster and faster. "I'm sorry, Xiaohua, I didn't mean to." Mu Xiaohua's face turned red, and she looked away, softly uttering a hum. She then took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions. Continue telling Momo the story. Mu Xiaohua's voice was indeed very pleasant when telling stories, and it was much better than his stiff tone. It was gentle and soft, and it sounded like the whispering of spring passing through the heart. The beautiful voice seemed to soothe the heart, making people feel peaceful and relaxed. Lu Qingzhou fell asleep while listening. Momo slept soundly in his arms, and occasionally she would smack her lips. Chapter 35, Mom and I will be waiting for you to come back. The next day, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, naughtily shining on Lu Qingzhou's face. It was warm and a little bit tingling. He slowly opened his eyes, and a blurry figure slowly became clearer. Momo was sitting on the bedside with a small sticker in her hand, and was sticking it on his face one by one. Lu Qingzhou froze for a moment, and subconsciously reached out and touched his face, tearing off a small piece of paper, and looked at it in front of his eyes. He was suddenly speechless. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Lu, don't move. Mom, come and take a look, doesn't Uncle Lu look good?" A clear child's voice came from the bedroom. Pat. Pat pat. A series of footsteps echoed in the living room. Mu Xiaohua was wearing slippers and a white t-shirt with a cartoon printed on the chest. She matched it with a pair of skinny jeans, and her slightly curled up bun naturally hung down her shoulders. This outfit exuded an overflowing youthful aura that was eye-catching. She walked slowly towards the bed, and the moment her gaze touched Lu Qingzhou's face. Pooh hee! A soft laugh echoed through the bedroom. Mo, how could you be so naughty? Look what you've done to Uncle Lu's face. As she said this, she reached out to grab Mo, who giggled, slipped to the edge of the bed, put on her little slippers and ran towards the living room. Mu Xiaohua smiled, then looked away. Their gazes meeting. Lu Qingzhou. Did you get caught peeking? Lu Qingzhou had wanted to take a good look at her profile, but who knew that Mu Xiaohua suddenly turned around. Now this is embarrassing. I was simply admiring beauty. At this moment, he was still lying on the bed of Mu Xiaohua and her daughter. What does this look like? He coughed lightly to try to ease the awkwardness. I'm sorry, Xiaohua, I fell asleep last night without meaning to. I didn't mean to sleep here. Mu Xiaohua's face turned slightly red, looking at Lu Qingzhou's somewhat evasive eyes. The image of Lu Qingzhou hugging Mo to sleep last night popped into her head. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Lu Qingzhou saw that Mu Xiaohua didn't say anything, but stared at him with a pair of gentle eyes. Daze. What does this mean? Sister Xiaohua, Sister Xiaohua. Lu Qingzhou called her a few times before Mu Xiaohua woke up from her daze. Oh, I fell asleep quickly last night too, and didn't notice. I'm partly to blame. By the way, breakfast is ready. Go wash up and come have breakfast. He turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Lu Qingzhou stared blankly at the closed door, feeling as if his head was in a complete mess. Shaking his head, Lu Qingzhou walked out of the bedroom. He saw Mu Xiaohua and Mo already at the table, waiting for him to join them for breakfast. Lu Qingzhou felt a little embarrassed. You guys eat first, don't wait for me. Mo, however, shook her head and said, No, we want to eat breakfast with you. Lu Qingzhou had no choice but to quickly finish washing up and come to the table. After breakfast, Lu Qingzhou changed his clothes and came to Mu Xiaohua and Mo. Hugging Mo, he said, I'll go to the office first. Wait for me at home for a while. Okay, hurry back, Mom and I will be waiting for you. Lu Qingzhou was taken aback, his gaze subconsciously sweeping towards Mu Xiaohua. Their gazes met, and Mu Xiaohua's face turned a visible rosy pink. Lu Qingzhou walked to the curb. Lu Qingzhou kept pondering in his heart. Why did Mo's words feel a little strange? What was so strange about them? Right. There was a sense of déjà vu of a beautiful and delicate wife at home taking care of the children, waiting for her husband to come home from work. Shit. I'm out of my mind. I can't believe I associated it with this plot. Lu Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh a few times. An aunt standing next to him, who had been waiting for the bus with him, saw Lu Qingzhou laughing alone and hurriedly moved away from him. The look in her eyes was like she was looking at a mentally ill young man. Lu Qingzhou. Luck was on my side. In just 3 minutes, I waited for the bus that went to the company. I got off at the stop not far from the company. Lu Qingzhou quickly walked towards the company. Along the way, he met a few colleagues from the company. Isn't that Lu Qingzhou from the sales department? I heard that he was suddenly fired yesterday. Did he do something wrong? Who knows? Yesterday morning was fine, but when President Su came back in the afternoon, he had the Human Resources Department issue a notice of dismissal. A few colleagues from other departments gathered together and muttered. Lu Qingzhou seemed to hear a few people mention his name in a daze. He was a little puzzled. He casually followed the others. Cleared his throat. The colleagues looked at each other. One of them walked up to Lu Qingzhou and asked in a low voice. Brother, you were doing well in the business department, why were you suddenly fired? What? Lu Qingzhou looked confused. Who do you mean was fired? Lu Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had heard wrong. As soon as he said this, he instead left the other colleagues dumbfounded. What's going on? Several people looked at Lu Qingzhou's puzzled expression, which didn't seem like he was pretending. You've been fired from the company, didn't you know? What? I've been fired. Lu Qingzhou's voice suddenly raised several tones. This sudden news almost fried his CPU. I worked hard to create profits for the company. I behaved myself and did things properly. Why was I suddenly fucking fired? It's not scientific. Don't you really know? I don't know shit, I was sick yesterday and took leave. With that, he ignored the others and quickly walked towards the elevator. He quickly pressed the elevator button. Entering the elevator. Lu Qingzhou's mind was full of question marks. He couldn't figure it out. Really couldn't figure it out. Why did the company fire him? What was the problem with the process? As the elevator door opened a crack, Lu Qingzhou squeezed himself next to the door. As the elevator door slowly opened, Lu Qingzhou stepped sideways out of the elevator. Angrily, he arrived at the door of Manager Lu's office and kicked it open. Bang! A loud noise. The door was kicked open. And Lu Tong, holding a cup of water, was about to receive it. But he was startled by this sudden scene. The cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. He angrily turned around, looking at Lu Qingzhou, who was also furious. He naturally knew why Lu Qingzhou was angry. However, he was after all a department manager. If he didn't have some temper, how could he manage these people under him? His face gradually sank, his brows knitted, and he immediately shouted angrily, Lu Qingzhou, what are you doing? You're on drugs in the morning. Lu Qingzhou walked up to him with a dark face, glaring at him with dead eyes. What are you doing? I want to ask you. Say, why do you want to fire me? Lu Tong glanced at him with disdain in his eyes. This is the company's decision. Besides, does the company need to discuss with you if it wants to fire you? Who do you think you are? Fuck. I want to understand, what is the reason for letting me go like this? I'm not happy about it. It's useless if you're not happy about it. Chapter 36, I know a little bit about martial arts. Lu Qingzhou suppressed the anger that was about to boil over. I'm trying to reason with you, but if that doesn't work, I know a little bit about kung fu too. Lu Tong looked at him and smiled contemptuously. If you want to be a slave, you have to be prepared to be treated like one. Lu Qingzhou gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and trembled slightly. These damned capitalists are so bullying. Although his family used to be part of the capitalist class, at this moment, he couldn't care less. This anger is really suffocating. He kicked Manager Lu in the stomach. And with a cry of ouch. Bam! Splat! Lu Tong fell heavily to the ground, knocking off the cup on the water dispenser. He was like a bent shrimp, covering his stomach and groaning on the ground. The commotion in Lu Tong's office immediately spread to the public office area. Everyone looked at each other. What's going on in there? I don't know. I saw Lu Qingzhou storming into Manager Lu's office earlier. It's probably because of the dismissal, and the two of them are probably fighting. Let's go take a look. I'm having breakfast. What breakfast? Don't melons smell good? Encouraged by each other, several colleagues hunched over and walked towards Manager Lu's office. When they arrived at the office door, they peeked inside. Lu Tong was seen sitting on the ground, clutching his stomach. He glared at Lu Qingzhou with anger in his eyes. Lu Qingzhou fixed his gaze on him and slowly crouched down. Lu Qingzhou's fists were clenched, and he looked as if he was about to kill someone. Lu Tong suddenly felt a little scared. He was a short guy, about 1.7 meters tall, while Lu Qingzhou was 1.83 meters tall. And his build was much more imposing than Lu Tong's. Lu Tong is already intimidated by his physique. His mouth twitched fiercely, revealing an ugly smile. Brother Lu, let's talk it over. This is the company's decision, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Qingzhou seemed to have not heard what he said. That deathly gaze kept on him. Lu Tong's gaze looked out the door. He saw a few subordinates sneaking around the door, watching the commotion, and hurriedly shouted, damn it, you guys don't want to work anymore, but you're still watching the fun. Hurry up and call security, Lu Qingzhou is crazy. Oh. A few people heard this and hurriedly turned around and left, from a position where Lu Tong couldn't see them. One of the colleagues said, should we notify security? The two of them immediately looked at him with the same gaze. An inexplicable smile appeared in their eyes. Another colleague laughed and whispered, "This idiot is lucky that we called security instead of going in there to help him hold Lu Qingyao back, otherwise I would have wanted to beat him up." I almost laughed out loud when I saw him on the floor like a dog. Yes, it was really satisfying. This son of a bitch is General Manager Su's loyal dog, always exploiting our rest time and squeezing us hard. He usually acts condescendingly in the office, completely treating us like we're not human. Yes, he deserved to be beaten. A few people hid aside and whispered, their words full of discontent for Lu Tong. Ouch, don't hit his face. A few more screams came from Lu Tong's office. We'd better notify the security guard, otherwise he'll make things difficult for us when he remembers this. Yes, yes. A few people brought the security guard over. Zhang Ming, who had just stepped out of the elevator, saw several colleagues leading the security guard in the direction of Lu Tong's office. He quickly followed them, grabbed one of them and asked, "What's going on here?" The colleague he grabbed turned to Zhang Ming and whispered, "Brother Lu was fired, and he's in Manager Lu's office right now. He's not being beaten up, they're just negotiating." Negotiating. Damn, that's a good one. The group of people secretly laughed to themselves. Hearing that Lu Qingyao was in Manager Lu's office and had even called the security guard, Zhang Ming's heart sank. Hurriedly, he followed the others and quickly walked towards the office. Inside the office, Lu Tong was being ridden by Lu Qingyao, who was giving him a combination of punches. Seeing the scene inside, the others snickered to themselves. When Lu Tong saw someone coming, he suddenly yelled, "Damn it, you guys come over here and help, pull him off, ouch, stop hitting him." Lu Qingyao turned his head and saw several people coming through the door, along with two security guards. Ha ha ha. Everyone knows each other. Hearing Lu Tong's words, several people felt uncomfortable. Two colleagues walked up and pretended to pull Lu Qingyao away. Lu Qingyao lightly swung his arm and broke free. Had. So weak. The two security guards were stunned when they saw that Lu Qingyao was the one who had hit the people. They exchanged glances, with a slight smile on the corner of their mouths. Lu Tong had just managed to get up, when one of the security guards rushed up quickly, tripped his right foot over his left, and fell directly on top of Lu Tong. Lu Tong's face made direct contact with the ground. And the security guard, who was now lying on top of Lu Tong, looked up at the others and gave a meaningful smile, but said nervously, "Oops, sorry, I slipped." Ouch. In just 2 seconds, Lu Tong got several kicks in the buttocks and ass. I'm fucked. Then Zhang Ming and another security guard grabbed Lu Qingzhou's arm tightly. And the rest of the people scrambled to help Manager Lu up. Ouch. Lu Tong got several more kicks in the body. Steadying himself, he rubbed his buttocks and ass, and then touched his nose. His lungs were about to explode with anger. He glared at the crowd and roared, "Except for Lu Qingyao, who the hell else kicked me?" Lu Qingyao looked calm, and even rubbed his fists together. The rest of the people looked confused, shaking their heads in unison. "No," the security guard said, his innocence reaching its peak. A series of kicks, could it all have been done by Lu Qingyao alone? Do you take me for a fool? This is personal revenge. Do you understand? This is personal revenge. Lu Tong was furious to the extreme, loudly questioning the souls of the several people. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Qingyao, but Lu Qingzhou's gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Tong, who coldly said, "Manager Lu, apart from putting shit on other people's heads, what else can you do? I've told you before, I'm not only reasonable, I also know a bit about martial arts. Don't treat me like an idiot." Just now several footprints landed on me at the same time. I kicked like a rabbit, using all 4 limbs at once, can't I? What are you doing? You're all acting like hooligans, treating this like a food market. At this hour, a slightly authoritative voice came from the door. Su Hua glanced at the noisy office, saw Lu Tong's disheveled appearance, and glanced at Lu Qingyao, who was rubbing his hands together in excitement. His brows furrowed slightly, and looked at the several people and said, "Manager Lu and Lu Qingyao come to my office for a visit. Everyone else, go do whatever it is you were doing." Su Hua spoke, and the feet of the several people felt as if they had been greased. They all disappeared from Su Hua's sight in a flash. When they arrived in Su Hua's office, Lu Tong suddenly cried out, Su Zong, you have to do something for me. Lu Qingyao beat me up indiscriminately and made me into this state. Chapter 37 Su Qingyao, is there anything unusual about his emotions? Lu Qingyao gave a cold smile. I'm just teaching you how to be a person. I usually only beat animals, not people. Lu Tong pointed at Lu Qingyao and complained to Su Zong with a face full of grievances. You, Su Zong, look at him. What kind of words are these? What I said was, the fairy tales of Hans Christian Andersen. Lu Qingyao retorted directly. Lu Tong. Su Hua glanced at Lu Qingyao, then shifted his gaze back to Lu Tong. His face darkened. Okay, don't say anything. Lu Tong hurriedly shut up. Stretched out his hand and rubbed his buttocks, standing by with a face full of grievances. Su Hua sat down in his seat, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. He pondered. Lu, the company's performance is not good right now, and we're losing money every month. As the boss, I'm very anxious. Every day when I open my eyes, I think about the group of people under me waiting for me to pay their wages. I am anxious. After thinking about it, the only thing I can do is to optimize the personnel. You also have to understand that it is not easy to be the boss. Don't worry, although I am unilaterally dismissing you. I will give you the compensation you deserve in full. Su Hua originally wanted to let him go directly. But, considering that it was more important for Su Qingyao to sign the contract, he simply decided to give him some compensation and get rid of him quickly. Otherwise, with Lu Qingzhou's temper, if he really makes a scene, he will make a big deal of it. It will not be good for the company's reputation. Most importantly, I am worried that Lu Qingzhou will find some clues and suspect Su Qingyao. Then their cooperation will be over. After thinking about it, the best way is to appease Lu Qingzhou and get rid of him. He walked out of Su Hua's office. Lu Qingzhou looked at the bank card account arrival prompt message on his phone. Came to the public office area expressionlessly. And Zhang Ming pulled him over when he saw him return. What's wrong with you? I tried to tell you this yesterday when you didn't answer any of my calls. Lu Qingzhou pulled a stool and sat down. He said to Zhang Ming, I was busy yesterday, and I called you back later, but your phone was turned off. Forget it, I dropped my phone when I was trying to call you. Zhang Ming said with some depression. And then asked. What happened? Why did President Su suddenly fire you? When it came to this question, Lu Qingzhou spread his hands and looked helpless. I don't know what's going on either. President Su said that the company's business is not good and it has been losing money, so the company has adopted a strategy of personnel optimization, and I am one of those who have been optimized. Luckily, he gave me all the compensation I was due, or I would have trashed his office. When he said this, Lu Qingzhou's face turned dark. What the hell is this guy doing? If you're going to fire someone, you should give them advance notice. I didn't get any news at all, so it feels really sudden. Right, now that you don't have a job anymore, what are you going to do? Zhang Ming looked at Lu Qingzhou and asked with a frown. Never mind, I have things to do today. After I'm done, I'll just find another job. With that, Lu Qingzhou packed up all his things on the table. Looked at the time. Had to hurry back to Xinghai Villa to meet up with Mu Xiaohua and the others. And then go to the kindergarten for an event later. After packing a bag, Lu Qingzhou looked at Zhang Ming and said, When you're done, let's grab a drink sometime. Sure thing, buddy. Even if we're not in the same company anymore, our friendship won't change. If you find a good company, don't forget about me. Zhang Ming patted Lu Qingzhou on the shoulder, his tone helpless but also a little reluctant. The two waved goodbye. Lu Qingzhou arrived at the company entrance. Walked over to his little electric moped. Pulled out the keys, put on his helmet, and headed towards Xinghai Villa. Global World Trade Center. 30th floor of Building A. Luyao Group's Qihang International Trade Company, Limited. Lun Yu hurriedly walked towards the president's office. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Su Qingyao frowned and gently scolded. This is the company, what are you doing in such a panic? Lun Yu shrugged, muttered under her breath. I don't know who told you to be the first to tell her when I heard that Lu Qingzhou had been fired. Su Qingyao looked at her, raised her eyebrows, and said, What are you muttering about? Lang Yu hurriedly looked up, stood straight, and said to Su Qingyao, I just received a message from President Su that Lu Qingzhou has been fired from their company. Su Qingyao was stunned, but then recovered, and asked in a neutral tone, so what's the situation now? Huh? What do you mean, huh? I'm asking you a question. Su Qingyao blared at Lang Yu and snapped at her. Lang Yu thought for a moment, unable to respond to what Su Qingyao meant. Boss Su, it was windy just now, I didn't hear you clearly. Su Qingyao. I really don't know what's going on in that thick skull of yours. You can't even figure out such a simple question. Hiring you as my secretary was a mistake. You're not the brightest. Lang Yu pouted in grievance, you could have just told me, couldn't you? Who knows if you're hiding something? Su Qingyao was suddenly speechless. She took a deep breath and looked at Lang Yu calmly and said, how is Lu Qingzhou doing now? Is there anything unusual about his mood? Lang Yu. I don't know specifically. President Su said that he and Lu Qingzhou negotiated and finally reached a consensus, and Lu Qingzhou left the company according to normal procedures. Su Qingyao thought for a moment, and then said to Lang Yu, as you said before, send out the company's recruitment notice, and it's best to tweet it directly to his phone. Oh, okay, I'll get right on it. Lang Yu received the instructions and turned to leave Su Qingyao's office. Looking at the empty office, Su Qingyao gradually fell into thought. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, smiling sometimes cold. Shanghai Villa District. Mu Xiaohua sat with Momo in the living room, watching cartoons. A little distracted. She picked up her phone every now and then to check it. Momo turned her head and looked at Mu Xiaohua, pouting and saying, Mom, why hasn't Uncle Lu come yet? I've already watched a few cartoons. Mu Xiaohua stroked Momo's little head and said softly to comfort her, Uncle Lu is probably stuck in traffic, he should be here soon. She felt a little inexplicable anxiety in her heart. Ever since Lu Qingzhou left, she had checked her phone countless times. Momo pulled Mu Xiaohua, her face a little downcast, and said, you call him. Mu Xiaohua looked at Momo and then at her phone. Taking a deep breath, she unlocked her phone, opened the contacts list, and quickly found Lu Qingzhou's phone number. Just as she was about to press the dial button. Chapter 38, Matching Outfits. Click. The living room door was gently pushed open, and a handsome figure appeared in the doorway. Seeing Lu Qingzhou return, Mu Xiaohua's heart, which had been floating and uncertain, suddenly fell. The frown on her face instantly disappeared, and she looked at Lu Qingzhou and smiled slightly. Momo broke free from her embrace. She spread her arms and ran towards Lu Qingzhou. She said happily, Uncle Lu, you're back, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Lu Qingzhou bent down and picked her up, and Momo gave him a kiss on the cheek. Lu Qingzhou laughed, his gaze shifting to Mu Xiaohua, apologetically saying, sorry, I got held up at work. Let's go now. Momo got off Lu Qingzhou's shoulders and said to him with her head held high, wait, you haven't changed yet. Lu Qingzhou was taken aback. He looked at himself and said, puzzled, I went back to my rented room this morning and changed clothes. What's the problem? Mu Xiaohua walked over and picked up a bag on the sofa and handed it to Lu Qingzhou. She said softly, Momo means that you have to change into this outfit. Lu Qingzhou said, Uncle Lu, you should hurry and put this outfit on. Lu Qingzhou's gaze was a little confused, but he reached out and took the bag Mu Xiaohua handed him. This is the new clothes your mother has prepared for you. Momo pushed the somewhat hesitant Lu Qingzhou towards the bedroom next door, and said, go and change inside, I'll be waiting for you. Hey. Before Lu Qingzhou could say anything, he was pushed into the room by Momo. Closing the door, Lu Qingzhou took out a set of sports-style clothes and pants from the bag. He picked up the clothes in his hands and took a look. There was a cartoon pattern on the front of the shirt, and the pants were solid colors too. Looking at the clothes, Lu Qingzhou always felt that there was something about them, but he couldn't think of where he had seen them before. Uncle Lu, hurry up. Momo's baby voice came from outside the door. Lu Qingzhou gave a small smile, took off his clothes, and quickly put on the clothes. Click. The bedroom door opened, and Mu Xiaohua and Momo's eyes immediately looked over to him. Mu Xiaohua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her eye bags slightly bulging, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It made her look exceptionally charming. Momo hurriedly went up to her, looked up and down at Lu Qingyao with her eyes, clapped her hands in admiration, and said, "Uncle Lu, you look so good and handsome in this outfit." Lu Qingyao was touched by Momo's innocence. Couldn't help but laugh. "What do you know about being handsome, you little kid?" Mu Xiaohua walked up to Lu Qingyao and stopped in front of him, reaching out to smooth out the wrinkles in the fabric. The gentle way she did it made her look like a young wife. Lu Qingyao looked at her high, straight nose and was momentarily stunned. Before moving his gaze to Mu Xiaohua's chest, he was instantly dumbfounded again. Holy shit! I knew that dress looked familiar. It's the same style as the one Mu Xiaohua and Momo are wearing. Holy shit! Parent-child matching outfits. Lu Qingyao only then realized this problem. He, a young socialist who had never married, was wearing a parent-child matching outfit. And he was wearing it with a beautiful woman and a cute little girl. He opened his mouth, but then closed it again. It's just matching parent-child outfits. What's the big deal? In the end, he didn't ask the words that would ruin the mood. Yes, the clothes fit quite well. The length is just right. The main thing is that he is good looking. Giggle. Mu Xiaohua gave a gentle smile, and a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lu Qingyao scratched his head and responded with some embarrassment, "It's Xiaohua's sister who has good taste." Mu Xiaohua gave a slight smile and said, "Now we're ready, let's go. Let's go to the school to participate in the event." Momo took Lu Qingzhou's hand and walked quickly towards the door. When they arrived in the courtyard, Mu Xiaohua handed the car keys to Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou didn't hesitate, took the car keys, and walked towards the black Maybach. The car slowly stopped in front of Mu Xiaohua and Momo. Mu Xiaohua opened the back door and carried Momo up, preparing to get in the car after her. But Momo gently nudged her, her face full of mischief, her big black gemstone eyes blinking, cooing to Mu Xiaohua, "Mommy, I want to sit in the back by myself, it's more spacious." Mu Xiaohua was taken aback, her heart filled with inexplicable feelings. She was actually a little embarrassed, so she said, "If you're going to behave." Mu Xiaohua adjusted her slightly nervous mood, opened the passenger door and got in. Momo sat in the back seat and responded in a baby voice to Mu Xiaohua. "I will, I'm not a 3-year-old, I'm already 4 years old." Mu Xiaohua. Lu Qingyao tilted his head and the two of them locked eyes. They smiled at each other. Mu Xiaohua tugged on the passenger seatbelt, but it didn't come undone after a few tugs. Seeing this, unfastened his seatbelt and said with a smile, "You sit tight, I'll do it." Mu Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly, and he sat up straight. Lu Qingzhou leaned over, and a faint, sweet fragrance came wafting over. It rushed to Lu Qingzhou's brain, and his elbow, without meaning to, actually rubbed against Mu Xiaohua's towering area, causing a little friction between them. Mu Xiaohua's face flushed, and her heartbeat quickened like a drum. Lu Qingzhou hurriedly raised his hand higher, embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Mu Xiaohua took a deep breath and immediately regained her composure. She gave a faint smile and said, "It's fine." Lu Qingzhou reached out to pull the seatbelt. As soon as he applied force, brrr, a large section came out. Lu Qingzhou was taken aback. Their gazes met, and Mu Xiaohua's eyes were beautiful. Mu Xiaohua's gaze flickered slightly, and then she said calmly, "I guess I didn't pull it in the right place just now." Upon hearing her say this, Lu Qingzhou also felt that it was very likely. He carefully fastened the seatbelt for her. He sat back in his seat and fastened his own seatbelt. A roar. The car slowly drove out of the villa. There was no conversation along the way. There was some traffic congestion today, and the taxi driver in the adjacent lane anxiously honked the horn. Bang! A crisp sound. Lu Qingzhou and the others couldn't help but sway forward a little. Mu Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head to look at Momo, nervously asking, "Momo, are you okay?" Momo shook her head and said, "I'm fine, Mom, it looks like our car has been hit." Lu Qingzhou unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to Mu Xiaohua and said, "I'll go take a look, it looks like we've been rear-ended," he said. Lu Qingzhou pulled the handbrake and turned on the double flashers, pushed open the car door and got out of the car. "I'll take a look with you, Momo, you stay in the car obediently." "Okay." Momo obediently answered. Mu Xiaohua unbuckled his seatbelt and followed Lu Qingyao out of the car. Lu Qingyao walked to the back of the car, had a look, and saw that their car had been rear-ended by a BMW. He looked at the license plate and couldn't help but feel a little familiar. The driver of the car behind them was sweating profusely. And after glancing at the middle-aged man in the back seat, he said, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we rear-ended you." Su Hua frowned, sat up straight, and glanced forward. He was stunned. Lu Qingyao? He immediately got out of the BMW too. Lu Qingyao saw the back door of the BMW open and looked over. Hey! What a coincidence! Chapter 39, Narrow Road to Enmity. It turned out that the boss of their company, Su Hua, yuck, was the boss of the previous company. Narrow road to enmity. Ha ha. Lu Qingyao looked at Su Hua expressionlessly and said in a light tone, "What a coincidence, we meet again, Mr. Su." Su Hua looked up and down at Lu Qingyao. And then, his gaze shifted to the stunningly beautiful woman next to Lu Qingyao. Beautiful. This is the woman he has seen who can rival Su Qingyao. He was stunned for a moment. His gaze swept over the two people again. Wearing the same color and style of clothes. Parent-child clothing? After a few looks, he moved his gaze to Lu Qingyao and said calmly, "It's quite a coincidence, I didn't think we would meet again after just parting." Mu Xiaohua glanced at Su Hua and asked Lu Qingyao softly, "Do you know each other?" Lu Qingyao looked at Su and gritted his teeth, smiling wryly and saying, "Not only do I know him very well. How could I not be familiar with him? We've been together for over a year. This son of a bitch Su. I'll get rid of him today." Lu Qingyao thought viciously in his heart. Then he turned to Mu Xiaohua next to him and said, "I'll handle this, you go back to the car and wait for me, it'll be over soon." Mu Xiaohua nodded, stood next to Lu Qingyao for a few seconds, and then turned around and got into the passenger seat. Su Hua's driver hurriedly approached and apologized to Lu Qingyao, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I will pay for all the car repair costs." Lu Qingyao looked at the time and saw that he still had half an hour to spare before rushing to Momo's school, so there was no rush. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out his mobile phone, took several pictures front, back, and side, and then took a few more at the position where he had been hit, before putting the phone away. He said to the BMW driver next to him, "I will definitely pay for the car repair, but I need to use the car in the next few days, so how can we solve this?" The driver heard this and turned his head to look behind him at Su Hua. Su Hua's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't have time to waste here, he still had to rush to sign the contract. After a moment's thought, he said to Lu Qingyao, "If you need to use the car, take a taxi first, keep the receipt, and I will transfer the money to you, no matter how much it costs." Lu Qingyao gave a cold smile. "Do I have to take a taxi if I want to go north? Are you sure you want to reimburse me for the transfer?" Su Hua frowned and said after a moment's hesitation, "So what do you want to do?" Lu Qingyao thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I won't rip you off, I'll name my price, 5,000 yuan, transfer 5,000 yuan to me as transportation expenses, and this matter will be over." Su Hua's face turned black when he heard this. "Are you robbing me? Your car is just a little paint scratched, it can't even be that expensive to fix." Lu Qingyao shrugged, looked unconcerned, and said indifferently, "Then there's no point in talking, let's just wait for JC to deal with it." At that moment, Su Hua's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. "Hurry up and walk over to the side, and press the answer button." "Hello, Miss Lang, I'll be right there, okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Hua came over with a dark face. His gaze fixed on Lu Qingyao as he said, "You're someone's chauffeur, aren't you? I don't know how you got on with that lady, but I'd advise you not to overdo it." Lu Qingyao raised an eyebrow. "What do you care what car I drive? Just say yes or no. If you don't give it to me, you're not leaving. I've got all the time in the world to waste with you." "You?" Su Hua was almost made to jump in anger by his words. A few days ago, he was a meek and obedient servant in front of him. But now, he was shouting at him. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Fine, I'll transfer it to you. It's only 5,000 yuan. Even if I give it to you, you'll still be a meek and obedient servant." "Humph." Lu Qingyao gave a faint smile, handed over the phone's payment code. Looking at Su Hua, said, "Whether I'm a cow or a horse has nothing to do with you anymore." Hurry up and transfer the money, don't delay my business. Impatience, rashness, and frivolity make it difficult to accomplish great things. With a beep, Su Hua turned around, opened the back door of the BMW, and got in. Lu Qingyao looked at the 5,000 yuan that had suddenly appeared on his phone. Happily came back to the driver's seat. Seeing him get in the car, Mu Xiaohua asked softly, "Have you taken care of it?" Lu Qingyao nodded and handed her the phone, saying proudly, "The only damage to our car is a little paint on the rear bumper. I'll take it to the garage some other day and have it fixed. Everything is on their heads. I've got some more." "No, I've had a chat with them, and they've compensated us for the cost of the car while it's being repaired, a total of 5,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you." Mu Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed, as she heard what Lu Qingyao and the others were saying in the back of the car. At this moment, she saw Lu Qingyao holding the 5,000 yuan he had scammed and joking around in front of her. Mu Xiaohua couldn't help but smile a little. She glanced at Lu Qingyao and said softly, "Please take care of the car repairs. You need money for traveling back and forth, so you can keep it, you don't need to give it to me." Lu Qingyao felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had no intention of giving the money to Mu Xiaohua in the first place. But now that she had said that, he felt a little ashamed. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Just leave it with me for now." He restarted the car. In no time at all, Lu Qingyao and the others arrived at Momo's kindergarten. After parking the car, Lu Qingyao opened the back door and carried Momo down. Walking along the road, Momo took Lu Qingyao and Mu Xiaohua's hands and skipped towards the kindergarten entrance. A happy smile was on her face. Looking up through the kindergarten's wrought iron fence, it was faintly visible that quite a few people had gathered in the garden. Adults came with their children, grouped together in small groups, whispering to each other. In front of the kindergarten, two teachers standing guard couldn't help but glance at the family as they walked in. Their eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. They remembered that at every parent-teacher meeting, Mu Xiaohua had always attended alone. But today she was accompanied by a handsome man. Was that Momo's father? I've never seen him before. Yes, it was always Momo's mother who came. They make such a good couple, they are truly made for each other, the man is handsome and the woman pretty. Seeing Lu Qingyao and the others approaching, the two teachers immediately stopped their gossip. But their hearts were still full of curiosity. Momo obediently said, "Hello, hello teachers." Then, like a little adult, she introduced her parents to the two teachers. "This is my father, Mr. Lu, this is my mother, Ms. Mu." The two female teachers immediately came forward, smiling and responding, "Oh, little Momo is so understanding. Welcome, Momo's parents, to this parent-child activity organized by our Green Apple Kindergarten." Although Lu Qingyao was prepared to be a cheap father, when he actually stepped into this role, he still felt a little strange in his heart. It's a bit suffocating. Inexplicably uncomfortable. Feel sorry for Mu Xiaohua. Chapter 40, Don't Ask What You Shouldn't Ask. The two of them held Momo's hand as they entered the kindergarten. And under the guidance of the teacher, they arrived at the kindergarten playground. The sun shone through the gaps between the buildings, splashing onto the colorful lawn and creating patches of gorgeous and colorful light. The children were dressed in colorful clothes and looked like a group of lively little elves, running and playing freely. Not far away, several young mothers and fathers are standing around, chatting with each other. Lu Qingyao and Mu Xiaohua slowly walked towards the crowd, holding Yo-Yo's hand. The group of mothers and fathers next to them suddenly stopped talking, and their eyes are fixed on them. Several words simultaneously appear in their minds. Amazing. So beautiful. So handsome. Seeing everyone's gaze directed at them, Lu Qingyao can't help but glance at Mu Xiaohua next to him, whispering, "What are they looking at?" Mu Xiaohua gave a small smile, while Momo proudly held her head high and said with a smile, "They are enchanted by how good-looking their parents are." Air? Really? Upon hearing Momo's words, Lu Qingyao subconsciously touched his own cheeks. This shows that the public's judgment is still sharp. Mu Xiaohua glanced at him with beautiful eyes and gave a slight smile. Momo took them forward. And when they met the children, she introduced them, "This is my mom and dad." Her face was full of childlike innocence and joy, and she looked so happy. This is my mom and dad. This is my mom and dad. Mu Xiaohua tilted her head slightly and gave a quiet glance at Lu Qingzhou. Seeing him with a smile on his face, he kept waving his hand to say hello to the children. She lifted her chin slightly, her face full of tenderness. At this time, a little girl led her mother to Lu Qingzhou and the others. With her big bright eyes, she looked at Lu Qingzhou and Mu Xiaohua and said to Momo, Momo, your dad is so handsome and your mom is also very pretty. Mu Xiaohua smiled slightly, very happy in her heart. Which woman wouldn't like to be praised for her beauty? A child's words are the most sincere. She smiled, looked at the little girl and her mother, and said, My child, your mother is also very beautiful. Upon hearing this, the little girl looked up at her mother, then at Mu Xiaohua, and said with a serious face, Auntie is pretty, but my mother is a bit funny. Puff. The three adults were amused by the little girl's words. The little girl's mother was not angry, but instead teased her daughter, saying, Mom is ugly, but she's still your mom. What can you do about it? Without thinking, the little girl responded, I can get a new mom. Giggling, Mu Xiaohua laughed so hard she almost passed out. The little girl's mother also smiled helplessly. Kids these days are so naughty, they're really hard to handle. Lu Qingzhou said with a smile, It's good for kids to be lively. The little girl broke free from her mother's grasp and walked up to Momo, saying, Momo, let's go play together. Momo glanced at Mu Xiaohua on hearing this. And Mu Xiaohua rubbed her little head, smiling slightly, Go play, but run slowly, don't fall. Qihang International Trade Company, Limited. President's Office. Su Qingyao was sitting at her desk, holding a document in her hands. She looked at it quietly. Click. The office door was pushed open. Long Yu walked in with Su Hua, handed the document in his hand to Su Qingyao's desk, and said, President Su is here. This is the relevant cooperation agreement he brought with him. Su Qingyao looked at the time and then looked at Su Hua coldly. President Su, we agreed on a time of 10 o'clock, and you are already 20 minutes late. The contract has not been signed yet, and this is your attitude. How can I feel at ease cooperating with your company? Upon hearing this, Su Hua hurriedly stood up and explained with a sad face, Su, don't get me wrong, I absolutely sincerely want to cooperate with your company. It's all the fault of that brat Lu Qingzhou. Upon hearing Su Hua mention Lu Qingzhou, Su Qingyao put down the documents in her hands, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and her gaze fixed tightly on Su Hua. Su Hua was worthy of being an old hand, and was very good at reading people's expressions, and knew that Su Qingyao seemed to be a little interested in the topic, so he hurriedly said, My driver was on his way here when he had a little collision with the car driven by that Lu Qingzhou brat. Su Qingyao was taken aback. And then she said, No. Su Hua was taken aback and thought about it for a moment. Then he told Su Qingyao the whole story. When he heard that Lu Qingzhou was accompanied by a beautiful woman, the two of them wearing matching outfits, Su Qingyao's beautiful face was covered in frost. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, as if staring at Su Zong through a sheet of ice. Shit. Why do I feel a little cold? Su Hua couldn't help but shiver. It felt like the temperature in the entire office had dropped several degrees. Su Qingyao tilted her head slightly and commanded Leng Yu next to her, Go check where they went. Yes, Ms. Su. Leng Yu turned around and walked out of the office. Su Hua couldn't figure out what the relationship between Su Qingyao and Lu Qingzhou was, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he asked carefully, Ms. Su, this Lu Qingzhou and you? Don't ask if you shouldn't. Su Hua's words were interrupted by Su Qingyao's cold voice before he could finish. Su Hua slightly shrunk his head and closed his mouth tactfully. The pen in Su Qingyao's hand was about to be crushed by her. She glanced at the document on the table, quickly signed the cooperation agreement. Then she threw it in Su Hua's face. In the future, my secretary will be in charge of liaising with you at work. Please leave. Su Hua looked at the signature and red seal on the contract. He immediately beamed, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum. He didn't care about Su Qingyao's dismissal. He quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly to thank Su Qingyao. Thank you, President Su, I'll go back and prepare for the next task. Su Qingyao waved her hand. Sitting in her chair, Su Qingyao's brows furrowed slightly. Her heart felt like a big piece of cotton had been stuffed in it, making her feel suffocated. Why is there a beautiful woman by Lu Qingzhou's side? Wearing matching parent-child outfits, could it be that he has taken on another part-time job? No. I can't let Lu Qingzhou live such a comfortable life. Just as she was rambling on, Lang Yu suddenly opened the door and came in. He quickly walked over to Su Qingyao, hurriedly handed her the phone, and said, "Su, I found them. They're at the Green Apple Kindergarten." Su Qingyao looked at the message on Lang Yu's phone, expressionless, and then threw the phone at Lang Yu, snorting. "Let's go and take a look." Saying this, she picked up her bag and phone, quickly walked towards the office door. Lang Yu hurriedly jogged to catch up with her pace. The two arrived in the basement, and Lang Yu quickly opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. With a roar, the car sped off. The whole way was silent. Su Qingyao's face was cold, her gaze fixed ahead. She urged discontentedly, "Why are you so slow? Can't you drive?" Lang Yu